Hi, I'm Jonas, Business Development Manager of Gewase, and we are here in Ludwigshafen. This is the headquarters of BASF. It's the largest chemical plant in the world and it has more than 40,000 employees. The newly built flake is covered in a 52-meter high scaffolding. It's based in an ATEX zone and special safety requirements need to be provided. For the scaffolding assembly, the material was transported with the help of a crane. With a crane applied in such height, wind forces apply. These forces can cause the material boxes to swing and makes it difficult to load and unload the scaffolding parts at height. Our robotic solution is wireless and completely battery powered. A hot work permit enables LiftBot even to be applied in an ATEX zone. Within 2 hours, LiftBot and 50 meters of rails were installed. LiftBot can be removed from the rail within a couple of minutes and requires limited space on site. The installation of elevator landing safety doors is no longer required. The transportation platform of LiftBot is rotatable. This means the scaffolders can always stand inside the scaffolding and can load or unload the material always safely without bending over. The project between Gewase and BASF is a perfect example of how startups and corporates can tackle industry problems. Together, we tackle industry problems like labor shortage, safety and efficiency by bringing the latest innovation on sites.
Red Bull gives you wings. Twix Beam, the smart beam in scaffolding. It's made of aluminium. Low weight, easy dismantling and high strength. And integrated into the Layher system. That's what makes the Twix Beam so irresistible. The Twix Beam has surprising variability and flexibility. It fixes, stabilizes, bridges and connects. Twix Beam, the high-strength and multifunctional aluminium beam for every requirement. Twix Beam, typically Layher.
It's the first time we use our robotic system LiftBot in such conditions. It's minus 20 degrees of Celsius outside. I'm Artem Kuchukov, the CEO of Kevazo. We are here with the company Telenikataja in northern Finland, in Oulu, on renovation of the Oulu City Hall. Telenikataja is one of the leading scaffolding assembly companies in Finland. We use batteries instead of cables. Many people ask us whether batteries work in such temperatures. The battery of LiftBot is enough for one working day. With this project, we proved that LiftBot can be used even in such harsh conditions. This opens up the opportunity for using LiftBot in most of the northern countries where today scaffolding is built completely manually. One of the main advantages of LiftBot is the setup flexibility. The system can be installed and reinstalled just in a few minutes, so that even large scaffolds can be built with a three-man team.
Seniausias iš senukų, bet eina miegoti paskutinis. Jo senamiestis pilnas jaunystės. Jis buvo hip, kai pirmojo hipsterio tėvukas dar nebuvo gimęs. Jam 20, jau 700 metų.
Hi, I'm Jonas, Business Development Manager of Kevazo, and we are here in Ludwigshafen. This is the headquarters of BASF. It's the largest chemical plant in the world and it has more than 40,000 employees. The newly built flake is covered in a 52-meter high scaffolding, based in an ATEX zone, and special safety requirements need to be provided. For the scaffolding assembly, the material was transported with the help of a crane. With a crane applied in such height, wind forces apply. These forces can cause the material boxes to swing and makes it difficult to load and unload the scaffolding parts at height. Our robotic solution is wireless and completely battery powered. A hot work permit enables LiftBot even to be applied in an ATEX zone. Within 2 hours, LiftBot and 50 meters of rails were installed. LiftBot can be removed from the rail within a couple of minutes and requires limited space on site. The installation of elevator landing safety doors is no longer required. The transportation platform of LiftBot is rotatable. This means the scaffolders can always stand inside the scaffolding and can load or unload the material always safely without bending over. The project between Kevazo and BASF is a perfect example how startups and corporates can tackle industry problems. Together, we tackle industry problems like labor shortage, safety and efficiency by bringing the latest innovation on sites.
Red Bull gives you wings. Twix Beam, the smart beam in scaffolding. It's made of aluminium, low weight, easy dismantling and high strength, and integrated into the Layher system. That's what makes the Twix Beam so irresistible. The Twix Beam has surprising variability and flexibility. It fixes, stabilizes, bridges and connects. Twix Beam, the high-strength and multifunctional aluminium beam for every requirement. Twix Beam, typically Layher.
It's the first time we use our robotic system lift board in such conditions. It's minus 20 degrees of Celsius outside. I'm Artem Kuchukov, the CEO of Kivazo. We are here with the company Telenikataya in northern Finland, in Oulu, on renovation of the Oulu City Hall. Telnikataja is one of the leading scaffolding assembly companies in Finland. We use batteries instead of cables. Many people ask us whether batteries work in such temperatures. The battery of LiftBot is enough for one working day. With this project, we proved that LiftBot can be used even in such harsh conditions. This opens up the opportunity for using LiftBot in most of the northern countries where today scaffolding is built completely manually. One of the main advantages of LiftBot is the setup flexibility. The system can be installed and reinstalled just in a few minutes, so that even large scaffolds can be built with a 3-man team.
Seniausias iš senukų, bet eina miegoti paskutinis. Jo senamiestis pilnas jaunystės. Jis buvo hip, kai pirmojo hipsterio tėvukas dar nebuvo gimęs. Jam 20, jau 700 metų.
Hello and welcome to the World Scaffolding Championship 2023 held here in Lithuania. Hello everybody from entire world. My name is Andrius Janasauskas and I'm very pleased to be here second year in a row. I hope you enjoy, guys, this wonderful atmosphere, and today is a very beautiful weather for the great competition. So first of all, a big shout out for our main partners. So please, main sponsors, Kevazo and ScaffPlan. Also, media partners, ScaffMac, Big Dong Scaffolding, Zoom TV, the Scaffold Industry Podcast, The View with a Vertex. Also, our partners, Go Vilnius, Kraga, Europol, Hotruma, and Red Bull. Organizers, Layher Baltic and Baltic Scaffolding Association. Guys, I'm very pleased that in a couple of hours we will find out what is the best team in the world in scaffolding. We have 15 teams and they are competing in a various nice format. 1 hour and 20 minutes to build the structure. They got their plans yesterday and in 1 hour and 20 minutes they will build a wonderful structure. Then we will pause for a brief for referees to count all the details and maybe your penalties. And after that, half an hour to dismantle everything to the ground. 3 rounds, 5 teams in a row, and in total 15 teams. And who is going to be the best? We will find out very, very soon. Here we are having a great time together with you. And also I wanted to say a big hi for my colleagues from US, Chris Cochran, and from Germany, Martin Dolka. They give you take it away and take a glance what was going on last year in 2022.
We can't hear it here.
Make some noise! Alrighty then, let's get started. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's get rumble!
Welcome to the Cavazo ScaffChamp 2023 Scaffolding World Championships, brought to you live here from Vilnius, Lithuania at the Layher headquarters. I'm Chris Cochran here with my co-host
Martin. Thank you, Chris. Welcome here at the ScaffChamp 2023 in Lithuania. We're excited. The energy is sparkling, and we are waiting for the participants to participate the contest.
That's right. And if you have never watched a scaffolding championship before, you are going to be in for a treat. I am lucky enough to be sitting next to an absolute legend in the scaffolding industry. Martin, tell us a little bit quickly about your background and how long you've been doing this.
I'm doing now in the scaffolding business for 25 years now. I started as a helper, and I made everything in the scaffolding business, like helper, like group leader, and now I'm actually working in the company Layher, doing designing statical improvements. Had some experience doing training, so I'm absolutely excited how they will assemble the scaffolding, how they will take care on safety, how they will manage the teams, how they will organize themselves. This will be the interesting things to watch that day.
Awesome. And what we'll do is in a few minutes, we're going to go back down to the field and we're going to have the introduction to the teams. Martin and I will be commenting as we go throughout the day. And what you're going to hear from Martin today, too, by the way, is you're going to learn a ton. He is actually a world-renowned expert and trainer. And I got to tell you, when I started this process with Martin, I wasn't excited about scaffolding, but spending the day with Martin and actually learning this product and actually learning how it works, Martin can make scaffolding the coolest subject on the planet.
Oh, don't put that pressure on me, but my goal is to make you become a good scaffolding inspector. That's the goal for the day.
That's an awesome goal too. So what is one thing that you think our viewers should be looking for today as they're watching this?
The organization of the teams. This will be the logistics, what they do, how they handle the material.
Yes, and one of the things that Martin taught me is scaffolding is the ultimate team sport.
Absolutely. We are working in a chain, and the chain is only that strong like the weakest point is. So we have to rely on each other. So let's have some fun in the stream.
Back to you down on the field.
Hello guys, once again, and it's time to represent all 15 teams and make a round of applause and big shout out for the challengers in the golden belt. Please welcome the first team here from Norway, Big Steelers. There they are. The second team from Sweden, please welcome Purely Team. The third team, GLD Axis from Ireland. Please welcome the team from Finland, Telenatimi. The team from Asia, from Mongolia, please welcome NBIK Hawks. The team from Denmark, please welcome Danish Scaffolders Club. Here we go, team from Sweden, Carver AB. The team from Bulgaria, please welcome Exports. Team from Poland, please welcome Men's Power. A local team from Lithuania, Globalita. Another team from Poland, please welcome here N Project. A team again from Lithuania, please welcome here Global Scaffolders. Another team, here it is, from Slovakia, please welcome Sponsor Team. A team from Finland, please welcome MSA.
So they're introducing all teams now.
Yeah.
And another Lithuanian team, please welcome Hodrema. This is all 15 teams. They compete in a wonderful format, 1 hour and 20 minutes to assemble, 10 minutes for referees to find out all the details, all the progress, and half an hour to disassemble all the structure. So there it is, 15 teams. Take it away, Chris Martin. How's the atmosphere in the studio? Okay, so guys, are you ready for the action and the challenge and to take the best of the best? In a couple hours we will find out what is the best team in the world in scaffolding. Are you ready? Here we go. So let's take the first 5 teams take their challenge first. So please welcome the first 5 teams. Yesterday they take a gamble and in random order took their numbers. So in the first round, 5 teams compete in this order. Please welcome first team, Finland team, Telemetini, first place. Also step by step they can take their order. A second team from Mongolia, please welcome NBIK Hawks, second place. in the first place, in the first round, Team Schweizer from Slovakia. Also, the fourth place in first round, team from Poland, Men's Power. And the team from Bulgaria, Exports, took the final in the first round place, which is fifth place. Also, I just want to introduce referees, 8 referees from entire Europe. I just want to say a big thanks for them because they have a lot of work to do today. So, from Serbia, Alexander Igiatovic. From UK, Denis Yulisenko. Ireland, Fergus Sherin. From UK, Mark Parkin. From Lithuania, Robert Lotnievas. From Estonia, Tave Lucas. From Lithuania again, Vitalis Smilgis. And from Norway, John M. Hagen. These are 8 referees. They try to see all the things and details during all that competition, round by round, team by team. And we will have a great time to spectate all that progress, all the things, what is going on here, live, in entire world. World Scaffolding Championship held here in 2023, Lithuania, Vilnius. Amazing atmosphere. Everything is just sparkling right now, and I'm super excited just to announce the beginning of the competition. So, as you can see, the teams are taking their order and take their place. They are ready to rumble. They are ready to take a challenge. And it will be not easy work to do. So once again, main sponsor Cavazo and ScaffPlan, media partners ScaffMag, Big Dog Scaffolding, Zoom TV, the Scaffold Industry Podcast, the Blue River Vertex. Our partners, please, once again, Go Vilnius, Kraga, Europol, Hotrama, and Red Bull. Some say they give you wings.
Martin, tell us a little about what you would be doing right now if you were preparing as a team right now.
I would prepare. I would organize myself. They had yesterday. They got the plan, what to assemble. I think they now organize themselves. Who will be the first man on top? Who will assemble? Which one will prepare the material? In the beginning, the question is how to bring the material. Who is the responsible guy to level the basic construction? One thing in the regularities we can see is that they take care about the base plates and about the soil boards. So they this is something what they need to take care. So the organization will be interesting.
Do you think their nerves are playing a factor today in what they're doing?
I think I'm more nervous than they are, but I am sure they are excited. We felt the energy yesterday. We felt the excitement. We have seen how they compete each other. So they are nervous, but they are now concentrated. They are focused. They work at height. So now everything will disappear, and they're just concentrated in beating the steel and beating the metal.
It's all on the line right now. If you were out there in the field today, which role would you want to play?
Which role?
Yes.
The man behind the bar.
Oh, that's awesome. So right now at this point, tell our viewers about what you're seeing. They're going over right now with the referees, getting rules and regulations. Is that right?
Yeah, they are now. Yesterday they were presented the rules. One important rule is there is one team captain. We should see them with that red armband. And this is the only guy in the regulations who is allowed to talk to the referees.
Okay.
So that's the only guy who is allowed to talk. This is also the guy who is allowed to switch. There are teams of 6. 5 will assemble. 1 will be the supervisor on the outside and take care that they fulfill the plan. You see this guy, okay, he prepares himself, warming up. Muscles must be warmed up. It's sports, it's team sport, as we spoke already.
So as some people wouldn't know, yesterday there was a pre-party for this, and there was a lot of competition that scaffolders would take part in, like the arm wrestling, but we noticed that a lot of gentlemen did not actually participate.
No, actually not. You see that, guys, you see that shoulders. No one wants to hurt himself in front of a competition. No one wants to injure himself, and even they wanted to be good and prepared for today and have the energy. They do not want to waste the energy the day before. Some take it very, very serious, that competition. And so, yeah, today, so this will be the biggest. So, you know, they are now the first team. Let's say it positive. There are 2 advantages. One advantage is for all the others. They see what the others do. They see what the teams which come later.
Yeah.
They will see the mistakes. They will see the problems.
Yes.
So they can cope with the problems the first team had. But the main advantage for the first team is they have finished in 2 hours, and then they can join all the party outside.
Look at that.
They can join the experience.
And the nerves, we talked about the nerves, the adrenaline. You can see it in these competitors. They are really excited about this. And what's fascinating too is I think you're going to see these teams cheering each other on. They have a tendency. There's a brotherhood within scaffolding, and even though they're fiercely competing with each other, at the end of the day, it's one brotherhood. Is that right?
Absolutely. It's the respect they have for each other. It's as I told you, we are doing the team sport. We are all doing the hard work. We are being together with our gang more than we meet our family. So that's our second family. And so yeah, it's the support and the respect we have for each other when we assemble the scaffolding.
Let's talk about the role of the referee real quick for those who are watching. If you've never seen this before, the role of the referee, there's penalties that can occur during this, right? So tell me about those referees, and when will they step in, and when will they actually participate in this?
If we have massive safety, if they do not fulfill the safety regulations, they will step in. One absolute important safety regulation is to take care about working safety. Now you see they protect the plants to be away, not to blown away from the wind. One idea either can be one demand, for example, was they needed to have magnetic rulers. So what I did mostly on site, you use the magnetic ruler, you put it on the pallets,
yes,
so that everyone can see the plant. They secured it on the pallets. Yeah. Safety regulations, penalties. One interesting safety regulation is you're not allowed to dance on the ledges, as we call it.
I would be a terrible scaffolder then.
Not after that weekend, trust me. So they are demanded only to walk on boards or planks, and the minimum width is 63 centimeters. They need to walk on the planks. So you see, we are working with steel decks. Steel decks have a width of 32 centimeters. So 2 decks are enough, or when they go on the construction, when they use the planks, they need at least 3 planks to walk on the scaffolding.
Now, when we look at the teams here, we have Team Finland, which is Tel and Timi. We've got the Mongolian team, Team Schweiz, Poland, and Bulgaria. Out of those teams, did you have a chance to talk with any of them yesterday?
Oh, not really. It was the preparation were that big, but we have seen the Mongolian team, which has the biggest arrived today. Mongolian team is very curious on it. They had yesterday was beating all the others in the auction.
That's true.
That was exciting at all. So we have Team Schweiz, which originally come from insulation. We have the Bulgarian team experts, which is when I remember right, is from training, and Poland's team is also a supplier. So we're excited. The competition starts. Let's go back. I think.
Yeah, we'll go back down to the field, and we will talk to you after this.
Be excited. Watch the stream. See you later.
Hello and welcome once again, and it's getting hot in here because we are about to announce the start in this competition. But before that, we're speaking with Baltic Scaffolders Association member Oleg Abramov, and hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
It's crazy day. Fantastic atmosphere. Thank you, everyone.
Anyway, so 2 years in a row, you're organizing all this kind of stuff, and this competition is growing rapidly. What's your secret ingredient in this process?
Actually, there is no secret. I would say the secret ingredient is this: our participants, the team that arrived, they do this show, they do this atmosphere, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, because without you, it won't be this. So thank you.
As Kavazo and ScaffChamp continues to expand and attract more participants each year, what's the organizers' visions and plans for the future? Are you planning this in 10 years, in 20 years? What is the progression going into the future?
The progression is 100 years in the... We have plans for 100 years in a row, so... actually, yes, we're already planning next year. So, you know, this year we expanded from... last year was 6 teams, sorry. This year 15 teams. So, and plans for next year maybe to have 20, 25 teams, maybe more. So, actually we are growing, and we will see.
All right. Are you not afraid that in 50 or 40 years, as Kavazo representing their robots and stuff, man's power will be disappearing in this type of market? What do you think future will bring here?
Then we will have the robots challenge.
Like a robot wars and stuff. Okay, so Oleg, are you ready to announce the start of the first round?
Yes.
All right. Are you ready to take a challenge? Can you make some noise? All right, after me, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, round one begins! And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, World Scaffolding Championship are about just began. I'm super excited, and the action is growing right now. Thank you, Olegis, for interview, and we will back soon.
Okay, we are back on the track now. So you see the competition started. This is the most important time now in assembling the scaffolding, because the mistakes you make on the basic construction are the problems on the top.
That's right. One of the things we talked about yesterday, too, is the base is actually the most important part, because if you think about the geometry behind that, if you're off by just a centimeter, it's off by quite a bit at the top.
Exactly. And the interesting thing is they had chosen that year in designing the scaffolding is, as you see, as you know, we have 8 connection points to one row set. We are working with the all-round system, but the scaffolders always think in squares,
yes,
or cubes. But now they integrated a system and they work with triangles. So normally the degree, the angle to attach a ledger is 45 degree.
Yes.
But in this triangle, you need to install 60 degrees. So you have no geometric attachment to this. And this will be interesting how they solve this problem.
You'll notice, too, as they're putting out the standards and the ledgers, watch them as they drop their magnetic levels on there because they have to keep this level as they're going.
Exactly. It's the important thing that when you create the basis, the basic construction, that you have one guy who is responsible for the leveling. It makes no sense if you have one guy starting from that point, the other guy starting from that point in the leveling, so you will never ever match in the middle with having the same height.
Martin, the Layher system is actually fairly unique in the industry, is that right?
It's mostly widely spread. All-round system was invented in 1976, and it's now the most common and accepted scaffolding system in the industrial service, in event services, in power plants, chemical plants, aircraft maintenance, whatever you. I told you when we met the first time, after that weekend, you will never ever go through the streets and see the world the same way. You will recognize scaffolding all over you go.
And you'll always recognize the Layher system from the red tag on the side.
Absolutely, that's unique and important.
So when they're putting this together, by the way, it's slightly different in other parts of the world, is that right? They may not use the same component system like this they would in other parts of the world.
There are different. We are selling at Layher the parts all over the world, so you can buy them nearly all over the world. We have branches all over. So now let's go back to what you see here. Now you see they try to install the measuring, connecting two ledgers together with the base collar. So that's important for the measuring. But what they did not is, for example, they have only the main base plates, what they need for the construction. So they have no, let's say, construction material. So that will be interesting how the measurement in the final position in the ending will be. So yeah. Now you see starting, so now you see that 60 degrees, so they have a little bit of a competition to find it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and you see the other guys on the right side, they are now already starting to installing the standards. Interesting to see and to know what they do now. Here is regarding safety. We will have many comments, I'm sure, regarding safety, and many discussions, is it safe or not. Main safety issue, main safety method, what they do here is working with the harness, working with the hooks. That's widely spread in the world, that's worldwide accepted, working with the hooks, prevent them from falling. You see here, construction here, they now installed the triangles.
Yes.
They are now measuring on the outside. Yeah, and now see that guy lifting the access stack on the first level. Regarding the safety, one big penalty is not hooking on the right attachment points. So the referees take care to find the right attachment points.
At what point in the building process are they required to strap in?
Up to when you are higher than 1 meter,
okay.
Internationally, you have the risk of fall. Maybe we can later talk about how to evaluate the risk when we are further in the project. This will be interesting when, especially with the discussions with the community outside.
So I'm not seeing a ton of urgency right now in most of these teams. Yesterday we saw a competition where there was some guys building on some scaffolding and it was partially built, and there was a lot of urgency on their role. But I'm seeing a lot of very measured behavior right now, people taking their time. Would that be your course, especially on the bottom?
Exactly. They're focused. Everyone is aware that they have to do this now proper, because modification on the top costs time, costs plenty of time. So the time you spend in the basic construction is the time you save on the top. So another interesting thing now, what discussions between scaffolders you find all over, when, for example, to fix the wedges.
Oh, yeah.
This is interesting. Me personally, when I assemble the scaffolding, I'm a little bit a fan of using the loose of the material. So you see, we have this, I talked about this 45 degrees, about this 90 degrees with the small holes to fix the angle. One thing, for example, now.
There we go.
Ooh, okay, now he was attached in 2 points. We're working with Y harnesses, no problem. But it could be interesting to secure yourself on the basic, to secure yourself on the deck ledger. Could be interesting if this is a penalty or not. I'm glad that I'm not a judge. I'm glad that I just can commentate and be the, in Germany we call it Klugscheißer.
The observer?
Yeah, it's more yeah, it's something like the observer, but with not nice comments.
So if you're not a scaffolder, which would be me, take care and look at where they put in these diagonal braces in, because those are actually the key to the stability of the scaffolding.
As I told you yesterday, the whole wisdom, the whole secret of scaffolding is regarding, is that we say a square is unstable. So a square means, what is the square in the scaffolding? We have the ledger in the deck level, we have the ledger on the basis level, and we have the vertical parts are the standards, and they are connected. They are fixed with the wedge head connection. This is a very stable and strong connection. But you see, if we have not the diagonal, it's a little bit wobbly. With integrating the diagonal, we create triangles, and the triangle is always a stiff and stable connection.
So let's talk real quick here. There are, most of them are on their first level. This design.
So, for example, different approach. The others, in the basic construction, installed the decks. The decks help to secure the 90 degrees. When you have secured the 90 degrees, when you have secured the angles, hammer down the wedges. We've seen in the team in front, what we have seen, they have installed the standards already and have not installed the decks already. So it will be interesting how they fixed the angles.
And you've seen this design, we looked at it in advance. Is there going to be some challenges in this design?
Especially, so we have two towers, no problem assembling. What we have to connect the towers with we call it a bracket and projection. This will be interesting, and it will be interesting how they work, or how they walk and how they work on the triangles, how they assemble the triangles regarding safety. Look,
are they still?
They have assembled already, and now one guy goes later and fixes the ground level. This is one of the main punishments from the referees if the basic level is not in a proper way.
Oh, so they just probably got a penalty for that.
No, they now fix it. It's in the final scaffolding.
Okay.
It has to be fixed properly.
Okay.
Oh, they have a good now. Okay. Look at the discussions. Okay, let's go back to the field. We have an interview. Hear you later.
Hello once again, and we are having another interview with another member, this time around from Danish Scaffolders Club. Hello, Kim.
Hello.
How's the atmosphere here in Lithuania?
It's fantastic, I love it.
Great?
It's super, I love it. A lot of good colleagues, it's fantastic.
Great. I have a couple of questions for you. How you organize all your work, and you are well known in Danish markets, and how you support your members in your club?
We do our organizing with talking with our colleagues whenever we meet them on the streets and alleys and factories and wherever we go around in the nation. When we see a colleague we don't know, we get to meet him.
Also, participation in this Cavazo ScaffChamp events requires various diverse of skills and experiences. How you count your team's winning condition at this point?
I think they're good.
Feel good?
I'm very confident that we will do good effort, and I think we'll be in top 3.
You will be tough to beat. Okay. What is the main motivation in your work, in your atmosphere? What benefits to work in your company?
We have a lot of self-responsibility. We are allowed to. We get the assignment in the morning, and then we are on our own. We stand on our own feet, and then we handle all kind of assignments. Hanging scaffolds, scaffolds in industry, normal scaffolds in the city. Everything we do by ourselves.
Good. Can you say something in Danish, one sentence, to wish all the best for all participations?
Excuse me?
Yeah, say something in Danish in your own mother tongue language. To say something nice for Danish audience.
Rød grød med fløde.
Back to you, Kevin and Martin.
And we're back. There was a great little competition there. We've seen the beginnings now of what are going to be some really cool competition today.
Absolutely, and we have seen the starting. You have seen the importance. You have seen the importance they have to arrange the bases. You have seen how serious they were, and we were discussing the regulations, especially being on the first level. Secure yourself. We talk about the referees. We talk about that. They will get penalty if they do not attach right, and this is important. They have the allowance, so if they see a massive violation of the rules,
yes,
so one guy will be kicked out,
yes,
and then they are allowed to go further with 4 people. 4 people would be a little bit competition, because 5 people versus 4 people is about to 20% more manpower to assemble the scaffolding.
Maybe you can show us real quick with the ruler, the trick you were showing me about squares and triangles.
Everyone who participated in the training knows that already. We were talking about the secret of scaffolding. A square is unstable, a triangle is stable. Mm-hmm. So what is the square? You see, I show this with the ruler, international tool. We have the standards, the vertical standards. What is the square? We have the vertical standards, and we have the horizontal parts, the deck or the ledger, and here the ledger. And when we have horizontal force, in every case, we have the horizontal forces due to the people walk on it, due to the inclination of the scaffolding, due to the wind, and so we say a square is unstable. But if we connect it if we stabilize it with a diagonal, we create 2 triangles, and so these 2 triangles make the whole construction a stiff connection, so we can transfer the horizontal forces to the ground. That's the secret, transferring vertical forces by the standards into the ground and transferring the horizontal forces somewhere. Classical facade scaffolding, we transfer the horizontal forces via the anchor into the wall or via the diagonal down the way down to the ground. This is the important thing, why the basis is also that important, so that we can survive this horizontal force which are transferred to the ground.
Let's talk real quick. We saw an interview a little while ago with Oleg. Tell me a little bit about Oleg and why he's so important to Layher.
Oleg, I remember Oleg when he started in the company. We had this first training in the company. He started new. He was oh man, it's like something like 8 years ago or something like this. He was starting new, came into a new company, and then he went into my class. I think he was a little bit afraid of me. I had the same beard length nearly, and I looked the same size, and he was absolutely new in the business, and I really pushed all the knowledge I had in 5 days on him. He participated one type of prototype training we had, and we did some assembling for a training manual we did. We made some pictures, and he always, when you would see him, he really suffered the thing, because so now he knows what these guys do, because he felt the pain these guys do. Oh, look, interesting what they see. Now they are securing the standards versus tension forces with these bolts. This is either an important thing, especially when we see later when they do the console in projection. When we do the console in projection, it will look something like this. We have a console in projection, we will have load on it, and so we will have lifting forces on the other side. If they do not secure them on the other side, it will be a security violation, and so we will have problems and we will have a real dangerous situation. Now you see, preparing the triangles to walk on it. What I spoke before, we need a width of minimum 64 centimeters, 2 decks or one access stack or 3 planks to go on the scaffolding.
Now we're 17 minutes in at this point. Where do you feel like they're at what you're seeing on these teams? Are they ahead of schedule? Are they on schedule? And before you even answer that, are any of these teams going to be able to complete this structure in the time allotted?
I'm sure they can complete it, because when I look at them now, they are now on the 2nd level. We will assemble 3 levels. We have only 20 minutes on the time now, so I'm sure they will succeed. Installing the toe boards now in the 1st level, this is also a type of no, they will have problems. They will need to switch the toe board on the next level, because they will not be able to install the lengthwise toe boards, because the connection for the lengthwise toe board goes to the ground. Important thing, access stack closing.
Yes.
Also a security violation if you walk on a level and the access stack is not closed. Trust me, every scaffolder had mostly, if I ask scaffolder, everyone had the problem he felt in an open scaffolding access stack. So this is one of the biggest safety issues to take care of it. They prepare themselves now, they store the material for the next level on the top level, so that they can have one guy staying on top and handing over the material to the next level. That's optimizing the logistics. As I told you yesterday, logistics is a big thing in the scaffolding business. We are, in fact, 80% of our time we are doing scaffolding logistics. We are loading the material on the truck. We are transporting the material to the site. We are unloading the truck, and then we are transporting it vertically to the top level, and then we are transporting it horizontally to where we assemble the parts. That's where Kevaso steps in and helps to reduce the muscle pain in the vertical transportation.
One of the things we talked about yesterday was the fact that there are different techniques for putting the pins in and when you hammer the pins down, and it all comes down to an efficiency measurement. And you can be more efficient if you're not hammering them in if you're hammering them in not as you go, but all at one time.
Also yesterday when we had this podcast, The View with Vertex,
yes,
he was also discussing this thing. Is it more useful? Oh, look. Interesting thing, how to attach the standard on a 1 meter if the joint is on 1 meter,
yes,
and you have to attach to lift up the next standard. Okay, it's only 2 meters. Everyone should do it. It's also a scaffolder competition. They say, okay, we have standards in a length of 2 meter, 3 meter, and 4 meter,
yes,
and that's the standard competition. You are on 1 meter or 1.5 meters, so lift up the 4 meter standard. Violating the safety regulations, don't do it here, do it on the yard and beat each other, beat it with your colleagues. Don't do this on site. We have to take care about kids or the beginners in the scaffolding.
So you think they just got a violation for that?
No, this was okay. I told about this internal scaffolding championship, what to do with a 4 meter standard.
I gotcha.
Look, this is what I was telling you in the beginning, this 60 degrees angle. It's hard because 45 degrees is defined,
yes,
by the geometry of the wedge head, but the 60 degree is not really defined. So you need to have okay, they made the console and projection already. We haven't seen how they fixed the base collar on the beginning. They are this Finnish company. They are really straightforward. They will finish it very soon.
Really? So if you were on a job site and you were constructing this, what do you think the average time would be to construct what we're seeing like on a job site as opposed to the competition?
Depending on the people, depending on the guys, how they are used to. If you have all these teams, they work a long time together. That's the nice thing. there are these guys who bring the material, they are these guys who assemble on top, and they are these guys who go back and start to assembling the towboards. You see, will be interesting towboards. Hopefully no towboard fall down when they attach the boards, because this will be a massive safety violation. When I remember right, is 5 minutes or something like this if something fall down. So they really need to take care about this.
So Team Mongolia here is actually creating a plank so they can get out and secure those cross beams,
exactly.
those braces?
They're absolutely, they look smooth, they look cool, and they are really, they are industrial scaffolders. I think they have some, have I missed the harness? No. And they are have experience, especially in oil fields, if I'm informed right. And so you see, they know what they do. They do this every day. So I think, for example, industrial scaffolders have a little bit of an advantage. If you're more in commercial scaffolding, facade scaffolding, this is a construction what you would not do every day. And if you're only working industrial sites, this would be more a construction what you are more used to work on it.
Interesting. Interesting. And he's attached himself before he gets up, and he's going to have a second point of attachment.
Okay, this is interesting. Either I would like to discuss maybe with the referee, if it is necessary, if we have a fully level console in advantage. This is what they built now. They are connecting a base collar, they are connecting a ledger, they are connecting a diagonal, and then we will see how they swing out this console in projection.
Because one of the difficulties here in this design is the 45-degree angle being used in this design that you wouldn't typically use in a construction site, correct?
Not typically, but there was Sweden, last year in Sweden, they built a construction, a freestanding construction where they had big problems with the horizontal forces. The design engineer Christian from Sweden, it was 3 years ago, sorry, and he chose a construction that he worked with triangles, so that he increased the stability of the scaffolding.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed it. Did we go now back to the interview for the next day?
Yeah.
Of the next people?
Yeah, in just a minute we will.
Hello once again, and we have another wonderful person who we met even last year, and we met again. This is Aurimas Jotaitis from Global Scaffolders. Hello there.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing very good.
How's your team doing after Friday warm-up?
The team is very motivated, very excited, ready to go.
Ready to go. Winning the Top Company Award in 2022 is absolutely amazing achievement. What do you think your company is beneficial in most ways? And what's your biggest benefits in your company? What do you set apart from other companies in industry?
Yes, well, I think that to be genuinely interested in clients' problems and creating a solution that gives them a growth is the answer for our growth and success.
Also, for this competition, what do you think, how you prepared especially for this competition? Did you prepare to previously? What you done? Maybe some kind of homeworks and stuff? A little bit of workout? What you done for this competition specifically?
Yes, we have done some homework, of course. We analyzed our last year's mistakes, of course, and as we know, every failure is one step closer to victory.
Great. What's the future for your company, Global Scaffolding?
Future is to try to be as good as we can, to work hard every day and try to be the best in the market.
Aurimas, what do you want to wish for all participants here, and what do you hope for? You hope for victory, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I wish everyone the best of luck today, because the task is really interesting and something different than the last year. So yeah, the most important is not hurry up with this, focus on safety, quality, and complete that scaffold.
Thank you very much. That was Aurimas Jotaitis from Global Scaffolding. And also, I'm very enjoying at your comments, Chris and Martin. We spectating this wonderful competition, and we found out even more exciting stuff about scaffolding. Back to you.
And we're back. We're still in the first round here at Kavazo ScaffChamp 23, brought to you at the Layher headquarters here in Lithuania. And we just heard from the Lithuanian competition, the coach of the competition here. It was great to hear from all these different teams from around the world. Tell me a little bit about being the host team and in the host country. Do they have an advantage over people who had to fly in?
The only advantage of that is that they have I think the highest motivation, because that's their home country. They represent their country. We've been here in Lithuania. We are here in Vilnius. It's a really nice place to be. So everyone who is thinking about a holiday, I absolutely can advise. Go to this city, feel the spirit. We rushed into the city. I felt that comfort.
Yes, Vilnius is actually on one of those places I'm surprised isn't on more people's bucket list, because it's actually one of the most beautiful places I've ever been, and very calm, very chill. It's a great place to go and relax. I highly recommend it if you get a chance to check out Vilnius.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what they did in Layher Baltic here, and especially with the Baltic Scaffolder Association, is absolutely astonishing. They established an event, a meeting, a networking for the scaffolders. This is based for these guys who use the material, who assemble the material, who sweat, who live the brotherhood, and who bend the steel.
They bend the steel. One of the great things about this competition, too, is what it's going to do for the industry. We were talking off air about how this could change actually the way people scaffold around the world. For the first time, really, hundreds of thousands of people around the world are going to see how different teams from different parts of the world operate. And you may actually see changes in the industry long term based on what we're seeing at this competition.
We will see what happens in the future. The industry changed a lot. If I compare the scaffolding we assembled 25 years ago, and if I compare it to now, it's different approach. It's different type of workers. It's different type of scaffolders. So when I remember in former days, they said, "Oh, the scaffolders come, put away the wives and the tools. The scaffolders come." Nowadays, it's much more professional. The training, especially what they do at Baltic Scaffolding Association, is highly appreciated. This levels up the qualification of the scaffolders. And the good thing is there's a saying what we say at the scaffolders. Many people start scaffolding. Few stay in the business. If you stay in the business up to 3 months, you're infected by the virus of scaffolding, and then it makes it easy to go to a training, and it makes it easy to increase the knowledge, and then you have fun, because you feel you see that you become better. You see that you become able to build more complex constructions, and you feel more confident when that would be interesting. I hope he took care about using his Ypsilon harness. This will be an interesting thing to see later in the discussion of the referees. Now we see the construction, how it should look in the final position. These are the two towers, and these are this triangle. In fact, it's a vertical framework what we assembled here, and the scaffolding is finished when the flag is on top regarding to the referees.
We should talk about that for just 1 second, because yesterday when the Mongolian team got here, the Mongolian team arrived on site, and there's a big, as you can see in the background, there's the big giant screen and the big scaffolding and everything else. And the Mongolian team arrived, and one of them ran right to the scaffolding, climbed all the way to the top, and they had put the Mongolian flag upside down. and he raced to the top, flipped it over, and climbed back down.
Yeah, in fact, we are here in Northern Europe.
Yes.
So all people are very tall. When you look, for example, at the referee,
yes.
Alexander Ignatovic, man, he is nearly 2 meters high. And we were discussing yesterday how it will be, because the Mongolians, how it will be to attach the flag on the top. It's not that easy. It's like that competition I told you before, working with that 4 meter standard to put it on top. So that will be very, very interesting. Oh, okay, you're attached. So you see what they do now. He has opened his base so that it's easier for him. I think he's on the top level, so he can lean down, and he can grab the material to easier to finish the parts and to install the toe boards. You see now, first thing is we need to install the toe boards on the front side, and second, this is what I told you before, the problem what they have. So you've seen the connection
yes.
on the corner, so you need to have the open part on top.
Yes.
On the first side, on the front sides, and on the long sides, you have the opening down, so that you have a rigid connection of the toe boards.
Martin, London and Great Britain is widely known as the center of the universe in the scaffolding world. Why do you think that the Baltic Scaffolding Association and Layher Baltic have taken such a lead in bringing this competition to Lithuania as opposed to having it somewhere else?
They're the center of the world in tube and fitting. It's the whole. Let's honor all our British colleagues. They are the homeland of tube and fitting. They have a widely spread craftsmanship of doing tube and fitting, and still after 75 years of Layher, of inventing system scaffolding, still tube and fitting is widely spread in that area. And so for this is a competition of system scaffolders. So it would be interesting to compete system scaffolders in tube and fitting. What is either interesting is, for example, when you go Middle East or something like this, it is the scaffolding scene there is very affected by British, especially by British safety companies, by British managers, and they do a lot of tube and fitting either there, a lot of tube and fitting training there. So yeah, it will be interesting how this construction now, how this motivation to do system scaffolding affects the global market using tube and fitting or using system scaffolding. Look what they did now. We will see now. You see on many of these scaffolding. So now on the left side is on the top. They will finish. That guy, so in the middle on the left, I don't know their team. They are a little bit struggling, but each team has you see that ledger, which is the near us in the basic construction. This is the main basic ledger for the measuring, to ensure that we have the 60 degrees. We have 2 triangles on the right, 2 triangles on the left, and the ledger in the middle, which help to fix the 90 degrees. But they will need to dismantle it, because otherwise they run out of the material on the top.
This is actually a really important point for those who've never watched a scaffolding competition before. You not only have to make this put the whole thing up. They get done, they build, they finish construction, and then there's a 10-minute break, correct?
Exactly.
And during that 10-minute break, the referees are making sure everything is correct. Is that right?
Exactly. The participants need to go out, need to take a rest, need to drink. Today the weather condition, it is sunny, but it's a little bit chilly, so we are great that they will not sweat, so that they will not. This would be the only advantage for the Mongolian guys, because there's one guy who said they have this saying in Mongolia, so my tongue is not sweating already, so so it's not hot enough, let's go back to work. These guys work in the desert Gobi.
And with that, we're going to go back down to an interview.
MSA, Sergei Vilyansky. Please Hello.
Hello.
So, as a newly established company, what motivates you to participate in this Kevazo ScaffChamp competition? What do you hope to achieve through this whole experience?
We wanted to meet new people, make new contacts, and some new experience.
So new experiences in general. So anyway, Finland is quite chilly there sometimes, you know, and it can be a very tricky terrain to work. So how you adapt those conditions, weather and terrain conditions, because it's quite a tough job to do.
MSA starts working when rain begins. So we love that weather and cold. So
it's basically doesn't matter what type of conditions you have. Sometimes it can be hard, but you're just fine with that, right?
yes.
All right. What sets MSA Telenets apart from other scaffolding companies in the region? What are key differentiations that makes your services, well, to stand out in general?
Maybe it's nobody. So if we start the work, we always do it till the end, even if we lose money or time or something.
So, doesn't matter what type of conditions, doesn't matter it's rainy, snowy, or even it's a loss in the end of the day, but you just finish the work and build up a reputation step by step, right?
Yes, yes.
So what's, when you establish in general? When you start your activities?
Every day or
in which year your company was established?
2021.
21, so it's a couple of years and you just begin your history to build up on your journey, right?
Yes.
What do you hope from this whole competition? Are you feeling good? Are you feel confident with your team?
Yes, we are ready and we want to try it out.
And probably win. Everybody wants to win. Anyway, so we're enjoying the first round and we already counting around 40 minutes in the first round, and we see our structures are building quite fast for team from Finland as well, and we're enjoying your commentary, right? Chris, Martin, back to you.
Thank you so much, Andres. It's been very fun, by the way, to do this with you. I'm having a blast. You have traveled and done scaffolding all over the world. We just heard from Team Finland, and they were talking about the rain and that it's 12 degrees Celsius today here. So it's not warm, but it's not cold either. It's a little bit right in the middle. Does the weather play a part in this?
Absolutely. For me, it's the best conditions to work on that because it's sunny and it's a little bit chilly, so you do not start to sweat that much. So your clothes look not that much sweated like this. And yeah, it was interesting speaking regarding some things with the teams, because when the Mongolians came, they were asking, do they need some weather protection or stuff like this, because they work in the desert. They don't need to have rain protection and stuff like this. And I remember one of my first jobs I did in South Africa, and I always put my tools with me and bring them where I do assembler scaffolding, I do a training, and then I went out to the site, and then the guys looked at my tools and oh, what is this, what is this? And then they've seen my rain jacket, and then they were asking me, what is this? And I said, it's a rain jacket. And he said, why do you need it? And I said, in case it is raining. Oh, we don't work if it is raining, but it never rains in South Africa.
You know, it's been funny as we've been meeting a lot of the scaffolders from around the world. Those kind of cultural differences have been a topic of conversation amongst all of them. In fact, we heard from one of the gentlemen in Scotland who's here. iScaff is the company who's here. Great guys from Scotland too, by the way. Really cool people.
But hard to understand for a non-native speaker.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, they were talking about the fact of when it snows. they have very little snow and they won't work either. But other guys we're talking about, we work whether it snows or don't. In Scandinavia, they don't care if it snows. They're working 365 days a year.
For example, that's a big thing. The last years we, I think something like 10 years ago or stuff like this, there was invented a new regulation regarding weather protection. And there rised up a big discussion in Germany regarding weather protection because they defined the loads on the weather protection, and then they created the ability to reduce the load, so to reduce the material you need to stiffen the scaffolding when you have some snow management. So, but no one but this is something snow management we did not be aware or did not use even in Germany. So I was glad that I had some contacts in Finland, and we were talking to them, and they showed us how they do this snow management. So. And you see outside the roofs, we have Kedder roofs, so it's not that easy to walk on a tent to remove the snow.
Yes.
So it also depends the snow management, which type of roofing you use. And for example, in Finland, they have special teams during the winter times who work with these cherry pickers and go around and they only cleaning the roofs of snow. We are nearly in the end. I think so.
You know, one of the things to remind people of, too, those who are watching the broadcast, is they not only, we started to get into this, but they not only have to assemble this, but there's a 10-minute break, and then they deconstruct the whole thing, and they have to put it back. And then in between the rounds, the referees will go back and make sure everything is the same on each one of the team's sites. Is that right?
At first, we have the 10 minutes break. So the referees will check the scaffolding. The referees will check if everything is according to the plan. If the leveling is good, and they will documentate it, and during the dismantling, either one prosecution will be if you do not store the material in a proper way. So it makes no sense in the dismantling process to push down and throw everything in the pallet, and the yard guy, the yardie will look how clever he is to arrange the decks.
Let me ask you about those decks. So they're wooden decks. Everything else is the planks, and everything else here, the decks themselves are metal. Why are they using a wood plank there? And why is there not a system piece for that?
Because we're working with the triangles. The triangles are, there are special parts to build triangles. For money you can buy everything. We produce everything for you. Trust me. But here they use it to have the board and planks. You will always use planks on site. You will never get rid of planks in the scaffolding business. Normally it is interesting in the industrial service. Sometimes wooden planks are not allowed. They have to work with steel planks. Oh yeah, take care, secure yourself, buddy. Okay. And they're doing the planks that they can establish all this area, all this stiffening area next to the towers on each side.
So one of the most fascinating parts for me so far has been when I told people that I was flying here from America to Lithuania to host and be a commentator for the World Scaffolding Championships. People thought I was lying to them because they couldn't believe there was actually a World Scaffolding Championships. And then the next question was, how exciting would that be to watch? And we're 45 minutes in, and I've got to tell you, this has been fascinating to watch and very fun to watch, even 45 minutes in. It's from a non-scaffolding perspective, it's actually interesting.
This is a great thing, I think, especially for our craftsmanship, that we have here the possibility to show what we do. Scaffolding, people do not realize where you all can find the scaffolding in the world. Normally, when they are a little bit aware where they walk and what they do is, they see facade scaffolding and maybe something protection scaffolding for those guys who do the roof.
Yes.
That's the main thing people are aware. But as I told you before, we are I have been scaffolding. I've been into submarines. I've been on airplanes. I've been in chemical plants, power plants, housing.
Yes.
Everywhere. Events. No festival is possible without scaffolding.
And that's one of the things that I think has been another thing I've learned on this trip is, oh, look at.
So they are the Finnish finished.
So, as I was saying, it's been interesting to me because scaffolding is actually such a huge part of so many industries, oil and gas, aircraft, all those things, and we don't see that a lot. As commoners walking around streets in the cities, we don't see that as much, but it really is a part of very many industrial things.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so this is an interesting job. So everyone who wants to have various job activities, be invited. Try to become a scaffolder. Try to be strong enough. Try to be hard enough to yourself that you can be a scaffolder and join the business.
What a great shot this is, by the way.
Absolutely.
Watching the planes land. We're right near the airport here in Vilnius. We're just outside of Vilnius, right near the airport. And that's such a great shot. That's one thing people who aren't scaffolders don't understand is the culture and how deep the culture runs within scaffolding for those who stay in the industry. And so this must just bring joy to your heart to see this view right here.
We can call it scaffolders porn, what we see today.
Welcome back, guys, and another interview this time around with Joseph Remy from Layher, Peru. Hello there.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How about yourself?
I'm okay.
You okay? Did you enjoy this Lithuanian weather?
Yes, I like it.
You are very generous with the compliments for Lithuanian weather. Could you share your any innovative or unique scaffolding solutions that Layher has implemented in Peru?
Well, we have many solutions for our customers. We try to innovate with many solutions and have efficient products for them. And one important part that we do is to train the scaffolders to make it better for safety work.
Safety number one, right?
Yes, always.
Looking ahead, what's the Layher Peru's future plans and inspirations for the scaffolding industry in the country?
Well, our main objective is to make the industry more and more professional every day. So that's what we train the scaffolders. We train almost 19,000 people in the past 5 years.
That's amazing. Also, what do you hope to see in this competition today?
Yeah, it's a very amazing competition, and I will try to do this in Peru and Latin America.
Okay, best of luck. Thanks for your visit and enjoy the view. And I assume that one of the first in this time around, a couple of teams have finished their structures. So it's interesting to see what's going on there as well. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andres. It's great to be here at ScaffChamp 23. We're here in Vilnius, Lithuania. I'm here with my co-host, Martin. And
Chris.
And it's good to be here. Now, we just heard from Layher Peru. Tell us a little bit about them. You've had some experience with Layher Peru.
Yeah, some years ago we invented some kind of training program for our subsidiaries, and I had the honor to go to Peru, and we had a trainer session. So all the guys from South America came there, and we were able to discuss all the important things of training, and it was a great event. And thank you very much, Remy, that you have been there and that you hosted us there, and it was a great experience.
And it looks like the fourth team is just hoisting their flag up. 4 out of the 5 teams now have completed their build, it looks like. Is that right?
I haven't took that much attention, but it seems so. The last team, so now they are preparing, this team is preparing to raise the flag. So as I told you, they will finish 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, last team will do it. 50 minutes, man. These are beasts. These are scaffolding beasts.
I was talking yesterday with Jimmy from Big Dog Scaffolding, and I asked him, because he's been in the industry for quite a while too, and I asked him, I said, how long do you think it'll take for these guys to do this? Because we have a 2-hour allotment per round, right? And I said, how long do you think it'll take these guys to do it? And he said, my average guess is about 50 minutes on average, and he's been pretty spot on. Absolutely.
It was not that big, and they completed also the technical demands. It will be interesting to talk about the I hear some clapping already, so someone is building something. I think they are discussing the final things. Okay,
oh, they completed the final one yet?
Yeah, no. This is what we were talking about. The round has finished when all guys come back to the captain, and then the referee is stopping the time. All guys are on the ground.
And this must be a very interesting time from them from an emotional and an adrenaline standpoint, because now they've completed it. Typically in the world, if you were doing this for work, you would be like, yes, we're done. Let's go have some beers. We're going home.
Absolutely.
But they're not done yet. They're going to have to come back now and dismantle all this scaffolding and put it away as part of their competition. The question is, does the clock stop for them in this 10-minute time, or is the 10-minute time included in their total build time?
No, the clock stops.
Okay.
The clock stops in this 10-minute time. Even now, the others, when they are finished before, they have a longer time of break. It will be interesting. It will be interesting how they compete with this, because now they are full of adrenaline. They are full of power, and if the break is too long, you come down. So they need to stay focused. They need to keep the attention. They need to keep the vibes on. And they need to refresh their wings, it seems.
It's been great to have Red Bull here actually as a sponsor, because we've all had all the Red Bull we could handle, and it's been great to have them here as part of this.
Perfect. I'm really enjoying it, and we'll mix them later.
So talk to me a little bit about what they're going to be talking about now as they're off the scaffolding. Are they going to be conferring with each other and talking about how they're going to dismantle it? And is there a strategy in dismantling it?
They will say how cool they each other are, and they will praise themselves, trust me. They will party themselves and grade each other, and they will take a critical look to the referees. Oh, was there a problem with they're checking the wedge heads? This is something important we talked about yesterday. It could be when you have a certain procedure, installing the ledgers, installing that you forget to fix the wedges, and this will lead to a punishment.
So when he reached down and pulled the wedge and it just popped out, that means it hadn't been hammered down, right?
Exactly. It hadn't been hammered down, probably. So
can that actually come disjointed due to movement, or is it pretty rare?
Even if you have. There's this rule in the instruction for assembly and use. So you have to hammer down the wedge till the hammer bounces off. So we maybe next year every participant need to pass a hammer blowing test till the hammer bounces off and gets a medal. This could be an idea for next year. But if once the wedge is in, it is secured. But if only after hammering down the wedge you have a rigid connection which is able to transmit the forces, the bending, the horizontal, the vertical, the shear forces.
And there's one referee per team, or two?
I think one referee. So look what they do. They have now to install some missing ledgers, and this is interesting. If you have some dimensioning tasks, if it's not really proper. Okay. So you need to open the wedge, and if it does not feel proper, you need to push it in. There are some different ideas how to push the ledger into the row set. Some crazy guys are hammering, and now look, they have a big distance, so they're a little bit struggling fixing it. So they need to pull it. They need to pull it so to attach the wedge.
Fascinating. And he's having a hard time driving that wedge.
And these are that things in arranging the scaffolding which can cause a little bit of problems later on. And he had to, and they were not able to fix it because now they pulled the standard towards the other standard, and then it's like a zip.
Yes, zipper.
And so like a zipper, so you need to fix it on the ground, and then the next one, and then the next one. It is hard to fix the ledger on the top because the distance is too wide.
So according to the rules, these gentlemen this team saw that there was something missing. They were told there's something missing. The clock is still running for them.
Exactly.
So they get to go back and actually make repairs on those things they're missing?
They checked the scaffolding, and then I think they were modifying some things.
Will they lose some points for what they just did?
No, I don't think so, because it seems that the captain has not finished yet.
Okay.
The time is finished when all guys are down, and the captain comes to the referee and says, "We are ready."
Okay.
Till that time, no. Till that time, no other is allowed to go on the scaffolding. It's the same on site, but no. More normally, you cannot prevent guys from going on site. Either one interesting fact, for example, what is a big safety issue in the office. We were talking always about the basic construction, and how important it is. Big problem is when in the basic construction, from 0 to 2 meters, all guys on site think they are scaffolders. And everyone is touching the scaffolding, and everyone thinks, oh, I can dismantle that ledger, I can dismantle that ledger. Most people are not aware of how dangerous this can be. I'm glad I heard in the UK,
yes,
you're really hard punished by fine. And trust me, guys, if you touch the scaffolding and the scaffolder sees it, he will punish you either, and you will not go away with paying. It will be a hard hit.
It's pretty important too to make sure that safety is the one thing that I've heard more of. That's why I've heard that word more this week, except for maybe some swearing.
We are creating safety.
Yes.
We are creating the safe workspace for all the others. We are the first guys who come on, nearly the first guys who come on site. So no need for us when you're digging something. We are the first guys who come on site, and we are the last guys who go. And our problem is, in our business, we are offering a service that that this guy who is paying the whole building does not see. So he is absolutely not aware that we have hard work and we want our good money. We deserve it.
So it looks like the team. Which team is that? Men's work. Looks like they're just about finished up. They put their flag up, but they're actually not 100% completely done. It looks like they're just about done here, and they're going to be hopping down here and telling the judges. I would assume in a second they're going to hop down and tell the judges, "Hey, we are ready. You can come and examine us."
They're discussing some things. Yeah, he forgot to attach the horizontal frame, and now we
go back to the interview.
Exactly.
Hello once again, and this is a member from Globalita Julius. Hello.
Hello, everybody.
How's the atmosphere in your hometown or in your country, in Lithuania?
Actually, atmosphere is very fine, good weather, good teams, good atmosphere, so everything is pretty fine.
UAB Globalita has established itself as a leading provider of scaffolding and insulation services. Can you tell us more about your journey and your company's leadership since 2007? How is that journey going on?
Actually, everything is going fine. All the time we're growing up. Every time we're getting more projects, and we're working over the Europe, let's say. So everything is going pretty fine.
By the plan.
Yes.
You participating in this competition for the third time. For this particular round in 2023, did you done some homework preparation? How's it going so far?
So you're asking right now about this championship?
Yes, you participated 3 times in the championship, and this is the third time when you are participating in this championship. So, as a team, did you prepared your homeworks? Did you done some kind of workouts? How you prepared for this championship?
Actually, yesterday we were sitting with the guys and checking all the plans, and I believe everything will go okay, because I know my guys, I know my team, and I believe our success today.
Confidence 1000% from Julius from Globalita. Also, right now the teams are already finished their structures, and right now, guys, we having a 10 minutes short break for referees to check all the details. Maybe they find some kind of penalties or whatsoever, and after those 10 minutes we would disassemble and put the structures to the ground zero. But in those 10 minutes, we will have a couple of interviews. But this round still is going on, because as a rule's going on, 1 hour and 20 minutes to put the structure all together, and then 10 minutes break to referees to check everything is going by the plan. As you can see, a lot of teams managed to do way faster now in the time, and the team from Poland, I assume they have a finishing touches there, and we're waiting for only them in this time around, and they probably want to finish as quickly as possible, isn't it? Right, Julius?
Yes, I'm agree with you.
Anyway, so back to the Chris and Martin.
Thanks, Andres. Martin, Team Poland here, struggling a little bit, it looks like. They must have done something wrong. It had to be in the base, right?
I think it is in the base. I think it could be that that they were not taking really care about this problem with the degrees. And you see the problem they have now. It's the problem what they have is that some standards are not 100% in a vertical alignment, and so this leads to that fact that the ledgers, one ledger, this leads to that fact that on top some standards are nearer, so you cannot integrate the ledgers and you need to push them out. Problem is, if you push them in, it could be due to the diagonals. If the diagonals are not proper attached, that you lift on the other side the standard up, and this could lead to a penalty. So they take care now how to adjust it, how to do it. There are possibilities to do it, so you need a ledger, you put it down on the ground. So as I think Einstein said it or something like this, give me a long lever and give me just a point to turn, and I can put the world out on its angles.
So Martin, talk to us real quick about certifications, training. This is your background. This is what you do on a day in, day out basis, is you're designing and training on scaffolding systems. What is the current state of certification and training, and how does it differ in other parts of the world?
So we have seen before from Layher Peru, Remy, and they are Layher Spain and Layher Peru, they are training a lot of people in South America, because there is not really an established scaffolding apprenticeship. What we do, for example, compared to Germany or Western Europe or England and stuff like this. So they are training a lot, and they are trying to establish some certain qualification guys need to enter. If the same, like for example they do here at Baltic Scaffolding Association, that you get the awareness of dangerous of the risks, and you get knowledge of the material, and that you get the awareness of the risks, knowledge of material, and knowledge how the things, how statical basic construction work.
So, quick question. I want to come back to that training thing, but I'm seeing something technical here. Team Poland has now finally finished. They're about 15 minutes behind the first couple of teams that finished. Does the clock actually, is the 10 minutes from now, there's now a 10-minute break, or is it 10 minutes for each team that they get that break? Are the other teams waiting around for this?
As I'm informed, is now the 10 minutes break start.
Okay.
This is what I was telling you before. The others need to take care that not to come down, not to start eating something, not to bringing the stomach full, not to retire too much. This could be the important thing to take care during the 10 minutes break, which started now.
One thing to consider too is, and in a commercial application, when you're running a business of doing scaffolding, the difference between Team Poland and the other teams is only about 15 minutes. But if you extrapolate that out over the course of a year, that 15 minutes and the difference that takes can mean profitability or not.
I would not compare what they do now. I would not compare this. I would say this has a big impact because what they do now is pushing hard. So back to the highlights now. We will see what happened during the day. Okay, we can continue speaking. I heard. Perfect. Let's see.
So you wouldn't compare what they're doing now within the real world now?
No, you do not work. You do not work in that power the whole day. You cannot work 8 hours. You cannot work 8 hours in that speed. We are not horses. We are human beings.
Boy, it's been an exciting competition so far. It's been really fun to see the different ways that people are assembling these, the different way the teams are working.
Look! What in that highlight, the ladder has fallen down on his head. These greetings go out to my man Terry from Australia. You remember our training? We did as I told you, we did this training session.
Yes.
And in Australia, I met a guy, my brother from another mother, Terry, who led me to one of the best ideas in my life. I did my first lesson bodyboarding in Australia with this crazy guy, and he either had this problem during the training, and he did not wear a hard hat. And this fall down, and then he had this slightly bleeding on his nose the whole day. And all the other guys in the training, they treated him the whole day, and so he was wearing the helmet during the whole training.
The raising of the flag right there, that's got to be a great feeling as you raise that flag.
Look what they did. They had the strategy to install the flag in the standard and then installing the standard. Another interesting strategical decision how to solve this championship design.
Can you see the team dynamics here based on, can you tell as a scaffolding trainer and as a veteran of this industry, can you see which teams?
Thank you very much.
Can you see which teams have worked together longer?
I haven't. We were not able to watch the stream to concentrate on the. We were not able. Look here, the problems installing the horizontal ledger. This is something. There is one part what we have called horizontal stiffness, and if you do not install them before you install the ledgers outside, you need to have 2 additional manual operations. This is experience, and this is what you have to take care when you plan the scaffolding. Look at this crazy guy. They are bullying each other.
Well, if you just joined us on the stream, you've missed out on a pretty exciting first part of this competition. We're still in round 1. We're still in the phase where we've erected this 5 teams have erected their scaffolding, and now we're going to go back to a break, and then they're going to dismantle this. And while we do that, we're going to move it on to something else.
So stay tuned.
Hello and welcome once again. The weather is getting warmer and warmer, and first round is about to go to the second half, I should say. All the referees doing their work, and as we can see right now, is they are chatting with each other and probably looking around on the specific details of those first 5 teams. And also the teams can dismantle the structures right now, and they are allowed to do that in half an hour. So at the meantime, we have interview with Rafal from ScaffChamp, the team from Sweden. Hello there.
Hello.
So the Sweden and your company focus mainly on safety and safety first, and you have a lot of services in different fields. So how you assemble all those things, coordinated stuff in order, in a place, and be so competitive in the region?
We have a very good team to follow all the safety features and all the details. What we have to implement, we implement with our best knowledge we have and our people knowledge.
ScaffChamp offers a very wide services, including insulation, access solutions, surface protection, and ensures seamless coordination and integration among these different service areas. Are your clients very happy with your service?
Yes, I hope they are. Otherwise, we will have no work, in this field. So we are progressing. So I think our clients are happy, and that's the most important,
Scaffolding plays a crucial role in many construction projects. What are some unique challenges or complexities that the ScaffChamp Sweden team faces day by day?
The biggest, I think, is our coordination with all the other projects we have. So our managers, they are a very important role in our projects, I think.
And personal question for you. What you prefer more, to win World Scaffolding Championship or to win the Eurovision Song Contest?
I think the scaffolding.
Yeah, I'm agree. Back to you, Chris and Martin.
Welcome back to the ScaffChamp 23 World Scaffolding Championships. We are here in the studio in Vilnius, Lithuania. Martin and I are. We have been so thrilled with this. We were chatting off air and got distracted because the things that are going on here and what's happening here in Vilnius is absolutely. It's riveting, I got to be honest. We're at the Layher headquarters, Layher Baltic headquarters here. And you were telling me, Martin, just now about something you wanted to touch on.
There was this interview with this guy from ScaffChamp. ScaffChamp is a worldwide supplier of industrial services, was founded by Karl ScaffChamp, and the origin is they come from the insulation. And this is one of the main tasks. This is one thing which is for the insulation you need a lot of scaffolding. You're assembling and dismantling it, and I think we are now going back to the track, and we are starting with the dismantling process.
It looks like they're about to begin the dismantling right now, so we can see what's happening here as they're starting to mill around. Go ahead and tell us a little bit more about the insulation piece you were touching on.
Okay, this is one of the main tasks. In all chemical plants, we have hot liquid stuff going through tubes. So to save energy, they need to be insulated. And this is one big thing in industrial service. So install the insulation, or when you have the shutdown, rebuild the insulation, check the pipes if the pipes have corrosion or stuff like this, renew the pipes, and then again do the insulation. That's one of the big things to take care when you do the scaffolding, because for example, you go on a boiler or stuff like this, which is insulated. The insulation thickness up to 20, 25, 30 centimeters. You install the scaffolding, they dismantle the insulation. What is now the distance to the wall is much more bigger. The distance to the wall is much more bigger, which leads to safety issues, so we have to modify the scaffolding. And yeah, dismantling process is the right word for now.
Yeah, we're going to go back to a montage.
Okay, guys, as you can see, everybody's ready, everybody's in the place, so you can now allow to dismantle your construction in half an hour. So the first round is about to end in half an hour, and we will have a second round. Also, we have a wonderful atmosphere with our colleagues, partners, and talking about the partners, Our main sponsors, Cavazo and ScaffPlan. Also media partners, Scaff Mag, Big Don Scaffolding, Zoom TV, the Scaffold Industry Podcast, The View with Vertex. Also, very big thanks to Go Vilnius Kraga, Europol, Hotruma and Red Bull. Our organizers, big shout for them, Layher, Baltic and Baltic Scaffolder Association. You are watching World Scaffolding Championship held here in Lithuania, Vilnius 2023. And the time is starting now. Half an hour to take these constructions to ground zero. It's really important to keep up to the schedule. So the teams are rushing to dismantle the structures down. So, and also I think we are very keen to find out more how was the view in the first half of the round. And what is a short briefing from Martin and Chris? Back to you guys.
Hi, I'm Jonas, Business Development Manager of Cavazo, and we are here in Ludwigshafen. This is the headquarters of BASF. It's the largest chemical plant in the world and it has more than 40,000 employees. The newly built flake is covered in a 52-meter high scaffolding. It's based in an ATEX zone and special safety requirements need to be provided. For the scaffolding assembly, the material was transported with the help of a crane. Is a crane applied in such height, wind forces apply. These forces can cause the material boxes to swing and makes it difficult to load and unload the scaffolding parts at height. Our robotic solution is wireless and completely battery powered. A hot work permit enables liftbot even to be applied in an ATEX zone. Within 2 hours, liftbot and 50 meters of rails were installed. Liftbot can be removed from the rail within a couple of minutes and requires limited space on site. The installation of elevator landing safety doors is no longer required. The transportation platform of liftbot is rotatable. This means the scaffolders can always stand inside the scaffolding and can load or unload the material always safely without bending over. The project between Cavazo and BASF is a perfect example of how startups and corporates can tackle industry problems. Together, we tackle industry problems like labor shortage, safety and efficiency by bringing the latest innovation on sites.
Red Bull gives you wings. Twix Beam, the smart beam in scaffolding. It's made of aluminium. Low weight, easy dismantling, and high strength. And integrated into the Layher system. That's what makes the Twix beam so irresistible. The Twix beam has surprising variability and flexibility. It fixes, stabilizes, bridges, and connects. Twix beam, the high-strength and multifunctional aluminium beam for every requirement. Twix beam, typically Layher.
Hello and welcome back to the Cavazo ScaffChamp 2023 Scaffolding World Championships. I'm Chris Cochran, and this is my good friend Martin.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the stream.
And we are here live in Vilnius, Lithuania. We're in the studios of the Layher Baltic headquarters, and what a day it's been. They're starting the dismantling process right now, and this should be an interesting part of the competition.
Absolutely. So you see now they already started the dismantling process, organizing themselves. They went onto the track. Now you see they already, he's a little bit struggling with this Ypsilon harness. Interesting fact, the harness is 2 meters long, and they need a constant secure themselves, always be hooked on. You see the standard with the flag already removed. And now the really task is to store the material safe and to take care not to dismantle a ledger which you need to walk on, and you should not dismantle the first floor before you dismantle the second or the third floor. This is not a good idea.
So the rule of thumb is then they should focus on each floor, do each floor down rather than doing the sides.
You see here now they dismantled this bracket in projection.
Yes.
They are very quick. We will see the dismantling process. Normally you say as a rule of thumb you need half of the time dismantling for the assembling process, but I'm sure they will be much more faster in the dismantling process. The biggest challenge for them is for them to do it safe. You see there, it will be interesting how they dismantle these last ledges which are inside. So let me greet my man Reinhold Michelberger. You remember our trip to the Philippines where we forgot one ledger in the scaffolding. It were tough times, man. I remember that very well.
So is there a difference in strategy here, or is it pretty much similar for every team as they're dismantling?
Put all the stuff down and take care. Do not dismantle things which you need to stand on it. This will be the interesting thing. Now look what they do with this guy in the front did. They're doing they leave out one level in the dismantling process. So this guy in the middle is now not doing anything. I don't know if it's a good strategy or not. One guy standing in the level and not doing anything. Guy, go up and put out, bring down the toe boards and bring down the ledges. Take care that the guy on top does not slip over them and that they fall down. This will be a 5-minute punishment if something falls down. This will be a serious thing. Look on the right side, we see they stored the planks at the scaffolding. Also a big discussion, is it a safe storage of the material on the scaffolding?
Oh, that's a fascinating question, is it?
Absolutely. There are some industrial plants, you're absolutely not allowed to store material at the scaffolding.
Okay.
You always need to put them on the ground, so to avoid the risk that they flip and fall down and
yes.
they hit someone. Problem is regarding this is what normally what you can do when you have new material. What this guy did, we've seen he dismantled the access deck. I would personally not ever store an access deck like this with the hatch on the top, because it always could be, especially if they are. The advantage is when you work with new material, this will not happen. But if it's used material, it could be that the hatch opens,
yes,
and then it falls down. And this is a good thing to check the stability of your hard hat if the hedge falls on your head. What you see now with this guy, all team members are forced to have a safety line for their tools. That's one thing you need to get used to. So especially when you work with harness and when you secure your tools with a lanyard, it could be that you have some knots in the end, and then in the end you have a Gordic knot on your side. So you need to, like an old lady, you need to like she's knitting, so you need to unknit the knot you created here.
Does the clamping and for the safety harness, when they're clamping that, does that just become second nature and habit, or are you constantly thinking about that as you're working on it?
Things are changing now. For example, there in some regions we are talking about temporary, constant security, so that the scaffolders are, like they do here, are not allowed to be in levels which have no ledgers on there that they are clipped on. So the ultimate goal could be, or in some safeties say, the ultimate goal should be that you don't need a harness, that you are always working in a secured area. This leads to a total different approach, a total different technique, organization of yourself, which sometimes can cause problems because your everyday work, your everyday routine has to change.
In the process of building and dismantling scaffolding, what is the most dangerous point?
There should be no dangerous points. There should be no dangerous points.
Where I should ask this: where are accidents more likely to happen, in the assembling or the dismantling?
In fact, there are big discussions in the industry which are the dangerous points. Where does most of the accidents happen? Most accidents with scaffolding happens mostly for misusage, for when they modify the scaffolding on their own, when they touch things which do not belong to them.
Which you were talking about earlier on a build site, when you're building the scaffolding and somebody else comes along and tries to do something with the scaffolding. That's a huge problem for safety.
Exactly. As I told you, in the UK, you are fined when you do this. So now you have seen it's a standard. There was a ledger fixed only on one side, and now they are dismantling. This is something what I want to discuss with the referee. Is it okay to attach yourself on a ledger on the deck level? Is not allowed in each country. Could be an interesting thing to discuss here. Even look at him here. Also one thing. Now, I'm interested in the referee. This guy is secured on the ledger, and he opened the ledger. Well, let's discuss this with the referees. Maybe later we can discuss things with the main referee. Interesting thing.
Now we see right in the center here that gentleman was attached to one of the standards. Is that okay?
Exactly. You can attach yourself. All the parts are tested with a weight of 130 kgs, and all the attachment points are proved. But I heard we have an interview now there. Do we go to the interview or not? So let's see. Okay, let's go back to the interview. Let's go back to
Andres.
Absolutely.
ScaffPlan integration, and together with ScaffPlan integration member, please introduce yourself.
Yep, my name's Simon. I'm from ScaffPlan. Come all the way from Australia. Really happy to be here.
Inner Sex, Need You Tonight, my favorite song of all time. Thank you for coming here from down under, from Australia. It's long journey here in Lithuania, in Europe. What is this thing on this tripod? I'm curious to find out more.
Yeah, well, I guess in its simplest format, this is a 3D laser scanner. So what it does is this thing spins around, it shoots hundreds of thousands, millions of different tiny points, which is called point cloud. So what the point cloud is you can then, say for example, we're in a refinery or we're somewhere where there's no drawings, or maybe you're trying to build a scaffold around a structure that's 100 years old, for example. What we do is bring this thing in, we set it up, so simple to use. I mean, it looks scary. A lot of people are a little bit intimidated by it, but it's actually really simple. It shoots hundreds of thousands of lasers. Then what you do is when you get back to your office, you bring this information into your computer, and then you've got millimetre perfect accuracy. You know, every measurement, every height, every detail. Also takes really high definition photos. So the purpose of this is you can go back to your office. You don't need to worry about taking a tape measure or trying to work anything out. It does all the hard work for you. So you can come back, bring it into your computer. You can then design your scaffolding around the pipe work or the ducting or whatever the structure is. And that way that you can just get your designs absolutely perfect. So then when you guys turn up on site, you know, there's no downtime, there's no delays, you've got all the right materials. You don't need to think about what pieces fit where, because you've got all that data brought straight into your computer, so you can just design it perfectly.
So this saves a lot of money and a lot of time. How much does it cost around?
Yeah, well, the prices change from region to region, and a lot of people get a little bit scared by the price because they're not cheap. I mean, like, I'm not sure what the price is locally here, but it pays itself off in next to no time, because if you've got a team of scaffolders, you've got 5, 10, 20 guys on a job site, and they've got 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours of downtime, all of a sudden this thing's paid for itself. And it's not only the labour efficiencies, it's also the materials. So if you get your design spot on, then you've got just the right amount of materials on the job site. You don't have too many, you don't have not enough. So it's certainly a great investment.
Thank you very much. I'm very keen to see this maybe in action. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. You never know.
The guys came out yesterday. They've scanned the building next door. We've got some demonstrations over in the ScaffChamp tent over in the corner. So if anyone wants to come and have a look, talk to the guys, more than happy to show you through it.
I'm without experience in this industry. My work is quite different, but without any knowledge, can I use this tool in this field? It's easy to use?
Yep, if you can use a phone or a computer, you're more than qualified. It's so simple. It's self-calibrating, self-leveling, self-everything. Like, it's literally press the button and away you go.
Oh, nice. Thanks for being here, and I'm very keen to see what's going on that action on this playground. Back to you.
Thanks, Andres. It's great to be here in Vilnius, Lithuania, watching ScaffChamp 23, brought to us by Kavazo. I want to talk real quick as we're focusing on the dismantling process. They'll be done here in about 5 minutes, is that right?
I'm sure they will not take very much long time. I'm sure they will be finished in maximum 10 minutes, something like this, because dismantling is a very, very quick process. We have seen Simon talking about ScaffPlan, about the designing process.
What I want to do is I want to talk real quick. Scaffolding is such a manual, like very tactile thing. Let's talk for a minute about the role that technology is playing within the industry and how it's affecting things, specifically ScaffPlan and Simon's presentation.
Things have changed very much in the industry the last years. So in former days, what was the scaffolding process? You had a truck full of material, went out to the site, and then they said, okay, start. And then the creative scaffolding started. We do not want this at present. We do not want... Scaffolding needs to be creative, but we try to bring the creative process in front, that we plan the design, that we make the static improvements before, and so that we optimize either the logistics. That is the most important thing, the logistic. There is that much money you can have for. What he was showing to you is what is becoming more and more popular in the industry, doing scans. We have now the technology with these laser scans that we have a 3D model of the object. We have to assemble the scaffolding on it. Problem what we are facing now is with this scan, we are creating a big amount of data, and so we need computers. Okay, secured yourself, good guy. We need 30. Okay, he's on the first level. I was wondering because he was attaching himself. You see, dismounting process goes very fast. We were talking about designing process. Nowadays, the design engineers are part of the scaffolding process. They need to be part of it because we cannot assemble scaffolding like in former days, like going out on site and just trying to do this. We need to optimize logistics. We all need to optimize the time, and this increases the benefit, the profit, what we have in the business.
There are other areas too that technology is playing a part. One of the sponsors for this event is Cavazo. They have a robot that they work on site with, and it eliminates a lot of this manual labor by actually using a robot to move materials up and down the scaffolding. Do you think that as we move forward, we're going to see more technology, or do you think that the industry is resistant to that?
No, we are a very innovative industry in the scaffolding. As I told you, we have all is based on tiny tubes, 48.3 millimeters, the magic number in scaffolding, the diameter of the tubes. We use tiny little steel tubes with different thicknesses, with different weights, and we optimize the process by using technology. We optimize the process. Oh, you see, man, they are running, they are hot, they are on fire. We are optimizing the process by digital things, by the planning. We are optimizing the logistics, for example, with Cavazo, so that we reduce the manual operations, because we have the problem all craftsmen have. We are running out of qualified people, so people have to stay longer in the business, and you need to protect them. Machines live longer than people,
yes,
and machines do not tire. So all manual work which we can transfer to machines makes life easier for each of us.
It's been fascinating as I got to know some of the founders and the team from Cavazo, some of the struggles they've had within the industry, because
look how he's running, he's dismounting, they are dismantling that fast, they are dismantling that fast. There are 3 guys on the ground running, just, oh, buddy, I first would dismantle the diagonal. Okay. There's a different way.
So it's been interesting, though, as I was talking with the founders of Cavazo and the work they've been doing. It's been an interesting process for them. They're a startup like any other startup, and they're a technology startup as well, working in hardware, working in a field where technology isn't quite as prevalent as it has been outside of the design process. As they're progressing and as they're trying to get into more and more markets, it's been interesting to hear their story, and it's a fun one. If you get a chance, go to their website, check them out. They do some really cool stuff, and it's a great team of guys that they brought here to ScaffChamp.
Absolutely, they're innovating the hoist and scaffolding. They're trying to find new ways. They have some partners where they have very successful projects already. We will see how they optimize the technology to the scaffolding business, and how it will and the future will be that these robots, that this lifting is combined with the logistics, with the material which is planned by the designer. So we try in the industry as much as possible to that the guys can focus on their work. Oh,
they're getting close. They're really hustling right now.
As I told you, it takes not longer than 10 minutes till they are finished.
And see, the brotherhood is alive and well. You can see the other teams
guys
cheering them on.
Absolutely, they're in their finishing process. Interesting thing, dismantling the basic construction, dismantling the ledges. Oh, that's the trick. This is that's some kind of semi-official opening the wedges on the ground. We did this in the training, how to open the ledger on the ground, because you need to go with your hammer underneath the ledger to open the wedge, and then if there is the ground floor, you're not that able to touch the wedge on the ground. Oh, I'm excited. I'm
getting goosebumps.
Exactly. So yeah, they're finishing 3-meter standards there. Oh, look, they stored the material properly.
Team Mongolia is just a machine. Watching them operate is very, very fun to watch.
Absolutely, they're on fire. Yeah, you see, oh man, they're finishing, they're cheering at each other, they're supporting each other. Yeah, first team Finland. You look, the Polish guys, they're also very quick. These guys, they are doing the last ledgers, they're firing each. Oh, this is what I told you, the problems opening. Yeah, man. Fuck that ledger, open that ledger.
If you can't tell, Martin gets very passionate about scaffolding.
Sorry for my words. I try to behave a little bit more. Yeah, ooh.
And Team Mongolia, by the way, has been, they're the fan favorites here at ScaffChamp 23. They are the crowd favorite, all the other teams, just because they've made such a long trek to be here.
Absolutely. They try to participate in that. Oh, we had the screaming outside. They try to participate in that World Championship. Yeah, finished.
Oh, man.
Great, great, great.
Great finish. And now...
The Finnish guys, the Finnish guys finished the first. Okay, it's an old joke. I have to pay €5 into the cash for Ukraine.
Wow, what a competition. Super cool to see all of these guys and the hustle that they have, the passion that they have. You could see them there at the end, really, really running, really hustling. And it'll be interesting to see with Team Mongolia or Team Finland actually came in first place in that round.
Absolutely, and you remember yesterday at the auction, they also were bullying and fighting each other in the auction. Really, right? So this is you've seen that trick. What you do? This is some kind of experience where to hammer on the ledger that the wedges on the outside opens. There are some guys try to hammer on the wedge head, and there are the other guys hammer on the middle. Me, myself, and another €5. I'm also a guy which prefers to hammer in the middle.
In the middle.
This brings a little of swing into the whole ledger so that the wedge comes a little bit loose and makes it faster to dismantle the ledger. Sorry, properly, yeah, finished. Congratulations.
And the best part for these guys right now is they now get to go and have a beer.
Absolutely. They did their job and now they can enjoy the whole day. Look how exhausted they are.
Well, the other teams get an advantage. The other rounds get an advantage by watching what these people did. These guys get the advantage because they get to start drinking first.
Exactly. That's so let's say it positive. All has an advantage.
That's true. That's very true. And as the final few scaffolding pieces come down, it looks like they are going to be almost done with round one. What have you seen in round one, Martin, that's got you the most excited?
So the passion excited me, absolutely. They're on fire. They want to prove themselves. You've seen the hurry they did. Oh, okay, nice storage of the material. Also different interpretations how to store, for example. You can we can talk hours only about how to store the decks. If you do it on one side or if you do it flip one side, flip on the other side, this makes it much more easier. Reduce the logistics volume. And now they look at their grim smile. They have done. And look, only 26 minutes. I told you, no long time.
A couple of quick things to point out, Martin. I've been getting some feedback here. If people want to comment on this, Martin and I will answer your questions. Martin is, I would say, the most intense, knowledgeable scaffolder I've ever met. He wouldn't say that, but he is. He knows more about scaffolding than he's forgotten more about scaffolding than most people in the industry have done in their lifetime. But if you want to give some comments, you can go to Facebook, you can go to the YouTube channel, and you can leave comments right there, and then they'll feed them to us, and we'll answer them for you. Some real quick statistics for you. Where do you think the #1 country is that's watching this?
I'm not sure. Is it? Don't know. Is it something Europe?
I'll go up from the bottom. The lowest country watching right now is Germany, then Poland, Slovakia, Lithuania, and the #1 country watching right now, Mongolia.
Oh. Respect to all you guys from Mongolia.
That's right.
You're welcome.
That's right. So when it comes to the passion, when it comes to all this stuff, that's very, very much industry-wide. It's not just this competition. You see a lot of guys doing this. And I'm just saying this because if you're viewing and you're not a scaffolder, you don't really understand the passion, unless you're the family member of a scaffolder. You don't really understand the passion that goes along with and there's a culture within the scaffolding world.
It's the respect of each other. It's you know, as I told you before, you spend most of the day with these guys, and if you have a bad day,
yes,
the others need to push you up. And if you fail, if you say, oh no, I don't want to work, the team cannot assemble the scaffolding.
Yes.
No, I heard yesterday of one guy that he's assembling a scaffolding only alone. But in reality, you always need your guys. You need the guy who is on the ground. You need the guy who is the top guy who is assembling. You need the guy in the middle who passes the material. And what do you think? We were talking about this. What do you think? Which guy needs to have the most knowledge about the project?
I would think we would think common sense would be it was the guy at the top.
But as I told to you already, it's the guy on the ground. The guy on the ground needs to ensure. Even the guy who loads the Kevaso lift, they need to know what the guy on the top does, what material he needs next. So he has to keep in mind, he has to know what will he do in 1 minute, in 2 minutes, in 3 minutes, and provide him the material. The guy on the top, he needs to concentrate, not to have a safety issue, and he needs to assemble.
You said yesterday something that really has stuck with me, and it's that scaffolding is the ultimate team sport. One of the things that I've learned in this competition is if you think about the construction process, if you think about different construction industries and like electricians, plumbers, those kind of things, most of those trades work with a lead and apprentices. Construction is really one of the only industries where there's an entire team required for that. And because of that, what we've seen here in this competition is people come to this competition actually expecting collaboration, actually expecting to meet other people. They come with a team mentality. And that's been such a refreshing thing. Because in any group you come to like this, you can go to any trade industry and you're going to meet people and you go, that guy's a jerk. But I haven't met anybody yet in this whole entire weekend that is anything other than an outstanding, exceptional human being.
Absolutely. This is, as I told you, we are a chain, and the chain is only that strong like the weakest point is. And so we need to finish the job. The job has to be done. We don't want to come the second day or the third day. We want to finish the job. And this is that, guys. Okay, guys, 3 hours more, we have finished the job, or should we break now? No, fuck. Let's finish the job. Let's go home, and then we can concentrate on the next project.
That's right. All right, we're going to go to some commercials. We'll be back at ScaffChamp 23, brought to you by Kevaso here in Vilnius, Lithuania.
See you later.
I'm glad they were picking it up because I'm like, we're running out of things.
Hi, I'm Jonas, Business Development Manager of Kevaso, and we are here in Ludwigshafen. This is the headquarters of BASF. It's the largest chemical plant in the world and it has more than 40,000 employees. The newly built flake is covered in a 52-meter high scaffolding, based in an ATEX zone, and special safety requirements need to be provided. For the scaffolding assembly, the material was transported with the help of a crane. With the crane applied in such height, wind forces apply. These forces can cause the material boxes to swing and makes it difficult to load and unload the scaffolding parts at height. Our robotic solution is wireless and completely battery powered. A hot work permit enables LiftBot even to be applied in an ATEX zone. Within 2 hours, LiftBot and 50 meters of rails were installed. LiftBot can be removed from the rail within a couple of minutes and requires limited space on site. The installation of elevator landing safety doors is no longer required. The transportation platform of LiftBot is rotatable. This means the scaffolders can always stand inside the scaffolding and can load or unload the material always safely without bending over. The project between Kevaso and BASF is a perfect example of how startups and corporates can tackle industry problems. Together, we tackle industry problems like labor shortage, safety and efficiency by bringing the latest innovation on sites.
Red Bull gives you wings. Twix Beam, the smart beam in scaffolding. It's made of aluminium. Low weight, easy dismantling and high strength. And integrated into the Layher system. That's what makes the Twix Beam so irresistible. The Twix Beam has surprising variability and flexibility. It fixes, stabilizes, bridges, and connects. Twix Beam, the high-strength and multifunctional aluminium beam for every requirement. Twix Beam, typically Layher.
It's the first time we use our robotic system LiftBot in such conditions. It's minus 20 degrees of Celsius outside. I'm Martin Kuchukov, the CEO of Hivazo. We are here with the company Telenikataja in northern Finland, in Oulu, on renovation of the Oulu City Hall. Telenikataja is one of the leading scaffolding assembly companies in Finland. We use batteries instead of cables. Many people ask us whether batteries work in such temperatures. The battery of LiftBot is enough for one working day. With this project, we proved that LiftBot can be used even in such harsh conditions. This opens up the opportunity for using LiftBot in most of the northern countries where today scaffolding is built completely manually. One of the main advantages of LiftBot is the setup flexibility. The system can be installed and reinstalled just in a few minutes, so that even large scaffolds can be built with a three-man team.
Hello and welcome once again in the World Scaffolding Championship here in Lithuania 2023. Also, make some noise for the second rounders and 5 teams competing in a second round here. Please welcome first round here. And the first team in the second round, please welcome team from Ireland, JLD Axes. The second team from Norway, Team Big Stillas. The third team from Poland, please welcome N Project. The fourth team in the second round, please welcome team from Sweden, Purely Big. And the fifth team in the second round, please welcome local guys from Lithuania, Hotrema. So the team's enjoying the sunlight and they are very well prepared for the second round. Once again, 1 hour and 20 minutes to assemble your structure. Then 10 minutes of pause for referees to check everything on the details. And then half an hour to dismantle all the structure. Also, the teams can take their order on the playing ground. Have a best of luck, and we cheer them up with a round of applause. And now I have plenty of joy to talk with my friend who's creating very interesting stuff online, which is Isaac from Manchester, is that right?
That's correct, Manchester, England.
Manchester, England. Isaac, you creating podcasts about scaffolding. Interesting topic. Why is that?
Well, I guess I watch a lot of podcasts, and I think podcasting is becoming really popular around the world. Didn't really see many podcasts around the scaffolding space. Something I always kind of wanted to do. So why not?
Do you have, you know, as your background is scaffolding as well?
Yeah, background in scaffolding, time served scaffolder. Came into the industry around 20 years ago, so a couple of decades under my belt. And yeah, you know, managed to share those experiences as a scaffolding trainer. And as a scaffolding trainer, it's kind of a very easy transition into podcasting because, you know, ultimately it's just talking about scaffolding.
Vertex Podcast. As you mentioned before, just right now, you entered into the market 20 years ago. You look like 28.
That's 10 years younger. Well, 10 years younger than I actually am. I'm 30. Well, I'll be 38 next month. So yeah.
You're looking good.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll take that.
What's your main contacts in your podcast? Do you bring your guests? What's the main topics? Secrets, bits and pieces? What do you discuss the most in your podcast?
Well, they all kind of follow a similar path, but they, different guests have different experiences. So, no two are really the same, and we try and keep it pretty fluid. But, scaffolding really is what brings everybody to. It's what has brought everybody here today. So that kind of is what unites a lot of the guests. I think if we just spoke about scaffolding, it might get a little bit sort of tedious and boring. So we do sort of touch on it, but usually it's about people's life stories. There's a lot of focus on entrepreneurship, how people have started the scaffolding businesses, where they've gone in the industry. I mean, scaffolding's changed so much over the last 20 years, since I've been in the industry. It used to be that your goal or your aspiration might be to maybe own the company or become a supervisor. Now there's opportunities to do podcasts and design engineering and, so many different avenues that you can go down as a scaffolder these days. And hopefully we can shed a bit of light on that, bring more people into the industry, because we need people.
Vertex Podcast, press subscribe button just now.
Absolutely. Like and subscribe, please.
Like and subscribe. Also, what about your future episodes? What we will see in the nearest future?
Well, I've had a very interesting chat with a guy from Denmark around the kind of setting up the scaffolders union in Denmark to make sure that pay is equal and fair and all the rest of it. So hopefully another trip to another European destination, and who knows? The world's a small place these days. If anyone wants to get us on, give us a shout.
Isaac, what it means to be here in Lithuania in World's Scaffolding Championship here?
That's unbelievable. It's honestly, and I'm not just saying this for the cameras or for the microphone, I've been pinching myself since I got off the plane. I don't think I've stopped smiling since I've been here. It's amazing that there's people from different cultures, different backgrounds, all sharing their experiences around the trade that we all love.
Nice. Okay, Isaac, I want to introduce you as well to the camera, and we shout out quite loudly when we will announce right now the second round. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Do you want me to do the proper intro?
The proper, yeah, please.
Okay. For the thousands in attendance, for the millions watching at home around the world, let's get ready to rumble!
Yeah. Please start your construction. Thank you very much, and let's get ready to rumble. Back to the studio.
And we apologize for the copyright violation that was. Let's get ready to rumble. Welcome back to Cavazo 23 Scaff Championship, the World Scaffolding Championships. I'm Chris Cochran here with my co-host Martin Doiker, and we are so excited to be here today in Vilnius, Lithuania. Martin, we had an opportunity to be on Isaac's podcast a couple days ago. Tell us the story about how you. We shared this on the podcast, so we don't want to ruin anything, but tell us the story about how you ended up here at ScaffChamp.
I know the guys from Layher Baltic for a long time, and I know Victor for a long time. When they started the business here, we had a meeting, and I helped him a lot, he said. And either for Oleg, I made his first training with him, and maybe they found it a little bit interesting what I have to tell about scaffolding. And so they called me on January and they said, "Oh, Martin, could you imagine to become a commentator?" And I thought, why not? And so this is why I'm sitting here.
That's awesome. That's awesome. It was interesting, too, talking with Isaac about his background. He really does have a big, varied background in a lot of aspects of the industry. So it was kind of natural for him to just take over and do a podcast. His podcast is actually really good. He's only done about 10 episodes, but he's really gotten into a groove. It's a great resource. If you're a scaffolder, you want to check out Isaac's process, would encourage you to check out his podcast. It's really good.
Absolutely. Try to watch on YouTube You with Vertex, and you find Isaac and his guests talking about the business, talking about innovations, talking all about our all-day work.
Martin, during the break, I had a chance to walk around outside, and the teams who were getting ready the next round to come out and be introduced, they were gathered around and huddled around behind this curtain, and you could see the anticipation. One of them had an iPad out. Team Sweden actually had an iPad, and they were diagramming things out and really talking about which process they were going to use, and you could see they were thinking through how they were going to start, how they were going to lay things out, how they were. I even watched them talk about how they were going to hand things to each other.
Exactly, that's what we're talking about, especially in the designing and in the planning before. So the good thing is if you have the plan, so you can optimize the work, so you can organize yourself, and you can be a successful scaffolder. And as Isaac was telling you, there are that many opportunities in the scaffolding business. Not only the assembling and dismantling, but the manual work. So we also need engineers, we need logistic guys, we need designers. We have now now we find space for AI programmers. We have, as he said, either construction, the scaffolding business has changed the last 20 years due to the technique, due to the material we use. Basis of all, as I told you before, is the magic number 48.3 millimeter thickness tube, diameter tube with different thicknesses, and yeah, that's what it came from, and that's what we use, and we are now a modern industry, becoming a more and more modern industry.
Well, Team Ireland, Team Poland, Team Norway, Team Sweden, and Team Lithuania are underway. They are starting the build process and putting together those bases. As we talked about in round one, the levelness of this base is actually the most important part of the process. And I'm not supposed to have favorites, Martin.
But there is an interesting team in that round. It's Hotrema. You're talking about Hotrema, the two-time champion of the ScaffChamp competition. So everyone is interested what they do, how they manage themselves, how they how they use their experience in the competition.
I noticed there was no Team Germany this year.
We have to fix this.
No, the team I was referring to is my adopted home country of Sweden. It's my granddaughters, my daughter lived there, and my son-in-law lived there, who runs Big Dog Scaffolding. So I had to, at some point, just mention the fact that Sweden might be a little closer to my heart than the other teams. But I play no favorites. We're here just to commentate and watch. So what are we seeing so far, Martin?
So they're starting with the basic construction. Look, this was interesting how they started the basic construction here. They created the nearly 6 triangles, so they are, you see, they are really focused on the basic construction, not like the others did. Look what he did. Why did you bring the standard like you? So you have only one hand free. So concentrate on the basis. If the basis is leveled, then concentrate onto the next steps, onto the next standards.
It's probably...
Oh, look, different strategy. What they do, they connected standards together. This is what we haven't seen before.
Oh.
It looks like they connected a 3-meter standard and a 2-meter standard in a row. So they tried to avoid one leveling. Okay. They are hanging it. Why don't you have it on the ground? Either an important thing, what I forgot to mention, we've seen it in the first stream, the securing the standards together with the bolts to, if you have this lifting forces when you do the bracket in projection. So it is really absolutely important to take care about the orientation of the holes. I remember it once I made, so the good thing is when you are a trainer, you can share your faults with the audience so that they may not do that fault. And once I had a big project in, I had a big ship to do a cladding, a roofing in Greece, and when you put the roof, the support for the roof on the top, you either have to secure it because you have high lifting forces. What was my mistake? I did not take care about the orientation of the holes, so on the top, let's say 1/3 of the holes were in the wrong position. So we need to think how to cope it. Though finally in the end we had a lot of drilling operations, but in the end it worked very well.
You know, it's funny, I was talking on the break with someone who'd been watching the stream and outside, and what
look, they're a little bit struggling with the 2 and 3 meter. This is heavy.
Yes.
We talked before about the 4-meter standard. Now they have 3 and 2, a 5-meter standard.
Look at that. That's a technique we haven't seen yet.
Absolutely.
So we were talking on the break what the viewers...
So lift it up. That's the thing. Oh, whoa. interesting what they do now. That's a total different approach. All the
Yeah,
others
it's a
did
completely
already.
different approach.
That's a complete different approach. That's a new strategy.
That's Team Hot Rema too. That's probably part of the reason they are so successful here. Is they're using innovative strategies.
They're trying to find new techniques. Though it seems for all that, oh, it's just putting together some steel tubes. But you see the difference in the approach, you see the difference in the strategy, you see that they have chosen a total different way. So they saved themselves with one level.
Yes.
On the left side, you see there are these two guys being already on the first level. It would be interesting how this in the end will lead to success, or if this costed too much time. This will be really interesting. Looks really good, really nice. The basic construction, important as we spoke already. The regulations demand soil boards under each base plate, and the regularities demand soil boards and demand a proper leveling of the basic construction. Otherwise, you get fees, punishment, up to many minutes. Okay.
We were talking in the break about.
Okay, look, they integrated the standard. This is what I was telling you before. You've seen the other guys, they just used the base collars. They combined the 2.57 ledger, 2.57 ledger with a base collar in the ground to define the dimension, the distance between the two towers. And these guys, you remember the Polish team?
Yes.
In front, they had these problems with adopting the standards, and they integrated a diagonal. So the others just had this part in the middle, so it went down.
Yes.
And they integrated the diagonal. So this was also So the ledger now was lifted up, and so they have 100% level the ledger, so they have 100% the dimension. I haven't expected seeing that different strategies, but this is really interesting.
Anyone who ever doubted Martin's passion for this industry need only listen to the last 2 minutes. And with that, we're going to go to an interview. We'll be back shortly after the interview. Looks like we're a couple minutes away from the interview, so we can just keep. What are you seeing, Martin?
So they are first level starting the ledger. This is what we're talking about, installing the wedges. So installing one side. For the beginners, for example, when you are not that experienced, one strategy could be that you fix the wedge on one side, so that you put the wedge in the rosette on one side, and then you concentrate on the second level. Slide the wedge head over the rosette, fix it, and then you go to the other side. They are that experienced, so he fixed it on one side, fix it on the second side, much more faster. Secure yourself, take care always. We are working here the safety philosophy, which we work here is using the harness. Widely known, widely accepted all over the world. Secure yourself with the harness. They're going to the next level, secure yourself. Also, a strategy could be, for example, entering the access stack and then saying in the middle of the ladder, close the access stack, buddies, close the access stack. And now I think we have an interview part now.
Yeah, let's go back to the interview.
Hello once again, and we have another team member from Finland, the team called Telinetimi, and Waldek is here. Hello there.
Hello, it's nice to be here again.
Yeah, it's very nice to see you again. You participated in this ScaffChamp last year in 2022. You finished in the 4th place. How was experience back there, and did you made some compromises and learned some from that previous experience?
Yes, we had a couple of mistakes last year, but this year what we was fixing for this year, better teamwork and less mistakes, and we want to be fast and we want to be first.
All right. Safety is a top priority for Tallinna Timi. Can you share some safety measures and protocols that your team follows during scaffolding and climbing work? Because, you know, in Finland there's different terrains and it's a tough climate there. So what your experiences and, you know, safety protocols there?
In Finland, safety is the first. And in the winter, it's you have to wear very good clothes to be warm in this work. It's very difficult in winter times.
You finished somewhere quite fastly in the first round. Your experience from this year, do you feel competitive and you thinking about the first place? Did you done some mistakes?
We definitely have a better chance this year. Let's see, let's see.
Best of luck. It's very nice to see you once again, twice in a row. Back to the studio. Chris, Martin.
ScaffChamp 2023, and we are just excited. Martin was over the moon excited during that last round. And what you saw, by the way, during that interview as they were cutting back and forth, are some new techniques that we haven't seen yet.
Absolutely. This is, I was talking a little bit before about doing that connection in the middle. What you see here, this arrow on the top. We call it console and projection. But what we've seen now, what they did, they installed the base collar, connected the two ledges, the 2.57 ledges to it, and then he connected it to a diagonal and lifted it up from the ground. We have seen in that round two different, absolutely surprising approaches how to assemble the scaffolding. One were the standards connected together, so building a 5-meter standard, and the other thing was doing this bracket and projection and lifting it up. And we either see a third different approach, what I was telling you before. The difficulty we were speaking about is the angle.
Yes.
So we have normally the wedge head is defining the angle 90 degrees. We have the small holes in the rosette, and adding the diagonals we have the 45 degrees. Due to that thing that we have these triangles here, we have an angle of 60 degrees. So it needs to be proper. As I told you, the mistakes you make in the basic constructions are the problems on the top. And what we've seen before, also the third different approach was, we have seen this at these guys here. They connected a ledger, base collar ledger, but you've seen the base collar, you see it was a little bit hanging down.
That's Team Sweden right there.
Exactly, and so we had a little bit, so the dimension, the distance is a little bit lower. The other group, what did they do? They used a standard and they used a diagonal, so they stiffened it, so they lifted the base collar up, and so they had 100% the 5144 millimeter distance. So trust me, when you talk to a scaffolder, it's absolutely, when I changed from being on site and I started at Layher, I mostly worked with mechanical engineers.
Yes.
Mechanical engineers talk in millimeters. I was absolutely not used to talking millimeters. This is a dimension I don't know. We're talking about centimeters. But trust me, this small, these millimeters can make the big difference.
It's a good thing, by the way, that they can't hear us talking out on the field. Somebody had said it would be great if they could hear us out on the field, but I think it would be a bad thing, because having Martin commentating on your work as you're going would be a lot like your mom hovering over you doing your homework as a kid. It just wouldn't be a fun situation.
So the thing is, you cannot bring the trainer out of that of me.
No, that's great. It's really good.
Look,
he's struggling with that.
We were talking about about the toe boards before, how to organize them. Oh man, many people struggling with it. So now the letters are on the wrong side, but the trick is installing them. And you see again here these things installing the toe board. Problem here is the bolt we had here. We were talking about this. Is it an advantage or is it a disadvantage working like this? But I was so now it seems like a disadvantage. Falling part. Ooh, we will see how the referees will handle this issue.
Is removing that bolt at this point in the process a safety violation?
The falling bolt, I think so.
Yes,
It
but
could
not
be.
just removing it.
It could be. Another strategy you've seen before, many people say, okay, one is going on top. Now he is taking the parts, storing them, and now he can concentrate on top, and all the other guys on the ground can provide them the parts, especially.
Is it not dangerous to just lay those small pieces up there like that?
I won't go into that discussions.
I've stumbled into controversy.
I don't want to go into that discussion because okay, that's a different approach. Look, he has a different type of Ypsilon lanyard. He has some retractables like for the dog, so
yeah.
the retractable lanyards. All the others, they had this bungee cord
yes.
ones. So this is different. It would be interesting in later in the evening when we have some drinks, let's call it like this. There will be discussion. Oh, okay, now fixing it because yeah, that's the trick. When you have sometimes it works, sometimes it works not. Hitting the ledger so that the wedge falls inside. Doing this, we call it assembling it in advance. Sometimes it works, sometimes not. If it works, it looks very good, very professional. If not, it's some, how do the English call it, pain in the ass?
Now, right now, that ledger was just sitting there and the pin wasn't in. That can cause some safety problems as well, right? Because
If you attach yourself with the harness, yes.
Okay.
Do not attach yourself with the harness on a non-fixed ledger. This is not allowed. So here we see that bungee ropes, also important. You see this white thing here, this is a shock absorber. The task of this shock absorber is to reduce the forces to the body when you fall to maximum 6 candles. It's quite a lot.
Does the retractable one have that same? It doesn't look like it does.
Exactly. It has an internal mechanical brake inside.
Gotcha.
I am so they are in a hurry. You've seen how to. We were talking in the assembling before, how to fix it if it's a little bit of pressure. He is pushing it with his hands, pushing it with the hammer. The easier way is to use the hammer in the big hole and then use it like a lever arm. Put it and close. Use it like a lever arm and then bring it into the right position. Also, what we discussed before, does it make sense to fix all wedges after assembling the ledger, or is it even better? Interesting. Look, the diagonal, the security planks cause problems because you cannot fix the diagonals. We were talking about the width. 64, 3 planks or 2 boards are the main thing to secure yourself to have a safe stand.
I think it's time for an interview. We're going to head back down to Andris Janikausis.
See you soon.
Welcome back on the playing ground, and on the stage we have Danny from Mongolia and Svetim and BIK LLC. Hello and welcome.
Hello everyone.
How's your atmosphere here?
It's great here in Lithuania. We are grateful to be here. Thank you for the Baltic Scaffold Association, and thank you for Layher for inviting us for this competition. This is world class.
Nice to hear that. And also, as a local guy, I'm very pleased to having you here. The first round was very, very tough. All the teams are rushing the constructions to build up. And what's your first experiences here?
Yeah, I was so emotional watching it. to be honest. And all the teams were so good. We learned each other. And yeah, we're from Asia, only one team from Asia. So we would like to see where we are. So yeah, thank you.
What's the big differences between the techniques, maybe the climate changes, maybe different terrains, and what type of environment you usually work?
Yeah, in Mongolia we have lots of gold and copper minings, and we work undergrounds, like minus 1,300, 400 meters. So it's a different environment that we will work. So yeah, it's good.
What's your main objectives today and as a company?
As a company, we would like to train our national Mongolian scaffolders up to an international standard, and we learn from the other teams here.
How many members you have in your company?
So we started very small, 25, about 10 years ago. Now we have about 250 to 300 scaffolders, nation scaffolders.
What you like the most about Lithuania?
Oh, Lithuania is a beautiful country, so this is a good opportunity for Asians to be here. And it's been long travel, like 15 hours travel, so yeah, we are happy here.
Also, it doesn't matter how it ends. I hope you will win, as all teams. They hoping to win. But it doesn't matter how it ends. You will come back next year here?
Yes, this is the only small team that we selected from the 250 guys. So we have this team consists of basic and intermediate and advanced level of scaffolders. So next year we will also mix up the other team and then bring it and then do the competition again.
Nice. Okay, I'm very pleased that we are having your team here in Lithuania in the ScaffChamp 2023. Back to the studio.
Thanks, Andris. Great to hear the interview. The Mongolian team, by far and away, if you hadn't heard us talk about it earlier, far and away the crowd favorite, the Mongolian team. And they came ready to compete. And we even saw it in the charity auction that we did yesterday. There was a big competition between them and Team Sweden for one particular prize. Can you tell us about that prize?
It was a special part. It was a pen holder made of scaffolding parts, and it was chrome. So they were very excited. They were very keen on to get it, and they battled each other with the Team Sweden, and it was absolutely astonishing how much they paid. I don't know if you're allowed to say how much they paid, but it was massive, and it all goes to shelter, and it all goes to Ukraine, and so perfect work, perfect done, and we are glad to have them here. And you see they are keen. They like it a lot.
They are. And tell us a little bit about he mentioned training and how that's different. Tell us about the training in Asia as opposed to other parts of the world.
It's absolutely interesting that we have that many companies which also offer training. So all these companies which are here, they are challenging each other, and all they are doing training. So they are all thinking about the technique. They are all thinking about how to improve the process of assembling, and they are trying to establish standards in their countries. So as you see, and as you've seen the different approaches, as when I came here and in the flight, and I met Isaac in the flight, and we were talking about safety issues. We talk about him, and I said to him, yeah, it's if a German, a Dutch, an English, and a French guy is assembling a scaffolding, and he said, oh, many jokes start like this.
Oh, that's true. We're about 26 minutes into round two, and people are installing, it looked like the toe boards there. What are you seeing in this so far in round two that's different? We talked about a couple of different techniques, but we're now about 20 minutes into this, halfway roughly, I think, to people being done. What are you seeing differently in this round than you saw in the first round?
So yeah, we have seen some different approaches, especially using the basic assembling the basic construction. We have seen a total different approach using the standards. They connected the standards. We have seen the problems.
Yes.
What they had due to assembling the standards, in that we had these bolts installing the toe boards. So I'm interested in, because the safety issue is that you have to start on the ground with a 3-meter standard. but he had the joint on the deck level. And there will be a penalty if the scaffolding does not fulfill the design. So the joint, in my opinion, has changed. So we will see how the referees handle this thing, what they did. So due to that fact that they assembled the standard and they secure it with the bolt, it was no safety issue, because after it is bolted, it will hold.
Yes.
But we will see how the referees handle this. There will be some interesting discussions after the event regarding this fact.
Is some of that refereeing opinion, like, will those referees have to make a judgment call at some point on some of those things, or is it pretty black and white?
No, there is no. Oh, look, also total different approach. It is really heavy becoming now here. They're also pre-assembling the standards and the ledgers, and we're talking about the future of the scaffolding business, and there we see a good example how the future of the scaffolding business will look like. We are coming more and more to that idea that we try to assemble scaffolding on the ground, levels on the ground, and lift it up with a crane. As I told you before, we have it's hard work.
Yes.
So we try to improve safety, and we try to reduce manual operations. And when you assemble on the ground and lift up with a crane, you increase safety, you reduce the logistics, and so you can be much more faster.
As you can see, the wind is blowing pretty hard here. Is that going to make a difference for these teams and make it difficult to compete?
Oh man, did they finish already?
Well,
29 minutes?
No, I was going to point that out. Is because they're using...
No, look. It's 29 minutes. Hot drama. And they installed already the flag. Woo! Goosebumps again.
I was going to say, though, I think that's a difference in the construction of these things. They're using different techniques. So you can see Team Sweden back there raise their flag first, but they're not done because they just put that up at a different point in the process. And we would want, typically, you would think that the last thing that would happen is we put our flag on as the symbol of we finished what we're doing.
So different approach, and this is why there is never. Oh, look again, this trick with a wedge you've seen. The different approach, different techniques. There is no black and white. There's also a discussion: is it okay? Is it not okay? And we have books where things are described, but always when you think about how to assemble a scaffolding, you have to evaluate the risk. And the biggest discussions scaffolders have with the safety inspectors is, what is a risk? A risk in every case, is a product of severity and probability. But many safety inspectors say, if it's probably, we have to find a solution to do it. Even so, there are some safety guys who say, even if there could be a big bird who makes a big shit on the side, so we need to cover the side with a roof, so that's nonsense. So these are these discussions what you have. So there's no black and white, so there's always the product of severity and probability.
That's right. And we are going to go back here in just a second to Andres for another interview. So Andres, we'll send it back down to you.
We back with a Swicer team from Slovakia. Hello there.
Hello.
Marek, how are you?
I'm pretty good, thank you.
Pretty good. The first round is over for you. Right now you are chilling and grilling probably, right?
Yeah, start to chilling and grilling.
Enjoying the others' pain, right?
Right.
Anyway, your team from Slovakia, you are first to participate in ScaffChamp. How does it feel to represent your country?
Feel amazing, feel proud.
Your company started in 2016. Can you tell us more about your company and that journey, what you achieved, what you've done in those years?
Well, we started as a company started as a welder company, and then they grow to installations and scaffoldings, just the needs which they need. Yeah.
370 employees and team members in this company. What's next? What's another step into the future?
Sky is the limit.
Sky is the limit. What is your limit in this competition? Do you feel quite confident with your performance?
It was good. It was good. I feel good.
Do you feel that competition is quite tough this year?
Sorry?
Do you feel that competition is quite tough this year?
Yeah, it's tricky.
Tricky? What is your biggest opponent?
Well, everybody. Everything is...
All right. So thank you, Marek, for your words. That was the team from Slovakia, and we back to the highlights of a couple of very hard episodes.
So welcome back on the stream of ScaffChamp 2023. We see some highlights there. We see the teams entering the yard.
And one thing that you don't get on the live stream that is really apparent here is the energy as these teams are walking into the building. As again, we talked about earlier in the broadcast today, the fact that there is such a brotherhood amongst all these teams and there is such a camaraderie amongst all these teams. You can feel the energy of the people cheering the teams as they come into the space there, and you can see how excited they were to get started.
Yeah, it's they want to challenge each other, but in the end it's all about the respect for each other, so that we did that work, so we had that fun together, and we can discuss how did you do this, how did you do that. Trust me, you now know scaffolder, and every one of these guys is passionate what they did, and we can discuss about these small things a lot.
One thing we haven't talked about this broadcast too is how many friends and family have come to watch people compete. It's a lot more than I anticipated. The scaffolders are here and people from the industry are here, but friends and family have come to watch their loved ones compete in this competition, which really is just a testament to the great people that are scaffolders.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So thank you very much for the respect you show to us bending and beating the steel.
Yeah, so far it's been a really great competition. It's really cool to see all the different techniques. Watching these guys work is really a treat. And one thing that has been surprising to me is how quickly the second round has gone.
Absolutely, this is amazing. So we had, as I told you before, we had the team Hodrema there, the two-time champion already, and they are on fire. They want to prove, they want to stay as the champions in the ScaffChamp 2023.
And it doesn't look like Bjorli Big is that far behind either.
It seems so. It seems so. They are there also. This is a really Baltic Northern Europe competition between the scaffolders. Already finished. How much time did we? No, I was from the beginning. Sorry. Yeah. Finished. You see, first time finished. We have not more than 35 minutes, huh?
Yes.
They've beaten the first groups up to 15 minutes. Amazing.
Do you think that is the fact that they got to watch the first groups and plan accordingly, or is that just a difference in technical speed?
I think, as I told you, oh look, okay, he is a little bit struggling installing that ledger. And now he has to pull it to fix it. Yeah, it's absolutely an advantage to see the problems. So we don't have problems, we only have competitions, let's say, like to see the competitions, the other set, and how they solved this competition. Yeah, going back, look what they do. Checking if all the wedges are fixed. They have seen the problems in the other team, so that we mentioned it when we see the referee, yes, that some wedges were not fixed. It causes a penalty. I think there will be big discussions that evening regarding the decisions of the referee. I'm glad that we are just commentating, so we can go. They are not seeing us. They don't know what we were talking during the stream, so we can socialize with them. Referees, we need to back them up, maybe.
Wow, it is just amazing to see how much more quickly this second round has gone. Even the struggling teams, I shouldn't say struggling teams, the teams that are in the last stages here of putting these together are still farther ahead than the first teams were.
We have seen that guy from Finland, and he told so they learned a lot from the last ScaffChamp, and you see here how fast they were. So they really, I think. This is the sports, the scaffolding sports. You cannot really compare this to your everyday work because this is total different thing. Here you're pushing. So you need to prepare a little bit different, and so you need that experience being in this goosebump electricity area. And doing your everyday job under these total different circumstances.
And it looks like Team Ireland is about ready to raise their flag as well.
Oh, it seems so.
Like we talked about before, it seems here like when they're struggling with this, it's not just them. There's actually minute details in the base that are making these problems. Am I correct?
It seems so. It seems so. And either what could be, for example, a problem, competition, as I told you before, there's big discussions already between the scaffolders when to fix the wedges. I personally do in the instruction for assembly and use, when you look at the books, detailed, when you're, we say in Germany, more Catholic than the Pope.
Yeah.
You are, then there is described so that you have to hammer down the wedge immediately after the assembly. But I'm a big fan of use the loose, and when you assemble the first level, I am a big fan then to use the loose when you install the decks. When you install the decks after the first levels, they fix the angle in 90 degrees, and then you install the diagonal, which fixes the whole construction. And this, in my opinion, makes more sense because then you concentrate on the construction and then you concentrate on the wedges. Big difference, like we talked with Isaac. So after each level, you put out your hammer down, put it in. And this can't be the difference when you regard scaffolding as a sport.
I want to point out real quick too, who's our sponsor for the ScaffChamp? Sorry, I totally drew a blank here. I want to point out ScaffChamp actually did all the design work on this and created these designs in advance. They really did an interesting job, didn't they, of creating a design that would be challenging?
They created an interesting platform to do the design. Yesterday we spoke with Simon, and his goal is, he said, you become a scaffolder. You start as a helper. You become a middleman. You become the front man, and in some cases, then you need to go off the field, off the tools, and then you have that knowledge, and then you can do the design. But trust me, I'm working as a designer. It took me many years to go away and to understand the designing program. And he wanted to reduce the demands to use the program. He wanted to make the user interface as much easy as possible.
And Simon has such an interesting story too. I don't know if you got to talk to him about his background, but he actually started out his career as an NRL rugby player, which is the professional rugby league in Australia. Got done. He said he was tired of being injured all the time, and got done with his career and went into scaffolding. And after a few years in scaffolding, he decided to start his own scaffolding company, and then realized that they needed a tool that was better for design than what they were using. And that's where the idea for ScaffChamp came from, which is such a great story and a testament to not only him, but again, the great people that we find in this industry.
Absolutely. And as we spoke before, the technique is changing. We are now using AI. We are now using scans. We are now using programs to prove the structural integrity of the things. So yeah, the job is changing.
It is. I also, while we're on the topic, want to call out some of the partners who've been instrumental in making ScaffChamp possible. In just a minute. I want to make sure that we mention Go Vilnius, Krega, Europol, Hot Rema, and Red Bull, they have really made this competition a great place to be and a fun place.
Without them, they made it possible that we are here.
That
so
is
we are
absolutely
grateful
true.
for that. Thank you very much.
And we're going to go to an interview in just a couple seconds, but as we're seeing the last teams now, even the final teams are still ahead of the first teams in the last round. It's fascinating to see how quickly these have gone, Martin.
Yeah, this is a little bit the advantage to see the struggling of the other teams. So yeah, we will see. So I'm excited about the third round. If we see either something new, if we see something adopted, if we see something modified, this will be an interesting fact. We will see what happens in the third round.
Martin and I are here at ScaffChamp 23, brought to you by Kavazo. They're the main sponsor for this, and we appreciate them. We're here live in Vilnius, Lithuania, at the Layher Baltic headquarters, which is a fantastic facility, by the way. You can see it as you fly in on the airplane. If you're sitting on the right side of the plane, you can see it as you fly in. But we're here, and it's a gorgeous day here in Vilnius, and we are going to go to an interview now and hear some more from our good friend, Andres.
Team from Poland, which is called Men's Power, and we're talking with Lucas from this company. Hello there.
Hello there.
You are the captain of this ship, right?
Exactly, captain and CEO of Men's Power.
Nice. Lucas, Men's Power has quickly established itself as a leading service provider in the scaffolding industry. Can you tell us more about the company's journey since the launch 2019? Because it fastest growth and it's very, very good, fast grow. What's your secret?
The secret is I work almost 11 years on the scaffolding. I started in 2008. After that, from 2015, I started work on the Swedish market. Then I meet many of the subcontractors, many of interested clients. After that, when I think about the open-own company, then I call to the subcontractors when I know. And I asked them, do you want to start cooperating with me? And they told me, yes, of course, why not? Just give me people. Then now we have 400 people with that experience.
4 years of Men's Power, and you participating in this competition. Are you excited enough?
Yes, I'm excited.
What do you think is the biggest challenge this year in this competition? What is the trickiest part of this construction?
I think because you've been here, yes. Yeah. The crew, because I have one of the best team here right now. The guys have really most the experience, almost 10 years is the minimum what they have. This is one best of the best team what I have in my own company. Of course, all scaffolders what I have, they have really good experience, but I take best of the best team what I have.
So, best of the best, Men's Power from Poland. Here we are. We will find out quite soon how you made it so far.
Thank you.
Back to the Martin and Chris.
Thanks, Andres. Back here in the studio with Martin and Chris. And Martin, I wanted to check, as we were talking, listen to that interview, they were talking about people who are moving up in the industry and people who are only lasting on the tools for a certain period of time. How has the industry in your time changed as far as longevity in the industry, and how do tools like Kavazo's help that long term, and how do we keep men safer longer, men and women safer longer as they're working in this industry?
As in former days when I started the scaffolding, when I rushed into it, we started as a helper, and many people who had I would not say no other chances, but you found some certain persons in the business, let's say it like this. But then the training increased, the demands increased. Either we had in 1998, for example, in Germany, it became a full craftsmanship. So we have apprentices, we have a 3-year training, for example, in Germany to become a scaffolder. And this is one important thing what we see either in many of these teams. Many of these teams either establish training and either are some kind of training company to define a certain demand for the scaffolders. So scaffolding is still a good opportunity for people from outside the business to rush into the business, and they are now offering a lot of different works for people being on the tools and then going off the tools, because as we spoke about this, it's a hard work, and going off the tools there helps the scaff plan, for example, the designing. We need the guys going off the tools, reducing the manual work. We have the technique. We have Kevaso, who is offering the robots and optimizing the logistics.
So, real quickly, when you think about longevity, how do we make it more possible for people to work longer? Is my first question.
Yeah, to reduce the manual work. In former days, many people thought you have to have big muscles to become a scaffolder. No, that's not. You have to be clever. Many scaffolders. One of my old foremen, he was that tiny and that thin, but he was able to take a guy like me and lift a guy like me up, and I have a little bit more than 100 kilo, let's say it like this. There's a little bit more than 1 kilonewton, the magic dimension in scaffolding. So now we see they're finishing their job, installing the last ledgers. Yeah, and in the future it will be different techniques. We spoke about this already. My opinion, the future will be assemble many things, pre-assembling on the ground and lifting it up with a crane, so that we have real specialists just to connect two bigger parts of the scaffolding together in the ground, and reducing the lifting, reducing the manual, and increasing the safety, because on the ground the weight to fall down is not that high and the injury is not that severe like falling from 10 meters.
You mentioned the industry associations and it becoming a trade officially you mentioned in the industries that it became official trade in '98 in Germany. In places like the United States and other countries where scaffolding isn't looked at as a trade, how would those countries go about becoming more of a trade in those countries and becoming more recognized as a trade?
Organizing themselves. Organizing. It's all we need to find people which are interested in, come together, organize yourself, set standards.
We're going to take a look at some highlights from round 2. As they take a break, they have now officially completed the assembly. They are now being examined by the referees, and then they're going to take a 10-minute break for this time. And then, after the 10-minute break, we will watch the disassembling. So take a look at these highlights right now.
It was very interesting to see that highlights because we had some different approaches there, and we have seen one group was very fast, but the whole lot of most of the gangs finished at nearly, let's say, something like 50 minutes. That's maybe the idea what they did. Different, we see the different approach of safety issues,
yes.
of harnesses. Interesting thing now, checking the conditions, checking the ledges, if all wedges are fixed.
Is that retractable harness going to be annoying, or do you just get used to it? Because it would be a little more weight back there, right?
Different approaches. Some don't like it because it's a little bit heavier than those bungee ropes. But the big advantage is you have, so we've seen all the guys are wearing tight tools, and if you have another rope hanging around your stuff, so in the end you will have some knots, and this is either can you don't want to have that knots because in the end you need to cut the harness, you need to cut the tie, and then you have to go back to your boss and order some new, and he said, man, why?
It looks like Bjorli Big is nearly finished. Are they?
We're still in the highlights, I think, huh?
No, we're back in live.
Ah, okay. Fixing the last parts. So
From Bulgaria, which is called Experts, and Nitro Belev closer to me. Hello there.
Hello there.
How are you doing tonight?
It's perfect. We're doing very well.
You're doing very well. I'm sure everybody's doing very well. We'll see at the end of the day which place it is in your field. Anyway, Nitro, can you tell us about your journey as the first Bulgarian team to participate into Kevazo ScaffChamp in this competition? What motivated you to take this challenge?
It was quite improvised. Actually, the guys in my team, we gathered 2 days ago, and actually they never met each other before. So we don't have
much time to prepare?
Much time to prepare, yeah.
All right, but if you are an expert in this field, so maybe you don't need time to prepare.
Yeah, we don't need, we just come here and participate, yeah.
Come and smash the opposition. All right. Anyway, what about your goals? I mean, what is the main objective? To win, to gain experience here, to know the colleagues from other countries? What is the main goal, in your opinion?
This year, the main goal was to come and see, to do the things right, and let's see the next year. Maybe we can come stronger and we can win.
All right. After this year, will you come back next year?
Of course we do.
Of course, with the same team?
With the same team, of course.
And then you will done the homework, right?
Absolutely.
Anyway, nice to having you here. We will back into the action quite shortly.
It's the first time we use our robotic system LiftBot in such conditions. It's minus 20 degrees of Celsius outside. I'm Martin Kuchukov, the CEO of Kyvazo. We are here with the company Telenikataja in northern Finland, in Oulu, on renovation of the Oulu City Hall. Telenikataja is one of the leading scaffolding assembly companies in Finland. We use batteries instead of cables. Many people ask us whether batteries work in such temperatures. The battery of LiftBot is enough for one working day. With this project, we proved that LiftBot can be used even in such harsh conditions. This opens up the opportunity for using LiftBot in most of the northern countries where today scaffolding is built completely manually. One of the main advantages of LiftBot is the setup flexibility. The system can be installed and reinstalled just in a few minutes, so that even large scaffolds can be built with a three-man team.
Seniausias iš senukų, bet eina miegoti paskutinis. Jo senamiestis pilnas jaunystės. Jis buvo hip, kai pirmojo hipsterio tėvukas dar nebuvo gimęs. Jam 20, jau 700 metų.
Hi, I'm Jonas, Business Development Manager of Kyvazo, and we are here in Ludwigshafen. This is the headquarters of BASF. It's the largest chemical plant in the world and it has more than 40,000 employees. The newly built flake is covered in a 52-meter high scaffolding. It's based in an ATEX zone and special safety requirements need to be provided. For the scaffolding assembly, the material was transported with the help of a crane. With a crane applied in such height, wind forces applied. These forces can cause the material boxes to swing and makes it difficult to load and unload the scaffolding parts at height. Our robotic solution is wireless and completely battery powered. A hot work permit enables LiftBot even to be applied in an ATEX zone. Within 2 hours, LiftBot and 50 meters of rails were installed. LiftBot can be removed from the rail within a couple of minutes and requires limited space on site. The installation of elevator landing safety doors is no longer required. The transportation platform of LiftBot is rotatable. This means the scaffolders can always stand inside the scaffolding and can load or unload the material always safely without bending over. The project between Kevazo and BASF is a perfect example of how startups and corporates can tackle industry problems. Together, we tackle industry problems like labor shortage, safety and efficiency by bringing the latest innovation on sites.
Red Bull gives you wings. Twix Beam, the smart beam in scaffolding. It's made of aluminium. Low weight, easy dismantling, and high strength. And integrated into the Layher system. That's what makes the Twix Beam so irresistible. The Twix Beam has surprising variability and flexibility. It fixes, stabilizes, bridges, and connects. Twix Beam, the high-strength and multifunctional aluminium beam for every requirement. Twix Beam, typically Layher.
We are here together with a Kraga member, but before that I want to announce for all teams that we would love to announce 30 minutes to dismantle your structures starting now. So the second round and the second round's half is beginning right now. And for now we have a small chat with a Kraga company's member. Please introduce yourselves.
Hello everybody. My name is Mladen Zakharev. I'm General Manager of Layher Bulgaria, part of the Layher family all around the world. And first I would like to thank you, the guys from ScaffChamp participation on this event, because we have first Bulgarian team on this champ, and now I think this was most interesting and fun part of the business, let's say.
I'm very pleased that we are having your team here. Also, can you tell us about the inspiration behind the founding of Kraga Workwear and the vision that drives the company's mission in providing specialized workwear?
Okay, Layher is one of the famous producers of scaffolding all around the world, and the most important part is that we are focused on quality, technical support, and everything what the customer needs. And that's why we are the best.
How does Krager Workwear ensure that its products met the specific needs and requirements and in different professions and work environments? How you ensure that?
Sorry, can you...
repeat the question. Okay, no problem. How does Krager Workwear ensure that its products meet the specific needs and requirements?
So, you know that, for example, in industry, the most important thing is timing and safety. In industry, which have, let's say, 24 hours working parts, they stop for maintenance and they need to do this fast because they lose money. And our products is very fast to erection and dismantling, and we shorter the timing for them, and this can be more money for the customers. Yeah.
What you learned so far from this experience here in Lithuania, in the ScaffChamp?
Yeah, this ScaffChamp is good, let's say, possibility to have a networking with other teams, with other countries, just to share some experience, just to share some knowledge, what can be do, and also to participate in other markets in Europe, let's say.
If you need a bet, what will be your bet for which team?
I think for me, the most interesting team was from Mongolia.
Okay.
They have Asia, which is, let's say, unknown for this market, but also the guys from Lithuania, it's very good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers in this quite tough questions. We have mixed conditions here, a bit windy, a bit sunny, and we're waiting when this shadow is disappeared and I can take this coat out. Back to the studio.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andres. It's great to be back with you guys. That was actually not Krager.
No, not really. This was my man, Mladen Sahariev, General Manager of Layher, Bulgaria. So shout out to my man, Mladen. I have some story with him doing some training in Bulgaria. Long time ago, I did a training there in Bulgaria, and it was very funny. I had a translator, so I did the training in English.
Yes.
And the girl translated it in Bulgarian language, and I was being there in front, and they know me, I'm a little bit energized, and I tried to explain all the things regarding the scaffolding, and then all these guys were sitting in front of me, and all the guys were doing like this. The whole day, before lunch, they were doing like this, sitting there watching me and doing like this. And I got totally confused, and I thought, oh my God, they do not understand anything. What do I do here? What do I tell them? And they always... And then we had the first break. I went to Mladen and I said to him, Mladen, what can I do? I think they do not understand. The whole time they're shaking their head like this. And then he started to laugh very, very loud. And I said, no, Martin, don't worry. In this region in Bulgaria, where we are, this means yes, and this means no. So this was absolutely cultural misunderstanding, and since that time I never ever will forget these feelings I had during this training, because it was so devastating, but in the end it worked very, very, very well.
That is funny. That's a great story. Let's talk about Krager real quick though, because they mentioned Krager. Krager makes workwear. They make gear for people on construction sites, and one of the things that I've learned on this trip is how important gear and gadgets are to scaffolders.
We're wearing this stuff. We're wearing the clothes the whole day, so they have to be comfortable. They have to be flexible. So sometimes, you see there is much manual operations. We have to strengthen each other. We have to go onto our knees. So we need flexible parts. Also, the parts are very, very heavily used. So we need good things which which are very durable, which are very sustainable so that that they hold a long time. And we also have high demands in the industry, because some in chemical plants, for example, we have the demand they have to be chemical safe. On refineries, they have to be secured against oil and stuff like this. So this must be, so we need good clothing, good gear, and all the scaffolders are keen on their gears. This is their tool. That's their tool they use every day. So it must be handy. It must work very well, and it must be good tools. And when you look at these guys, every guy of these were wearing a spanner. That's a maximum tool what we need. Compared to tube and fitting, we don't need it that much, because we are in the system scaffolding, so we are much more faster than using all the time the spanner. But you need couplers in every time. That's also when you're good. Okay, no guardrails in there. Okay, do a smartling process different way. So yeah. Regarding the tools, they are much more important. This is what we use every day, and they have to fix. And trust me, you can discuss with a scaffolder the whole evening what is the best hammer to use it. You use it the whole day, and trust me, no one understands that there are big differences using a hammer.
Do you get to a place where you get your favorite and you never want to try things, or do you want to try new things all the time?
My original hammer and my original spanner I had, it's my spanner, I have a special spanner. I once let's say I found it on a site where I met the first time industrial scaffolder, and I went to the welders and I put a ring on it so that I can secure it myself on a hook. And I never ever will get lost of this spanner. Once I made a training, and someone was stealing my spanner. I went into the locker room and I said, "So guys, we had good fun, but I don't make jokes on my tools. I go out, when I come back, my tools are back, otherwise we have big problems." I went out, came back, tools were there, and everyone was going away.
So it looks like they're starting the dismantling process here. We're about 8 minutes into the dismantling process, and it appears to me, just to the naked eye, some of the teams are moving a little slower than in the first round when they started the dismantling process. Are you seeing the same thing? These guys are actually killing it and going fast, but it looks like a couple of the teams are moving a little slower.
Yeah, this is the first teams, they were fresh in the morning. Now we have nearly 1 o'clock, so you're getting a little bit tired. So also for these guys who they finished their work nearly like half an hour.
Yeah.
So they had a long break, so they need to get back on the excitement. So yeah, interesting thing. We will see if we compare the times for the dismantling later.
It'll also be interesting to see if the teams that start later in the day, first thing in the morning, your adrenaline's up, you just had breakfast, you're ready to go, and then you sit around for 3 hours.
Yeah.
That could be a big disadvantage to somebody, even though they see what's being done. So this middle class, this middle round, may actually have the best position of both worlds.
It could be, really it could be. That's an interesting fact that I haven't thought about in the beginning. And the third group, so now, as you told, they're waiting 3 hours. So they're sitting there, so they're becoming lazy, they're drinking 1 Red Bull, 2 Red Bull, 3 Red Bull, so going up, going down, so they have to be motivated. That's a big competition, I think, for all the guys doing the participating the championship.
Now this is interesting here. This is that hot, Rena?
No. No, these are I don't see the names.
They're actually waiting longer to pull standards down, it looks like.
Okay. Maybe they do the same what they did before, that they have this 5 meter standard, that they dismantle the standard in one position.
Oh, that might be.
Could be also a different approach for the process. Even what you say now is now the clouds. I see the clouds went back, so they are now working in the full sun. This either is tiring you. This either is tiring you a little bit more than the guys in the morning. They were fresh, and it was not that cloudy, so it was, as I told you before, my most favorite condition is a little bit cold, a little bit chilly, but sunny, so then you can work very fast.
And outside of the wind, we've got that today. It seems like the perfect environment for what they're working on.
wind is not that big. It's it would be a bigger problem with that wind, for example, if they would do a roofing or if they would do something like a cladding, like Protect system, or there is a system called Protect for cladding. The scaffolding is some steel plates which you put in front, so to protect you or to protect you as a scaffolder from the outside world when you assemble the scaffolding. So then the wind could be a little bit a bigger problem. But now this wind, small parts, as I told you, 48.3 millimeter diameter, so it's not that massive affected if you have just one single part.
Right.
You've seen there was some compression in the standards.
Yes.
When he dismantled it, it seems like one diagonal is already loose. You see, it's stuck in the at the planks. We will see how now we will see a little bit of noise. Adjusting the parts. Yeah, now dismantling the diagonal. Being that quick, yeah.
So you touched on the spanner. In the component system, we don't see a lot of uses of the spanner as much as you would in the fitted systems.
No couplers need in that construction.
So where would they be using a spanner in a typical work environment?
In fact, when you go from tube and fitting to system scaffolding, you start with some amount of scaffolding, and the best thing is if you can combine the advantages of both. Here we have fixed dimensions.
Yes.
We have squares. But if you're a clever guy, know to combine tube and fitting with system scaffolding, you use the both advantages of both worlds of non-system and system scaffolding.
That would be a fascinating system to see.
We'd see. We talked about the UK guys coming into that ScaffChamp, so it would be interesting to see more affiliated tube and fitting guys participating in the competition with the system scaffolders. That would be really interesting.
That would be fascinating to watch.
So guys from UK, if you listen us, see you next year here.
And by the way, if you're listening and watching, don't forget you can go on Facebook and leave some comments, or you can go on YouTube and leave comments, and we will actually answer those comments, especially if you're listening and you have a question for Martin about some detailed scaffolding question. He can get way deep into the woods and really, really quickly. So don't forget to leave us a comment on YouTube. Don't forget to leave us a comment on Facebook, and we will answer those. And it's been interesting to see where people from around the world are watching. 700 people.
Oh man!
In Mongolia.
I'm starting to be afraid.
700 people from Mongolia are watching today. So
greetings to Mongolia.
Greetings to all of you watching from all around the world. It's great to have you here watching ScaffChamp 23 live from Vilnius, Lithuania. And we're watching right now the dismantling process taking place, and this is time 2. And so for those who have just joined us and you are not familiar with what's going on, there's a build process. They have a certain amount of time for a build process. When everyone's done, they take a 10-minute break, and then after that 10 minutes break, they start again and they have a dismantling process, and that's where we're at now in the dismantling process.
Again, you see hatch on the top. Man, we need to talk later.
You want the hatch on the bottom?
Absolutely, so that it cannot open. And yeah, let's see what's happening outside. I think so.
Yeah, I think we have an interview.
From ScaffPlan, and happy to have you here.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to be here.
Simon, from entire world's competition, ScaffPlan is very, very well-known product in the world. Can you tell more for our audience what it's all about?
Yeah, well, I guess ScaffPlan in its simplest format is a software program designed to do exactly that, create scaffold drawings. So all of the plans that all the guys are using out here today have been developed in the platform, so full detailed their drawings so they know exactly what pieces go where and how to put it together.
Nice. What is the main difference between you and other products and other software, for example? Why are you in the leader position right now?
Yep. The big difference between us and some of the other solutions is, well, I'm a scaffolder myself. So we built the software to be used by scaffolders. It hasn't been created by software developers or technical guys that have never picked up a hammer. So it's all designed to be used hands-on. No experience is needed. As long as you know where you need the scaffolding to go, then the program can do it all for you. So I guess the biggest difference, I guess the thing that really sets us apart from everybody else is we've got some really detailed inbuilt engineering. So the designer, without any structural engineering experience, can just press a button, it colour codes the components either green or red, so the user knows if what they're designing is structurally safe or not. So it, you know, we truly believe that there's way too many scaffold collapses around the world. So we're just trying to give the users some the tools that they need to just make sure that scaffolds are as safe as it can be.
ScaffPlan and Simon Boyce, ladies and gentlemen, and back to the action, and I want to transfer this attention to my dear colleagues, wonderful allies from USA and Germany. Martin, Chris, take it away.
Thank you so much, Andres. It's great to be back with you. We're here in the studio on the grounds of Layher headquarters, Layher Baltic headquarters. And we were just listening to Simon from Australia with ScaffPlan. Tell us a little bit about your experiences in Australia.
As I told you before, I had the chance to go to Australia to have a meeting with all the guys from Layher Australia, doing some training things. And Australia is a little bit different than we do. They also had, as I recognized it, they had some different approaches, especially regarding safety. For example, what they did, the industry, they are big in mining industry, a lot of scaffolding to do there. And the approach from the safety from the mining industry was that they said, okay, if we push the scaffolders for time and for money, we reduce the safety. So we changed the payment of the Australians, so they one get paid per ton for the material, and the other they get paid for the time they use. And we do not define the time, so we can ensure that they 100% work safely.
Wow.
The first pictures I've seen from Australia, I was wondering because no parts were laying around. In the end, I understood, because all parts which are at the scaffolding increase the weight, so increase the weight you get for the money. So This was quite an interesting thing. And I remember one of the first things we did, for example, were to find proper ways to do that console in projection, especially combining. So you see, we are using here the O profile in the scaffolding. There's another system in the system scaffolding called the U profile, and it was interesting to combine the advantages of both systems to increase much more safety in the assembling process. And trust me, when you've ever been to Australia, and there were some guys from New Zealand, these Maori guys. Oh, don't mess with that, Maori guys. They are huge, they are big, and their hands are 33 times my hands. So,
wow.
Yeah.
That's saying something. We're getting down to the final stages of the dismantling here, and the competition for the second round is going to start coming to a close on this second round. When you think back about this second round, we were talking a bit off air about this, but tell me a little bit about some of the differences you've seen between the first round and the second round.
So I've seen many differences in the assembly. We see a big difference in the dismantling process. You see they are dismantling a really big construction in one way. So this is interesting. Yeah, and again that thing, the problem how to open the wedge when it's on the ground. And yeah, they are now, so now they have all the material on the ground. That's what I'm telling you. Oh, this is hot drama. The hot drama is on fire. They want to keep the championship. They want to keep the championship in Lithuania. They do not give it away. They are proud what they received, and they do.
This is pretty incredible, watching Hot Rama and what they've accomplished here today. 19 minutes on the dismantle, and they had, what, 38, 39?
Something like this for the assembling.
On the assembly?
Great. Yeah, they're their first guys. So you see them appreciating each other. Oh, man. I feel the energy.
I'm getting them again. The goosebumps are coming as we watch these teams. And they've struggled so hard. They've struggled so hard. They've worked so hard. And it's just so awesome to see the passion and the accomplishment that they've done. It's like watching any athlete, to be honest with you, cross the finish line. And with that, we're going to go to a commercial break real quick, and we will be back with you shortly. Welcome back to Cavazo ScaffChamp 2023, the World Scaffolding Championships. I am Chris Cochran. I'm here with my good friend, Martin.
Thank you, Chris.
And we just got to see some cool highlights from yesterday. This event is not a one-day event. It's actually a two-day event. And we actually got to have some time yesterday where we did manly things, competing in manly ways, and some friendly competition. And so what we want to just watch are some highlights from that.
So you've seen the pictures from yesterday. It was really a good come together. It was really checking the other teams. And it was absolutely well organized from Layher Baltic. Thank you very much. And the Baltic Scaffolder Association, an astonishing event, and we like it. So we see how in the final procedure, storing the material proper. Ireland is working hard that they fix the last parts and that they store it. The others, it seems that they are good. So yeah, I think this is an experience no one of them will ever forget, and they will come back, I'm sure.
Yes, and it's fascinating to see that Team Sweden was actually one of the first ones done with the construction part of it, but they were actually towards the end of the teardown part, of the disassembly part.
Yeah, you see different strategies. No, we're on the other side. Who's that team? I don't see it now. We've seen different approaches in the assembling. We have seen different approaches in the dismantling. We have seen that big thing being dismantled. So was a different strategy. I'm interested in the third part, what they will do. Okay, nicely, look what they did. I am interested in how they secured the parts. We talk about the difference in the systems of the decks, the O and U system. So we've seen the guys opening the lock against liftoff of the O parts. That's an interesting thing. I haven't seen the other fixing them that proper. So we will. I am really excited about talking to the referees how they handle many of these things.
And round 3 will be coming up here shortly. What was interesting, I don't know if you just saw it out the window here, Martin, but there was a team who they're sequestered themselves away and from the other teams, and they were talking amongst themselves about their strategy and strategizing together. That's how serious that these guys take this. They're all in this 100% as if that this is the biggest competition. This is really the World Cup of scaffolding.
Absolutely, that's great. That's fun. We are working as this is team sports, and we are finished the second round. All the teams are finished. You see they are exhausted. They pushed themselves as much as they can, and now we are keen on and we are waiting the third round. Now the referees come and check if it's all stored properly. So.
And with that, I think we're going to take a break and take a few minutes here in between rounds. We'll be back with you for round 3 of ScaffChamp 2023, brought to you by Cavazo here at the headquarters of Layher Baltic.
Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Jonas, Business Development Manager of Cavazo, and we are here in Ludwigshafen. This is the headquarters of BASF. It's the largest chemical plant in the world, and it has more than 40,000 employees. The newly built flake is covered in a 52-meter high scaffolding. It's based in an ATEX zone, and special safety requirements need to be provided. For the scaffolding assembly, the material was transported with the help of a crane. With the crane applied in such height, wind forces apply. These forces can cause the material boxes to swing and makes it difficult to load and unload the scaffolding parts at height. Our robotic solution is wireless and completely battery powered. A hot work permit enables LiftBot even to be applied in an ATEX zone. Within 2 hours, LiftBot and 50 meters of rails were installed. LiveBot can be removed from the rail within a couple of minutes and requires limited space on site. The installation of elevator landing safety doors is no longer required. The transportation platform of LiveBot is rotatable. This means the scaffolders can always stand inside the scaffolding and can load or unload the material always safely without bending over. The project between Kevazo and BASF is a perfect example of how startups and corporates can tackle industry problems. Together, we tackle industry problems like labor shortage, safety and efficiency by bringing the latest innovation on sites.
Red Bull gives you wings. Twix Beam, the smart beam in scaffolding. It's made of aluminium. Low weight, easy dismantling and high strength. And integrated into the Layher system. That's what makes the Twix Beam so irresistible. The Twix Beam has surprising variability and flexibility. It fixes, stabilizes, bridges, and connects. Twix Beam, the high-strength and multifunctional aluminium beam for every requirement. Twix Beam, typically Layher.
It's the first time we use our robotic system LiftBot in such conditions. It's minus 20 degrees of Celsius outside. I'm Martin Kuchukov, the CEO of Kivazo. We are here with the company Telenikataja in northern Finland, in Oulu, on renovation of the Oulu City Hall. Telenikataja is one of the leading scaffolding assembly companies in Finland. We use batteries instead of cables. Many people ask us whether batteries work in such temperatures. The battery of LiftBot is enough for one working day. With this project, we proved that LiftBot can be used even in such harsh conditions. This opens up the opportunity for using LiftBot in most of the northern countries where today scaffolding is built completely manually. One of the main advantages of LiftBot is the setup flexibility. The system can be installed and reinstalled just in a few minutes, so that even large scaffolds can be built with a 3-man team.
Seniausias iš senukų, bet eina miegoti paskutinis. Jo senamiestis pilnas jaunystės. Jis buvo hip, kai pirmojo hipsterio tėvukas dar nebuvo gimęs. Jam 20, jau 700 metų.
ScaffChamp 2023 by Kivazo. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the third round? I hope you're excited as I am. Mixed conditions, a bit windy, a bit chilly, and sunny days here in Lithuania, Vilnius. We're having a great time. 2 rounds are over, 10 teams done. Now the last round, the third last round, and 5 teams to compete in their final round. Please welcome the first of those 5 from Denmark. Please welcome Danish Scaffolding Club. In this round, we will have 2 Lithuanian teams, and the first team in this round from Lithuania is Global Scaffolders.
Christina Aguilera. Oye, mamita.
The third team in this round from Finland, please welcome MSA Tallinnets. Another Lithuanian team, please. Round of applause, guys. Globalita.
Oh yes, they counting always real fat all day. Now, baby, we can parlay. Oh, baby, we can parlay.
And another beautiful team from Sweden. Please welcome. Make some noise for Team Kaffer.
I just wanna feel this moment.
As you can see, 5 teams are ready to compete in this third round. Probably teams are ready to take their positions, but before they probably have short instructions from our referees. What's nice ideas going through your heads, ladies and gentlemen? Martin, Chris, how's the atmosphere in the studio?
It's been going good so far. Thank you so much. We are back here with you from the studio live at the headquarters of Layher Baltic. And this competition has been absolutely exhilarating so far. At the entry, it always gives me goosebumps too, because it reminds me a lot of the Olympics when all the athletes are walking in, and I love the pomp and circumstance of that. I'm Chris Cochran, your broadcast host for the stream, and this is my good friend Martin. Martin, tell me about your thoughts so far on this competition.
I'm absolutely astonished. This is an amazing event. We are here in the studio, but we feel the energy outside. When we have the short breaks, we see the teams when they prepare themselves for entering the field. You see them preparing themselves. You feel the energy. This is absolutely great. Yesterday was a good energy. Today is even better energy. We will see what happens in the future. Great event. Join the stream. Stay tuned.
We talked earlier about the third team in the third round here as they get started. They may have a disadvantage because they've actually literally been sitting around most of the day preparing for this. And while they do have the advantage of watching the mistakes the other teams made, they may not physically be as prepared or as adrenaline-filled as the teams earlier in the competition.
We've seen them outside. We felt the energy. They are on fire. They're hot. It's we will see if they use different strategies. But I think now adrenaline is pumping. So rested 4 hours. They are now on fire.
Luckily, the weather has cooperated as well, and we have still kept up with that, and they're not going to be too disadvantaged by it being too hot.
So yeah, I think we are now going. We are soon at the start of the round. Go back to Andre.
The third round is about to begin. Make some noise. Alrighty then, the third round is just started. So 1 hour and 20 minutes to build your structure. And also I just to remind you that in the first couple of rounds we saw astonishing performances for a couple of teams. They managed to do that easy peasy. So anyway, I hope in this third round we will see teams where they accomplish a wonderful job and finish very, very fast and faster than in 1 hour and 20 minutes. In that time, we will have a short break for 10 minutes to referees check everything out, and after that, half an hour to disassemble their structures. The format is like that, and enjoy the view.
So yeah, we are now back on the stream. So you see the referees explaining all the things they've seen, explaining the rules, talking about punishments, talking what is important, what they take into account, what they care.
Let's talk about the referees for a second, because they are such an instrumental part of this competition. Tell us about their background, the roles they have, and where they're coming from. You know a lot of these guys on a professional level.
So that guy we've seen there was Alexander Ignatovic, is a general manager now for Layher Serbia. I know him very well. He has a lot of experience in the business. He started in Serbia, then went to New Zealand being a design engineer. Then he came back and he worked as an international trainer, so maybe he knows some guys. He worked in Denmark. He had made some boilers in South Africa, so he has also traveled the world, seen the scaffolders, feeling the energy and respecting what they do.
He was telling me yesterday he got married and a month later left for a month to go to Australia. His wife wasn't real happy with him, but it led to what's turned out to be a pretty incredible career in the scaffolding world.
Absolutely, that's what we were talking before. These different opportunities, what you have in the scaffolding business. We were talking about some steps some people went into the business, like yesterday. Like I have my own career. I started doing the scaffolding during university, and I did some when I did my diploma. The theme was to preparing a subcontractor becoming a main contractor, and now I'm a commentator of ScaffChamp. So yeah, sometimes life is going in different directions.
What kind of quality? I mean, this is obviously a competition. This is obviously a competition that has just been created in the last few years. It's a third ScaffChamp, right? What kind of qualifications do a referee need to have?
All of them are engineers. All of them are in the design process. All of them are very well aware of the books, of the regularities. So yeah, some of them have the experience on the tools. So yeah, they know what they do. They know how to judge the work the guys do outside, and they're absolutely aware, because most of them I know they have experience in training, so they know where they have the tricks, where the scaffolders want to cheat, and they have seen many guys assembling a scaffolding, and they have seen, so you know, when you're a structural engineer and so you rush in and you mostly come to troubleshoot if something does not go that way.
Let's send it back down to Andres and an interview.
Guys, it's not the interview, it's a real action on this playground. So, right now we 100% ready to count from 5 to 0, and after 0, we counting those 1 hour and 20 minutes to build this structure. Are you ready, guys? Right, let's get started. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is ticking now. Let's get to the action.
Yo, back on track. The third round started.
How great is Andres, by the way? That guy has been really cool. He's a local radio DJ. He's the Ryan Seacrest of Lithuania.
I don't know Ryan, but I know Andrew, and he is fascinating. He is in that. He is adopting the energy. He is motivating the people. It's brilliant to work with him. And yeah, I'm great to have him, and I'm great to have you here. We're doing together with you that commentation. Thank you very much.
It's been fun, and I've learned a ton from you, so I appreciate it. As we enter into round 3, just know that you have been a great influence on me, and I've learned a ton about scaffolding from you.
That was the goal. So let's take a look what they do. Again, starting with the basic construction, organizing themselves. We see them, base colors, leveling them, preparing the part, using the level. It's also, we're talking about gears, also the spirit level, what we have, what they use there. Also, you can discuss with the guys a lot, what is the best level, what is the best spirit level to use, how to use it. Again, one thing, for example, if you have used material and it is a little bit filthy, you can make many mistakes if you do not care where to attach the spirit level. So yeah. Interesting thing.
That's an interesting thought, because those levels could, I mean, if they're not good quality levels, it could actually vary in accuracy, is correct?
If they are not good levels, you see them flying off.
I heard a story from a scaffolder here about we talked in the last segment about how scaffolders love their gear and how they love new gear, and they all got a bunch of them got new levels, and they were so excited about these new levels, and they were just they weren't old, they were just bad quality levels, and so they start using them and building with them, and things were off because the levels were just a millimeter off, and it was causing problems for them in a build.
Absolutely, the tool you use, the better tools you have, the better the result is. So we have in Germany a saying: if you buy cheap, you buy twice. So in the end, no money is saved.
Yes.
Again here, trying to find the proper arrangement, trying to find the proper dimensions, trying to establish let's say a helping construction to find the right dimensions. We have a construction for those who entered the stream now. The main construction is consisting of 2 towers, 3 levels, and on the backyard we have an interesting construction building triangles, not the traditional thing people are used to building squares, but we are building triangles. We spoke about the angles, so they have to assemble an angle of 60 degrees, which is a little bit unusual. More we have 90 or 45 degrees, and yeah, that's the competition. And we spoke about the referees, so they will get penalties if they do it not right. Here you see the construction, 2 towers, 2 levels, depending on which country. So I say in the United States, the basic construction is in the United States, the first level. So what is the top level? Is this we call it the second level? Is it the third level in your?
Yes, it would be the third level.
Exactly. That's the cultural differences. So we are here a bunch of people from all over the world, and you see that cultural misunderstanding. So
yes,
never ever. So ask twice if you speak with an American guy or a UK guy which level he means. You see the difference.
Yes.
You see again. Oh, they adopted the strategy from Hodrema. They're connecting the standards together. So there's, oh, look at this guy, that beer. Man, it's a 6 meter standard.
How much does that weigh? That whole thing?
3 meters is something like 40 kilos.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a beast.
There, you can
Don't mess with him tonight.
Multiple teams are adopting that same technique now. This is fascinating to see how this has changed. We didn't see any of that in the first round.
Exactly.
No one was putting the standards together first. They were building, as you would on a construction site, just straight up, layer by layer. So it's been fascinating to watch how all these teams have adopted a different technique than they would have, because you would never see this on a job site.
And you don't do this on a job site. There will come a safety from the corner and make some safety issues. But we are here now working with professionals, and we are working here with harnesses doing the safety, and we are here doing scaffolding, sports, serious thing. Don't mess with sportsmen.
It has been so fun and so exhilarating to see this happen. And as we're doing this, we're going to see a lot more competition as we go through the day. It's been such a great time. If you're just joining us, leave us some comments on Facebook. Leave us some comments on YouTube. We want to answer your questions. If you have them, Martin has all the answers. And with that, we will be back in just a few minutes.
So let's go back to the yard. Let's go back to Andre.
We're standing here on the stage with Josh from JLD Axis, the team from Ireland. Hello there.
How are you?
Not too bad. What about yourself?
Oh, I'm doing all right.
Doing all right?
It's a lovely day and we're all happy. Ready to drink some beer later on.
It's a typical answer from the Irishman. Anyway, you know, the Irish people say that they are luckiest people in the world. Is that true?
Oh yeah, sure. What would go wrong if you weren't Irish?
Do you believe your luck today?
Hopefully a few things went wrong and hopefully it gets us over the line, but we're here and we enjoyed the day and we were here to take part, so we're happy out.
The Cavazo ScaffChamp 2023, you know, deliver a lot of tough competition this year on such a high level. How does it feel to represent
just to be able to come over here is even a bonus in itself. Like, we're all young, ready to go for the future, and we're here to learn overall, looking at other people's scaffolding as well as us building it. So, yeah, it's good.
JLD Access has established itself as one of the premier scaffolding companies in Ireland. What factors do you believe have contributed to your success and a reputation in this industry?
Just making sure the scaffolding is safe and looking after the customers. We believe our customers are the prime to our company and letting us go bigger, and hopefully now they all stick to us and we can go on in the next few years, keep going and do some really nice jobs.
What about your partnership with Layher since 2018 and how it contributes to your bigger growth and success?
Jesus, without Layher, you wouldn't really be able to do a lot of stuff that we're into anyway with the events. The type of gear that they have is just different to none. Like, it's helps us so many different ways, and if we always have a question, they're always there to answer us. So without them, I don't think we'd be a company today.
As a family-run company, what advantages do you believe this structure brings to JLD Access in terms of company culture, reputation, relationship between customers and your team members?
Just that we all know each other, and we just try to help the customers as much as they can. Like, and being family, we all know what we can do as a team. So we're not going to a job and we're not relying on someone not going to be there, and we're all going to be there and we're all ready to build, and yeah, just getting the job done.
If you need to come up with one particular song as your victory song, what song it will be?
Hey, ole, 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 ole.
Back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Andres. It's great to see the fun and excitement that they're having. What a cool guy that was.
Absolutely, I love his. I love my wife. I like his approach to the to the scaffolding. By the way, hi Cynthia, I love you, honey. I like his approach to the scaffolding, to the business, to the job. He says they are customer related. This is really one of the things each scaffolder has in his mind. They want to fulfill the demands of the customer. Sometimes it goes a little bit too far. So when I go sometimes out and I advise some clients, I always have to say, a scaffolder always wants to solve the problems of the client. But I always say to the customer, we are preparing safe workspace. We do not have to solve all problems of the clients. We help them to solve their problems, but we do not need to solve all of problems with him, because he has also to have some tasks. I was very happy that he was mentioning the thing that he worked together with Layher, that the Layher support. This is really something we are absolutely in, and what we try to do. That's the philosophy of our company. We are living in a symbiosis with our client. We are trying not only to provide the gear, which is fantastic. Thank you very much for that, to mention that. But we also try to have the right support. Only if we have successful clients, I earn money and I can buy my kid some new toys and my wife new flowers, and so I'm a happy person.
Let's talk about that for a second, because there is the business side of scaffolding, right? And we've talked a lot on this broadcast about different people who've made transitions from being on the tools to being in other roles in the industry. Where do those people who say, it's common in any industry for someone who's the best at their craft to go, I'm going to start my own company, but running a company and being a scaffolder are very different skill sets. So where do people who are in that place, maybe someone's watching and they're like, I'm a scaffolder in America or in another place, and they want to start their own company. Would you recommend that they go about doing that and getting those skills that they need so that they can transition into another role?
You have to be aware. It's not enough only being a good scaffolder to start your company. You also need to earn money. That's the thing behind. You can be the best scaffolder, but you can be the worst guy in the financial things.
Yes.
So if you are not aware of this, if you don't do this, try to find a partner who organizes the financial things. And even if you are a client of Layher, we try to help you. Our salesperson, they have a lot of experience with some other companies, and they can help you talking to the banks and to how to organize your business, how to manage the yard, all that stuff. We are there for you, and we will try to help you as much as we can.
That's a great thing. I didn't even know that Layher offered that as a service.
It's partnership. It's a long-term partnership. We are a company established for 75 years, being in that business, and we have a long partnership with our clients. We have now many. We see now in Germany we have a change in the generations, and we are now partners with the companies, and we have the third generations people working together with us. So it's also a matter of trust and also a matter of reliability that we try to provide to our clients.
We're going to see if he hammers in the middle and tries to get the other sides in. See, I'm learning.
Yeah. I see you now. You're now regarding some facts which you even were not aware of before that, about the slightly differences of assembling a scaffolding.
That's right. We're 13 minutes in, and what have you seen so far?
Oh, I've seen motivated guys assembling the scaffolding. We have seen a total different approach compared to the first round. All of them, nearly all of them, adopted the approach of Fordrema, that they assembled the standards before. That's something unusual. This is something what you do in sports. I recognize now. Now you have seen here a different approach. This looks a little bit interesting. You have seen him fixing on the long ledger, and you have seen one side open, so he's still able to grab the parts a little bit much more
interesting.
Easier. And yeah, first installing the toe board, we will see if he did it the right way. Yeah, looks good. And idea, we're talking about fixing the wedges at one time. Ah, look at him.
He's using a spanner.
He's using his spanner. These are these Danish guys. He's using the spanner to fix the wedges. That's interesting.
Is that going to hold them enough?
As I told you before, the rule till the hammer bounces off, and you need a 500-gram hammer. It's totally different. You have ever, for example, when you go to UK, or when I remember right, also that guys from Mongolia, they had some different types of hammer. There was this big thing. I don't like them. They are absolutely not handy. I have a different type of hammer what we use in Germany, that mostly the carpenters use, because in Germany most scaffold. So historically, the scaffolding comes from the carpenters, from the guys who do the wood. Because we had some years ago we were shooting a lot of steel outside the world. So when we started scaffolding in Germany, we did a lot of wooden ladder scaffolding. This is where the scaffolding in Germany comes from. Partly different, for example, from the UK, going to tube and fitting, working with steel tubes. So that's a little bit a different approach like we had. By the way, it's, what I think about scaffolding. For me, scaffolding is the most important craftsmanship over. People say the culture of mankind. The culture of mankind started with the drawings in the caves.
Yes.
I ask you, how did this man go on the top of the cave? They needed a scaffolding.
Of course they did. Of course they did. Wow, it's really fun to watch that. We're seeing a lot of the same techniques we saw in the last round, and not a lot of variants, actually. Just some minor things here and there, which is why we talked about earlier. You may actually see changes in the industry from these kinds of competitions, and probably not widely adopted, but you're going to see a lot of efficiency. We were talking about the business before. Do you think that this would change profit margins if you can speed things up on a job site?
As I told you, logistics. Logistics is really one thing where a lot of benefit and profit is get lost. So this is also the reason why the partner here at that championship is Kevaso, and they're offering a logistic system, a hoist, to reduce the manual work, to bring the parts at height. As I told you before, we are not only scaffolding. The real time for scaffolding is short. Mostly is the logistic, from the yard to the track, to the vertical and to the horizontal destination.
We are in for a treat right now. We are going to learn a little bit more about Kevaso and the lift bot. So take it away, guys, on that.
Let's see how it works. Stay tuned and let's see how the guys do it on it. Go back to Andrew.
Hello there from different perspective on this wonderful playground. So far we are at Kevaso ScaffChamp 2023 and we are standing close to Kevaso co-founder Sebastian. Hello.
Hi there. How's it going?
Very well indeed. Second year in a row, we have a great time together, and I obviously very keen to find out more about your creations. So, but first things first, what is Kevaso in the first place?
Right, so we're a company that brings robotics to construction and especially to scaffolding. And we have a first product that realizes that. It's called LiftBot. And you can see it over there.
This one?
This one.
This one, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. So how does it work?
So you can see here the main value that LiftBot brings you is that one person can even transport it, and it can be deployed to construction sites and industrial plants very easily and very quickly. That's the main value that this product really brings, and so it gets used more than other products more often.
How much money it saves occasionally?
Right, so we typically save between 3 to 7 scaffolders, depending on how many would be applied doing the job manually. And in this case with LiftBot, it's possible to do it with 3 people. So if you deploy 10 people, we can actually do that with 3. So you save 7 people. It's quite a lot of man hours.
Right. We have another invention. Just step aside, and this what it looks like on the lift, right?
Yeah. So that's LiftBot 2. It's just on the rail now in this case, and we just wanted to show you what that looks like. So the next step is to put it on. And the last step is to see it in full action. But this step specifically takes just about 10 minutes to set it up, and then it's good to go.
Only 10 minutes. For some scaffolders, it looks like all equipment to put on yourself, 10 minutes. So it's quite fast. All right, let's move over there, and we see all this piece of engineering right here. And this is all that German engineering, right?
It is, yeah. It's made in Germany, engineered in Germany. That's how it works. Here you can see how parts are filled into LiftBot.
So how we can load up this thing? So what do you need to do? What is step-by-step process? Okay, so you open this gate, right?
Yeah, you open the gate and then you can fill it from the front or from the side. You can put in all the scaffolding tubes, like Nico is showing us now. Yeah, you will just put in a few of those. It can be done fairly quickly. The idea is that LiftBot keeps running up and down the whole time. It can do that for about 10 hours, no problem. So once it actually carries more than that, but for demonstration purposes, now you can see it going up.
All right, so how much weight it can lift by the single load?
It's 100 kilos and it moves with 42 meters per minute. But teams of 2 scaffolders can even bring up to 6 tons within 1 day using LiftBot, so it's quite a lot of material.
It's quite an astonishing material, as we can see here in the action. Sebastian, anyway, how you came up with all this idea? Did you have a scaffolding background, and tell more about yourself, how you came up with that?
Right, so I actually studied computer science. Now I do sales. I'm head of sales at Kevazo. But back then, I met my co-founders at the university, and we were brainstorming what we could possibly do. And bringing robotics to the construction site was a very big challenge, but at the same time, something that obviously brings a lot of safety, brings a lot of efficiency. So it's something that I immediately felt very passionate about.
Nice. So I'm very pleased and I'm very happy that we're having you here in Lithuania, second year in a row. Kevazo ScaffChamp 2023. And as you can see, Kevazo lift here in the action.
So we're back on the stream. Nice demonstration of the Kevazo lift bot, optimizing the horizontal transportation of the material. We spoke a lot about this, how how new technique will change the scaffolding process.
Yeah. And we talked a lot about technology having a lot of new effects because things are possible now that just weren't 10 years ago. When you look at the laser device we saw earlier, when you look at ScaffChamp, when you look at Kevazo's system there, those are things that just didn't exist 10 years ago, and it's really fun to watch. I got to hang out with Sebastian yesterday and spends a lot of time in talking with him about his company. What a smart kid as far as being the founder of a startup goes. He's got all the right skill sets to be really successful as a founder in a company. It'll be interesting to see if the industry will accept the Kevazo device in the same way it would other innovations.
They have still stepped in the industry. They have some nice projects. Some companies they have convinced, and we have some companies which use it, especially when you have high buildings. You absolutely need to use a hoist. You mentioned the technique, not only the technique of robots, and also the technique of new designing things invented the scaffolding, either the products. So we see in the back, we see one of the new products Layher invented is the Twix beam we invented, and so I need to greet all my colleagues. They asked me for this in Germany, in the office at the Layher headquarters in Einsbach. Hi guys, come along with my ego when I come back next week in the office. We have now parts in the industry, in the scaffolding business, which you haven't thought about some years ago. We have now, with this Twix beam, for example, we have a transom which can hold high loads. We optimized it for a product called TG60, which is for shoring scaffolding, which is another special part in the scaffolding industry we didn't talk about, which differs us. For example, in Germany, it's a difference if you're just doing commercial facade scaffolding.
Yes.
And if you want to be a real scaffolder, you need to have experience also in the shoring scaffolding. All the things we use is the tube 48.3 millimeters with different thicknesses. When I remember in the first, with all-round, we were working with all-round. The first all-round, the thickness of the material, same what they did. They used the same technique like they've seen in the stream before. The first tubes were 4 millimeters. Then all round, the thickness was 3.2 millimeters. Now we have in the standards a thickness of 2.9 millimeters and in the ledgers of 2.7 millimeters. So this reduces the weight, this reduces the harm to your body, and this is also a big competition to innovate new products, because, as I told you, invented in '75, and still, if you have bought parts in that time, we need to introduce new products. You still need to combine them with, so you can still use the old product and combine that with the new products.
We call that in the technology industry being backward compatible.
Exactly. That's.
So what innovation happened that allowed the thickness of the tube and the weight of the tube to go down?
The quality of the steel increased, and also the welding technology increased. And for example, one interesting thing when you regard the standard lightweight, the forming of the spigot on top. It's now totally different than before. In former days, there was we call it a hanging standard. So we were talking about tension forces in the standard.
Yes.
And if you had tension forces in the standard, look, before the spigot was thinner than the tube.
Yes.
And you had to secure the spigot with a bolt. Now we have the technique to form that spigot of the tube of the standard. So we heat it up, we press it, compress it, we cool it down, we bend it, we heat it up, and so we have it on one part. So you don't need to have a special part for hanging scaffolding. We can do this with only one part. And it all has to be convertible backwards. That's the idea behind it. That makes our product innovators nut, because sometimes it's not that easy to ensure that. But the problem is these parts hold very long. They are very, very durable.
Yes.
And if you have not a problem with stealing the parts on site, you can use them a long time. So this is why they have to be backward convertible.
Referees there taking a view of what's going on. They keep a watchful eye over everything going on there, and they're looking for very specific things. If you're just joining us, by the way, we'll be talking about this a lot today. Safety is the paramount concern. We've heard it over and over and over today. Safety is the #1 concern, not only for the referees and the organizers of this event, but for the scaffolders as well. It's drilled into them from the time they're young in the industry, and it is a huge part of why they get to come home every evening.
Exactly. Safety is not, we were talking about risk.
Yes.
And safety is not fulfilling the books. Safety is to ensure that everyone comes home safe and not harmed. Yeah.
It'll be interesting to look back at this piece and that technique right there and see if that was a game changer for these teams, because I would love to see at the end of this the teams that use the long standards, if they actually have an advantage or not.
I'm keen on if we have later a sheet where we have the times and where we can see what are the penalties, what is the main assembling time. So that will be very, very interesting. Now we are in the last process. We are at 28 minutes, so our drama was finished. We have some teams which are still finished. They are putting back the planks, so that means that the outside scaffolding is already finished. They go through and will fix the wedges, not to get a penalty. Yeah.
This is going to be close.
This will be very, very close.
Global Leader, looks like they did a great job on that.
Look, they're all now using the same technique. They're all now using the same technique. That's what we were talking about.
Yes.
Is it an advantage or not? Regarding the technique, is it an advantage? Enjoying the party? No.
Well, we will see. So it looks like another team is nearly complete. They're going to have to pull out their planks next to finish their build, but they're very close. I don't see any team completely done and gathered on the ground. Do you?
No, not yet. We see... no, not yet. The teams on the right behind, they're a little bit behind.
Yeah.
But they're concentrated. Yeah. No. Look. Different approach. You see the team in front of us on the left side. They finished the left side, and now they concentrate on the right side. That's either a different approach compared to the other teams. I haven't recognized this during the day, during the different assembling situations. So different strategy.
That is a different strategy.
Quite interesting what they do. What do you do? Don't play Mikado with the planks, guys. Mikado, we're doing.
That's gonna cause them some slowdowns.
Yeah, we will see. We will see. And yeah, interesting approach, really. Finishing first one side and not going on all sides on the top. Different approach to that. You see on the outside the other team spectating on the left side. You see them all discussing. I told you, no one of you expected that its scaffolding can be that exciting and that different, that it has that differences in the assembling procedure, huh? Didn't you?
I had no idea, absolutely no idea. And the part and the atmosphere out there, just so you can tell, if you're watching this and you can't pick it up, the atmosphere is literally electric outside. It's just a fascinating thing to watch. The World Scaffolding Championships, and people are, as you can see, the crowds are cheering for them. You can see they're excited, and it just feels like an intense celebration outside.
They compare each other. They want to look, what do they do? What do they do? This Irish guy said it before. All the guys, when you're keen on scaffolding and when you stay longer than 3 months, let's say longer than 3 days, you're infected and you want to become better. You want to become the best in the world, and you want to beat each other. Like when we were talking, okay, there are some guys who are not. They are not, as Jimmy said in the interview, he said there are some mouth scaffolders on his page. So try to find a big dog scaffolding on Facebook.
Yes.
And but I heard we can go back on the yard with some interviews. So Andre, up to you.
It's impossible to keep nice haircut today. Not because of a win, because of the emotions we're having here. It's absolutely amazing, and we're having great time. Also, I just want to represent you, Team Big Stillers from Norway. Hello there.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Ninette, and I'm the potato in the company. You do every role in the company.
What is your occupation, please?
Potato.
Potato, okay, that's fine.
I do everything in this company.
Anyway, I know Big Stillers from last year. You done an amazing job. You took 5th place in ScaffChamp 2022. What you done so far? What type of progress from last year?
The guys do what they always do. They work hard and they have a golden heart. And my colleagues are, well, they're the best colleagues to have.
Nice. Also, I know that you are so close together. When you work together. You know, we have a lot of teams. They work together. That's normal. But when you finish your work, you go cycling, going to the mountains. Your families are very close to each other. How that is developing so far, and what is the main benefits of this type of work and maybe lifestyle?
I think that the main thing is that we have English as the working language in our company. We have we are from Moldova, Slovakia, Argentina, Poland, Lithuania, and all over Europe and outside. And we only speak English. So if there are 2 guys from Lithuania in the same room with 1 guy from Poland, then we speak English. And I think that's make that we get so good connections to each other. So if somebody tell jokes, everybody understands it.
Also, in Scaffolding Championship, you took 2022 5th place. But I know that yesterday you took a couple of trophies and medals, and you have a great performance and a very strong man there.
Yes.
Also, your team are very strong, as I saw from your endurance and stamina. But what do you think is the best ability or skilled in your team so far? What do you think?
I think that our secret dish, or whatever we call it, is that we always try to make the other ones better. As you are not good alone, you are as good as your weakest part in the team. And so we always try to make each other better, so we get better as a group and as a company, and we deliver great scaffold.
For our worldwide audience, can you say something in Norwegian language, but also translate what you just said, okay?
Dette her veldig gøy å være med på. Flere burde komme hit.
Okay, what does that mean?
This is very fun to be here, and several should come and enjoy.
You mentioned that you're always keen to show that not alone, but together you are better, to show other strengths. So the same thing is in the theater with the actors. We also try to complement each other and do the better job. That's why I'm very keen and very helpful and very proud that I'm having Martin and Chris.
Awesome interview with Big Stila. She hit on something that I actually would love to discuss for a second. She talked about language and communication within the company. It's fascinating. It's been very interesting to me to watch. Most of these teams are using English, especially because on a continent with so many languages, you're seeing a lot of inter-country cooperation in the industry. Talk to me about the communication on a job site and in the industry and language.
Communication is absolutely important, but I just wanted to point out we have seen Layher finishing their job.
That's right.
Astonishing, really great. So they have seen a lot. It's absolutely great what they did. Talking about the communication, it is important, so we need to understand each other. We have the same language. Well, as the lady said, we have the scaffolding construction business now is international. We have guys from all over the world. We have seen now many companies which work all over abroad, many hundreds of people doing jobs in Germany, doing jobs. We have some guys working in Texas, we have some guys working in Jamaica, we have some guys working in the Baltic areas. So yeah, we need to have the same language, and the same language is scaffolding. It's not that big difference. I had once a training in Kazakhstan with some guys, either with a translator.
Yes.
And the translator was speaking in a Russian language. And he translated it, and then we were talking about the parts, how to use the parts, how to take care about the parts. And then the guys looked at him, and you've seen the question marks when they looked at him. Later on, we recognized that they had a former work together with some Turkish guys. For luck, I had some jobs before in the Turkish area, and I always try to learn the words, even the scaffolding words, in the national language. And so for me it was easier to communicate with them because I knew all the parts, the Turkish names. So that was, yeah, multilingual work in the scaffolding business.
Wow. 38 minutes and counting, and it looks like another team is finished here, Globalita. This is absolutely astounding compared to what we saw in the first round. It's just interesting to see how quickly these teams have completed what they're doing. 38 minutes. I believe 39 was in the first round the best time, right?
Yeah, something like this. And we were discussing that things. Is it an advantage to be the last or not? Maybe it seems like it is really an advantage. So we have seen the technique of using the combining the standards to having that 6-meter standard. So quite astonishing, different techniques. What did you do? You did not make. You did not arrange the bases proper, huh? Man, not hammering. I show you later. We do a training.
What's he gonna do here?
He is.
What would be the best technique for this?
So. And the best technique would be to wear a long shirt. and you see they are now a little bit struggling because it seems the angle does not fit properly.
Right.
It seems that especially arranging the diagonals, they made some mistake. Now what they do, it seems that they want to lift up the level. So if you lift it up, the top standard comes closer to the let's say the horizontal diagonal, and then it can fit. Problem now, what it seems is that this ledger, now this distance is too low. So they did not really, I think maybe they did not really arrange the basic construction properly, and now you need much force to put it. Now, idea is, my advice is, go with that ledger on the inside, fix it on one side, and then use the hammer. They're working with that carpenter hammer of Germany. Do not hammer. Use a lever arm. Makes it easier. But finally, there are different ways to solve the problem. There are different ways to assemble a scaffolding. We have seen the whole day in the competition. And there, see, they need to install the middle standard in the end. It's hard when you are the last guys on the yard. this is demotivating. This is really demotivating.
But great job to the camera crew, by the way, to see that and catch that and focus in on it.
Really great.
Thanks to them for doing that.
Even thanks to all the guys sitting outside and managing, and all to our regisseurs. Great job. Thank you that you are here and make us our job easier.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, as this final team finishes up, they've still got a little ways to go. They're quite behind the other teams, and it looks like all the other teams have completed the build.
Yeah. It seems that they are completed, and now this is demotivating. This is when you are on the last, and also when you are the last guy on site, when you are on a power plant, and you see all the other construction guys having Feierabend shift end. It's a little bit angry, and you need to keep the motivation up. Hey guys.
Absolutely. So we're going to go to an interview here in a couple minutes, but I just wanted to point out again, this has been absolutely amazing to watch and see these guys compete. And we forget sometimes, especially if you're watching this on a live stream, these are human beings who came here because they wanted to accomplish something. They wanted to prove something. They wanted to compete. And here they are now in the World Cup of scaffolding, competing against each other. And even I would posit that yes, it would be tough and demotivating to be the last guy on here, but just the fact that they're here is an accomplishment.
It's they are here. Show some respect for the work. Show some respect for the hard work they did. It's not that easy. So respect to all the guys who find themselves in the competition.
And with that, we're going to go to another interview with Andres. Andres, take it away.
Hello, we coming back on the stage, and we have a very, very nice team, which is called N Projects. So please welcome here with me is Michael Niznik. Welcome.
Hello.
How are you doing tonight?
Quite fine, thank you very much for asking.
So, your team was in which round?
I believe in second one.
In second one. And that was... did you satisfied with your team's performance?
Always, always. There's no commitment at all.
Anyway, so when your company was established?
5 years ago. We are like having anniversary right now because our company was established on 24th of May 2018. So 2 days ago we had anniversary.
Oh, nice anniversary. Congratulations.
Yeah,
as a reliable subcontractor for scaffolding and steel constructions, can you share some of the key factors? What is a successful way to succeed in this field?
I think that the most important thing is that you need to have a strong commitment with your employees, not being outside of them, but having strong commitment with them is most important factor in everything.
For that type of company, what is the main things to have in your pocket, in your project, in your company, to keep a nice growth and count like 5 years from establishment?
I believe the most important thing is people, that you can count on them and you can believe in them, and this is the most important factor.
I'm seeking for another question then. How to find these good people?
Well, this is a good question, I believe. This is the most important question. It's difficult to establish, but I believe that when you employ some part of your crew and the commitment goes from one word to another, so having good word from your employees is building your relationships.
Everybody's guessing what N means in your name of a company. N Projects. N represents what?
My surname and my wife's surname, because my surname is Niznik and her surname was Nguyen, and that's what was the decision.
Finally, mystery is revealed. N is because of Niznik's surname, right?
Yeah, and Nguyen, Sylvia.
Congratulations.
My beloved wife.
Oh, can we give a nice air kiss for your wife?
Nah.
And back to the studio, by the way.
Thank you, Anders. Great to be back. Great to be with you. This Polish team seems to be struggling, and it all comes down to the basics, right?
The basic construction. As I told you, this is when you have a little bit when you do not really take care about the ground. The mistakes you make on the ground are the problems on the top. They are now, what do they do now? So now they are trying to prepare for the last sonnet in the middle for the flag. Parts become heavy. Parts become heavy after a long day. Yeah. what you pump up in the morning, on the evening, all the parts become 50% minimum heavier than in the morning.
Such a great thought.
And yeah. But it seems that they have finished their task. It seems that they have finished all their ledges. What we see, the diagonals are in the right position. That's either a thing the referees will take into account to take care. So no, they use the same way the others using. They are pre-assembling the ledges and the standards, but they have one guy standing in the middle. So why do not? They have a strategy, and I do not understand everything.
So, let me ask you this, in a situation like this, because you've been at multiple ScaffChamps and you've seen these competitions before, is this a planning error or is this a leadership error?
I don't know. It's. I haven't seen the whole process. What they did, all what we do is guessing or dicing. When we talk about the reasons, what we see now is.
Oh, this is the Finnish team, isn't it?
I'm not sure. Well, all what we MSA,
ASM, MSA. Yeah, Finland. This is Team Finland, not Poland.
Team Finland team. Okay.
They really struggled with this. And what's crazy is, when we started this competition, I remember the very first thing we talked about was about how long do you think it's going to take? And 50 minutes was what we assumed it would take to do this.
They are absolutely in time. They're absolutely in time. They're absolutely in time what the first round did. So they are not bad. No. Absolutely not. They are not bad. They are not bad. The problem now is, they stand there, they think, everyone around is staring at us. Oh, that's a little bit of problem. That's the motivation. This is what you need, and this is why I'm glad, for example, that we know Victor from Layher Baltic. He is the king of motivation. He knows how to treat the people right, that they are motivated. When you look at the team they have here, these are all young, motivated people, and how do you say? There's this saying in England: there are bosses and they are leaders.
Yes.
And he is a real leader, and it's great to know him. And congratulations to Victor. Congratulations to Layher Baltic. Congratulations to Baltic Scaffolding Association. A fantastic event.
And this event is really just a testament to Victor's leadership. He's done such a great job of being a visionary and seeing things no one in the industry would have thought that this would exist 10 years ago, 5 years ago even.
There are people who talk, and there are people who do, and Victor is one who does.
That's very right.
So now here we have the same problem like we did on the side. We will see what is on the ground, because one thing is the leveling. One penalty thing is the good leveling, and if you make the mistakes in the leveling, you have some problems. There is.
Will they get a penalty? So even if they've gotten it all together and it's constructed properly, if the leveling is off, is that a penalty?
Even when it's finished and it's leveled, no problem. There are different ways, there are different approaches. What counts in the end is the final project, and this has to be safe and secure.
Right.
So you see here now they are struggling a little bit with the length. You see on the. Oh, okay. I want to see how they now. Hey, greetings and project. Want to see how now they fix the ledges on the left side. One guy takes responsibility. 3 guys, do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. So So yeah, but the time is still 50 minutes.
Yes.
It's not that bad time. It's not that bad time. Really.
It's just that we've seen such great competition today that it gets comparable.
We are on sports.
Let's remember.
We are on sports.
Yes, let's think about when you see someone running in track and field, and the people who are in the very last part of the run, they come in last, in like the 50-yard dash. Those people, the 100-meter dash, those people at the end are actually faster than the fastest runners of the 1930s. And that's kind of what we're seeing today, is we're seeing people actually doing a great job, doing a really fine job, but we've just seen so much good competition today that comparably, it looks like they're going slow. But they're at 51 minutes, and we would have thought this would have been a great time when we started today.
Absolutely. So we take it as a motivation. Take it as a motivation.
Absolutely. And again, I would go back to just the fact that they're here competing is actually huge. And I bet you, if Team Finland comes back, if this team is back next year, they have a different outcome next year.
I have different motivation.
Yeah. They will have a very different motivation.
So now they are handing the planks over to the other side.
And they're going to make the same fix on the other side?
They need to. They need to. They need to. And as I told you, yeah, maybe also for him it was a little bit of a disadvantage to be in the last round.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe for them it was a little bit of a disadvantage.
Is there? I'm not seeing a piece missing.
Ooh. Okay. Constantly security. Constantly hooked on. Important.
So the right.
We have seen Käfer finishing at first.
Yes.
This is what I told you before. I predicted that all those mainly industrial scaffolders, they have a little bit of advantage because they are work the whole day. I remember I worked in a company, we did a lot of commercial building and had a small amount of all-round, and then we were in this chemical plant and we had about, let's say, 20 tons of all-round scaffolding. And then they are building this new site in the chemical plant, and then there come guys with 20 trucks of all-round, and I was looking at them, like porn, I told you before. and these guys were very, very experienced, a very, very experienced bunch of people. And so the welder came and they said, okay, I need to change that flange on 4 meters. And there was no need to talk. No need. They did not even talk, those 3 guys. They said, okay. Everyone was grabbing material. It was absolutely clear who is grabbing the base plates, who is grabbing the base color, who is grabbing the standards, and it took that less time. And I thought, I want to work with these tools. I want to do more of that industrial stuff. And now I'm great that I learned the industrial stuff, and then you do the roofings, and then you do some different stuff. And so it is that you have that big variety in the scaffolding. You do industrial, you do commercial, you do events, you do roofing, you do cladding, you do shoring.
Yes.
Always a variety. Every day, even if you do the same work every day is not the day is not the same like the last day, and the next day is not the same like that day.
That is such a great story. And with that, we're going to go back down to the field and hear from some people out there.
So now what you see, so now now you see the ledger was really in compression. Now this is the technique what I explained the whole day what they should use. He used the absolutely right technique to move the ledger into the right position.
He's using his hammer as a fulcrum.
Exactly. Fulcrum. I heard a lot of new word today. Thank you for that. And a little bit too no. First, yeah, the horizontal part. Fuck. Sorry for my words. I'm excited. But he did what I wanted to explain the whole day.
Yes.
To move the ledger in the right position. So keep on, buddy. Everything will be fine. You're on the right way. You're on the right track. You have the right technique. You have the knowledge. It will work. Okay, now, yeah, open it. Install the horizontal parts. Install the 60 degrees, and finally fix the ledges. Everything will be fine. And we're drinking a beer tonight, I promise you. And after that, everything will be fine.
Just a couple more in there.
Use the hammer. Use the fulcrum.
There we go.
Use the fulcrum. You know the technique. Yes.
It's coming down to the final minutes here. Down to the wire, getting that in.
Oh, and
looks, he's got
exciting,
it.
Huh?
Yes.
So it seems that they did it now finally. So respect and applause to that guy. You see, that's what it's all about. Finishing the job. The job has to be done. Never mind how frustrating it is. Never mind how the weather conditions are. Never mind which went wrong. The job has to be finished.
That's right. That's right. And still 56 minutes, not a bad time at all. Absolutely. Based on what we saw in the first round.
Really, it's okay. Ha! Yeah, that was the problem. That was the problem.
What happened there?
First, go from the bottom to the top. And in the dismantling from the top to the bottom.
It looks like somebody just didn't catch that.
Seems so, yeah. What? Did you miss that ledger, really? Now we got the problem. Now we got the reason why. Now we got the reason why everything works that way.
Is he gonna get to use our technique of hitting it in the middle so that it pops that other side in?
We will. Yeah. You see. Make the wedge jump. Make the wedge jump.
And he gives it a little bit of a twist while he's doing it.
You need to make it a little bit lower, the ledger. You need to make it a little bit lower. Yeah.
There we go.
He's stuck. Make it a little bit lower. Put the ledger lower. Then it will fit. Trust me. Yeah, ledger is fit. And now he has to open that ledger again. You see? You need to know what first, what second.
Yes.
He spent that much time fixing that ledger, and then, oh man, I need to fix that ledger. So that's the problem.
Is that inexperience or is that just nerves?
I think nervous.
Yeah.
I think nervous. It's when I do trainings. When you do trainings, we spoke this with Isaac from View with Vertex.
Yes.
It's a good thing always when you say to the guys, okay, show me how you do scaffolding. And even if you have experienced scaffolders, all are nervous and they want to show off to the trainer, and then they really try to put the parts on and they put the tools on and then they try to assemble, and in 90% it goes wrong. And then everyone, okay, I'm over, I need a training. That's a psychological trick. What you do to motivate the guys to participate in the training.
They're going to have to move those planks and put that other piece, nail down that last wedge, right?
Yeah.
Because when he just popped it in there, it's just sitting there. It needs to be actually hammered in.
Yeah. But yeah, take your time. Take your time now.
Yeah, at this point.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense to hurry when you are frustrated. It makes no sense to hurry, but because then it's getting dangerous.
Yes.
Take your time. Concentrate. Always be aware what you do. You're working at home. You need to be aware.
Yes.
We're not on a playground.
Yes.
We're doing serious stuff. We're doing scaffolding and we are scaff sports.
Yes.
So be aware. No need to hurry, no need to show off silly things, and even everyone knows, no, here are some people who respect the work, and if he would hurry and would do mistakes, then guys would say, oh man, we're professionals.
Yes.
But he stayed professional, he stayed calm.
Yes.
He leaded his guys, he said, okay, Sabo, I take the lead. And I do this, I'll fix it. And that's what it's all about.
And
that's what it's all about, chain. And if your guys go away, and if your guys lose mind, and if your guys are unconcentrated, one guy at least need to take the lead and say, okay, concentrate, organize, we go, we do it like this, we do it like this, and then do it step by step. It happens. It's life.
And with the final lowering of the planks and the last guy off, they've finally finished.
Respect to the guys. They did their job. Finally, good work, hard work. Third round, they're tired. We are. And now, yeah.
Well, my question is, after they're done with a situation like this, where they took a while, they had some struggles, they took a little while longer than you thought, would you expect to see more or less penalties on that scaffolding based on what you saw?
No, because I've seen no safety violations. I've seen no safety violations. They were aware what they do, and I have seen I recognize no safety regulations, so they will get no penalties.
Okay, all right.
Even we will see in the end what is the advantage. It makes no sense if you are quick and have much penalties, so we will see what will be the final results.
All right, and with that, let's go back down to the field and talk with Andreas, who's got an interview for us.
Hello there, and we're coming back live from the playing ground and the ScaffChamp 2023 here in Lithuania, Vilnius. Here near by my side, there's Patrick McHagan from Layher, Ireland. Hello.
Hello to you.
I'm very pleased to have you all your delegation, all your team here. Did you enjoy Lithuanian weather? It's similar to Irish.
It's fantastic. The sun is shining. Everybody's having a great time. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and I'm wearing my sunglasses not only at night. Anyway, Patrick, what a lucky name.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Do you believe your luck?
I do. I think we're very lucky to be here, and I think that the team has performed very well. And with a bit of luck, I think we might get a good result.
What's your key factors to establish an Irish market? What your team success is?
Okay, so our biggest challenge is to meet all the potential customers in Ireland. There are many scaffolding companies, so our mission is to introduce them all to Layher and to the benefits of working with Layher.
What are some notable projects in Ireland where Layher's innovative scaffolding systems have been utilized, and how have they contributed to success of those projects?
Oof, big question. Obviously, there is a lot of scaffolding work in Ireland. We have a lot of historical buildings, so we've contributed to the design of a lot of projects where they were renovating the old buildings. But we also have a very large food and pharmaceutical production community in Ireland, and what we've been able to do is to introduce the benefits of working with the Layher system to all of our customers that are working in that area. That's allowed them to do more complex projects, do them more quickly, use less labour, and just bring more efficiency to them.
Great. And what role does Layher Ireland play in promoting skills development and training within the scaffolding sector in Ireland?
Okay, so 2 years ago now, the scaffolding apprenticeship scheme was established in Ireland, and Layher Ireland is very supportive of that. As part of the training package for the apprentices, they learn how to work with the Layher system, but we also provide them with a lot of design and technical information, and basically anything that we can do to help them train the young scaffolders in Ireland to become professional, and that they end up with a qualification that puts them at the same level as every other tradesperson on building sites, or wherever they happen to be working.
Best of luck to you, Patrick, personally, in your life, in your career, in music career. Not this one. Okay. Anyway, a pleasure to have you here. Also, best of luck to you, to your team, and best of luck to all of us. We'll be back in a short break.
Hi, I'm Jonas, Business Development Manager of Kevaso, and we are here in Ludwigshafen. This is the headquarters of BASF. It's the largest chemical plant in the world and it has more than 40,000 employees. The newly built flake is covered in a 52-meter high scaffolding, based in an ATEX zone, and special safety requirements need to be provided. For the scaffolding assembly, the material was transported with the help of a crane. With a crane applied in such height, wind forces apply. These forces can cause the material boxes to swing and makes it difficult to load and unload the scaffolding parts at height. Our robotic solution is wireless and completely battery powered. A hot work permit enables liftbot even to be applied in an ATEX zone. Within 2 hours, liftbot and 50 meters of rails were installed. Liftbot can be removed from the rail within a couple of minutes and requires limited space on site. The installation of elevator landing safety doors is no longer required. The transportation platform of liftbot is rotatable. This means the scaffolders can always stand inside the scaffolding and can load or unload the material always safely without bending over. The project between Kevaso and BASF is a perfect example of how startups and corporates can tackle industry problems. Together, we tackle industry problems like labor shortage, safety and efficiency by bringing the latest innovation on sites.
Red Bull gives you wings. Twix Beam, the smart beam in scaffolding. It's made of aluminium. Low weight, easy dismantling and high strength. And integrated into the Layher system. That's what makes the Twix Beam so irresistible. The Twix Beam has surprising variability and flexibility. It fixes, stabilizes, bridges, and connects. Twix Beam, the high-strength and multifunctional aluminium beam for every requirement. Twix Beam, typically Layher.
It's the first time we use our robotic system LiftBot in such conditions. It's minus 20 degrees of Celsius outside. I'm Artem Kuchukov, the CEO of Kyvazo. We are here with the company Telenikataya in northern Finland, in Oulu, on renovation of the Oulu City Hall. Telenikataya is one of the leading scaffolding assembly companies in Finland. We use batteries instead of cables. Many people ask us whether batteries work in such temperatures. The battery of LiftBot is enough for one working day. With this project, we proved that LiftBot can be used even in such harsh conditions. This opens up the opportunity for using LiftBot in most of the northern countries where today scaffolding is built completely manually. One of the main advantages of LiftBot is the setup flexibility. The system can be installed and reinstalled just in a few minutes, so that even large scaffolds can be built with a 3-man team.
We're coming back from the short break, and first things first, what we need to do is announce that teams can disassemble their structures. So the second part of this third round is starting right now. So the half an hour to disassemble their structures. So best of luck for you guys, and closer to me there's Nikolai from team from Sweden, and Bjorli Big. Hello.
Hey.
It's very, very nice to see your team from previous years. So first question about that. 2022, you won bronze medal in those years. What type of experiences and challenges you learned from, and how you develop your bond within the team during that championship?
Well, the biggest benefit we got from that is that all the team members, not only team members, but the whole team, other guys also have way more belief in themselves. They see that it is possible. It is possible to get on that high level. So yeah, that's all about the belief.
2017, you began your journey as your company, and you're one of the most successful companies in Nordic region. It's amazing achievement. What's your secret?
People. We have actually one team member who asked me a couple of times being on this interview to mention him, and he's actually an important part of our team. It's Nikita. Hi, Nikita. So, but it's all about people. Scaffold are built by people, so people who are motivated, who are willing to do their work, willing to be better every day. So that is all.
So great core within the team, right?
Yeah, exactly.
In Stockholm, I know that you've done significant amazing jobs there and amazing performances in historical and other objects. Can you share the most impressive builds, what you've done so far in Stockholm?
Well, one of these projects is still ongoing. It's a project called Slussen. There's a whole city center is being rebuilt. They brought a 140-meter bridge from China directly. They specially manufactured the special boats to get it delivered. And it's still ongoing, going to go for a couple of more years. And I would also mention the Stockholm National Library with some unique furniture, that was a priceless lamp that not even one insurance company agreed to insure. I would name those two.
I mean, it's more impressive than I thought. It's amazing what you've done so far in Stockholm and other regions. Anyway, talk about this competition. It's tough this year?
It's all right.
Good face expression. That's all right. So you put yourself on the podium, I assume.
I hope so.
The second round, you participate in the second round. In your personal view, it's better to start early or in the middle or to be in the last third round? What do you think?
I think the middle is the perfect. It's not too early, and you don't have to wait so long. I think second part was the best.
Bjorli Big from Sweden. Thank you, Nikolai, for your answers. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Andris. We're here back in the studio at the Layher Baltic headquarters in Vilnius, Lithuania, and this has been just a spectacular day. We've heard from a lot of people. He talked about being middle, beginning, or end, and the advantages there. We were talking about that earlier, so it's interesting to hear one of the guys competing say that he thought that the middle was also one of the best times.
Exactly. When we are looking at the whole day, I think the middle ones had the biggest advantages, but we have seen that in the third round they all were adopting some different technologies. Maybe it was an advantage to adopt that technology, or it was a disadvantage to adopt that technology you haven't thought about yet. So it's an interesting aspect regarding that sports thing.
The disassembly has started, and so we're about 4 minutes into disassembling these things, and then we will bring the third round to a close here in probably about 25 minutes or so.
Something like this. We have seen that the dismantling goes much more faster. As I told you, you calculate half of the time for assembling for the dismantling, but in the end it goes much more faster. So they are, we will see how they keep the motivation up, how they start the dismantling procedure. Maybe we see that guys, so they are trying to push a little bit more so that they save some time in the dismantling procedure, but they keep concentrated. That's good thing. That's the good thing. Keep concentrated.
Can I ask real quick about some a gear question that just came up? I was watching as they were disassembling there. You have a bunch of different footwear. Talk to me about footwear in the scaffolding business. Is there a specialty kind of footwear that people should be thinking about?
You need to, we call it S3 safety shoes. So you need a toe protection on the beginning, you need an ankle protection, and in the end you need high shoes. And they have to be comfortable because you're wearing them the whole day. And a good advice is you need to have at least 2 or 3 pairs of shoes, because when you wear them the whole day, so you should wear them one day and then you should keep them one day safe, so
really?
that let's say all the smell disappears.
We do the same thing. I'm a runner, and we do the same thing in running. You're best off to alternate shoes in your runs, because it actually saves on wear and tear on the shoes too.
It's absolutely important that they are flexible. You need a certain kind of flexibility, because you see you're standing high and you're going on your knees, and if the shoes are not that flexible, you see that on the evening. Also, what some years ago they were creating some shoes with some like from the sports industry, that we have some air support underneath, but it's maybe not the best thing in the construction business, because you either need some kind of protection when you walk into a nail, so that the nail goes not through. In former days it was steel. Nowadays it's mostly almost plastic. And there are some new techniques that you use, for example Kevlar and stuff like this.
That's awesome. Well, it looks like they are going, well, we talked about this earlier. I'm seeing a difference in the speed of this team in the third round as they're disassembling. They don't seem quite as motivated, and that might be the team dynamics. It might be the time of day. I don't know which one it is, but it's interesting to see the differences in how quickly they're moving.
Yeah, it's yeah. We talk about the motivation. We talk about the spirit. You have to keep it up, but you always have to be aware you're working at height, so you need safe. Interesting thing, you see the guys wearing ear protection. That's, for example, also something which is a little bit an injuriness for in the scaffolding industry. Me either. When I go to the doctor and we make this hearing test, there is a certain frequency that I don't hear, and this is related to when you hammer the whole day. Your main hammer is right, and all day your ears are near when the metal blows off. So yeah, that's an important thing. But never mind. Wearing ear protection, we are speaking about communication, prevents you from the communication. So it's a win-lose game. So what is the biggest advantage? Yeah, but you know, scaffolders work hard and party hard. So
I think I just came up with an idea for a new company, a technology that could actually solve protecting your ears, but actually giving you the ability to communicate.
There are some teams that we have seen before. Some teams which were especially that Käfer guys. I've seen they wear ear protection, and in some areas it's absolutely mandatory, in especially industrial areas, to wear ear protection on site. And now you get even ear protection which is related to radio, so that you do not have to cry. There's also one thing I learned from my father. He's a supervisor on site, and he always said he enjoyed it the most to go on a site where the people are not yelling and where it is clean. When you go to a site and the people are yelling a lot, and it looks filthy on the side, then you see, okay, they're not organized well, and they're doing things in a different manner. When they go on site, when it's calm, everyone knows what to do, and when it's clean, the people are very, very well organized, and then you have no problems when you are a supervisor and when you're responsible for the finishing of the project.
Martin, you've mentioned a couple times today that we've talked about industrial and commercial scaffolding, and what's the difference between commercial and industrial, and why were you so much more impressed when the industrial guys came on site?
It was in the former days, because they did the all-round. Commercial is facade.
Okay.
It's straight. It's just doing square meter, doing square meter, doing square meter. Industrial is making volume.
Okay.
And then there is these additional parts in which everyone is keen on: big projects, doing cladding, doing shoring. We've seen an advertisement from Layher inventing the new products using, for example, the FW beam. This is new technique we invented so that we can do bridgings, which is system integrated. And we've seen this is combined with the Keder roof. So all the parts is playing Lego for the big guys.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
So,
as we're seeing this dismantling going on, there's a lot of movement here. There's a lot of guys really hustling, and it looks like yes, it looks like one of the teams here has actually got the lead here and actually getting a little farther ahead than everybody else.
You mean the lead? Yeah, this guy is waiting around and taking a little bit of security.
That team back there is hustling. They must be able to hear us.
Absolutely.
Because I've seen some hustling.
They are much more motivated, it seems so.
Is that's not Globalista, is it?
Don't know really. And yeah, you see they are dismounting. They want to compete. The others, they are okay. They want to finish the job. They want to be concentrated, and they want to finish the job finally. And I think now we are waiting for an interview or not?
No, we've got a few minutes still.
Okay. Okay, so we hand over to Andre, so we have an interview. So let's go back to the field and see what is your interview partner.
We are here with
graduates from Lithuanian team called Hotrama. They are doing very, very fine. Hello there.
Hi.
Hotrama, it looks like you know, big leaders in this competition. You done amazing and you won 2019 and 2022 competition. How you are smashing your opponents?
It's a teamwork.
Teamwork. More work, neither words, I assume. Anyway, you plan to employ at least 17,000 employers. Do you think it's achievable?
Of course it's achievable. It just takes time, and if we want to do it, we will do it.
You've done amazing. Short and simple. 500 projects in 20 countries. Can you name it your biggest project so far?
Here in Vilnius, CHP factory, and Finland, Sweden, Uruguay, Germany. Now I lost the count already.
I mean, with that tempo, you probably built some projects in the Mars in the nearest future. Anyway, you done absolutely smashing in this competition. Do you think you done in everything in the safest way, and you don't receive any penalties, and you hope for the gold?
We know we did some mistakes, but we will see what's going to be with the time for our opponents.
All right.
We're hoping for the best already as well.
You done with amazing precision and with amazing speed. You done a great job. You know who's doing a great job as well? Chris and Martin.
Thank you, Andrus. You yourself are doing a great job as well. It's been fun to work with this team here today. And what you don't see behind the scenes is all the people who are making this possible, running around. The broadcast team has been spectacular. The hosting team, outside of us, we're just a couple of yahoos. But everybody else having a great time and doing a really fine job. It's been fun to be here. I want to touch on something that he talked about with Hotrama. He said he wants to employ 17,000 people. But does a company with a much larger team have an advantage in a competition like this, or a smaller team where they're working together a lot in the same?
It depends, in my opinion, how you treat your people, how you motivate your people. The bigger the company is, the easier it is to hide somewhere. So when you know the places to hide, so you can easier hide in the bigger company. So it's a management thing, and this is what we were talking before. Rushing into the business, you know. You need to understand the scaffolding, but you have to have management skills.
We talked early on yesterday actually, about maybe having a pickup team, taking the best scaffolders in the world and creating like a superstar team. And there was talk as to whether or not that would even work or be possible. Is this a situation where, because it's such a team sport, that's probably not going to happen because they're not working together enough throughout the rest of the year?
I think this could be a disadvantage. You know, in former days when we had that team, when you work in the team in the morning, you see all yours, and you don't have to talk that much. You know, okay, he had a bad day, he has a good day, he has stress with his wife, so okay, we need to organize and manage it in a different way. But when you are used to work together, you go on the site, you put up your gears, and then when you're used to work together, everyone knows what to do. Okay, there's one guy who is unloading the truck. There's another guy who is studying the plan, organizing the team. There's one guy who is organizing the parts, and then you start. One guy bringing the base plates, as we've seen it here. One guy bringing the ledgers. One guy starting with the ruler, and oh man, you see it shaking.
It is shaking.
You see it shaking. You see what they did? They dismantled the diagonals. This is man. Oh, that's interesting.
Well,
we have remember what I was telling you in the first step about the stiffness, about using the diagonals. This is what I said. Horizontal forces due to the work. I'm interested how the safety inspectors how the referee. Oh, well, I'm excited.
Would the referees step in and stop this?
No, it's not really a safety issue now because they were not throwing it, but you see, they reduced the stiffness, the stiffness because they get rid of the diagonal. Some people they are on fire. Some people, when I did trainings, they called me that I'm a diagonal fetishist because yeah, it's absolutely important for the stiffness that you have the diagonal. And as I told you, the whole wisdom in scaffolding is a square is unstable, a triangle is stable. So yeah, they are rushing. They're on fire. We are in the last minute.
You can see the people in the background cheering them on.
It's the last
awesome.
team there in the last. So they store the material. So push, guys. Yeah, running. So secret is will be. So now you're in the last team. Everyone is picking out his hammers, opening the wedges, put out the ledges. They are on fire. So they've seen that mistake that they dismantled the diagonal. So they are a little bit. Go push. One guy shoots, so two guys. One guy is serving the guys on the top, putting out the ledges, and the other guy is storing in the pallet.
This is fascinating. This red team over here actually taking the standards in giant pieces and bringing them down and breaking them down in pieces as well.
Different strategy. We were talking about this. Do they assemble it that way? Okay, again that problem how to open the wedges. He is experienced. He knows where to hit the base ledge that the wedge is open. And that's either the idea on the ground when you dismantle the ground. This is when you're on fire. Everyone wants to put his hammer out, but you need the guys to save the material, to store it properly. Otherwise, they will be punished by the referees.
You know, it's also interesting to think about if you lost a few on the build, a few minutes or here and there, you can absolutely make that up on the disassembly.
Yeah.
But I don't think that many of them have thought about that. They're so concerned about the build that a lot of them, it doesn't seem like they put as much thought into the disassembly, because we haven't seen the same kind of hustle consistently in the disassembly.
Most people are concentrated on the assembling, but the dismantling process. Everyone, when you go into the business and when you create your own group and when you work as a subby, you start mostly in dismantling in the process and don't a lot. I hated it in former days, being only the dismantling, because if I assemble the scaffolding, I know how the construction is. If you're dismantling a construction another guy did, you don't know where he cheated, you don't know where he put the things wrong, so you need to have to take care and hope that the guy who assembled was a serious guy. So okay. Interesting. Did they open the log against liftoff in the dismantling? It was interesting how the referees will think about that stuff, about securing using the log against. Oh man, I'm on fire again back. So yes, store the material proper. We are in the end. We're in the last minutes. First team finished. Congratulations. And yeah, let's see what's happening now. Okay, they show off. Yeah, man. This is what it's all about. Steel scaffolding makes your body sexy.
That's where I've gone wrong in life.
But problem is, if you quit steel smoking, steel scaffolding, and you keep eating like you did before, you look like me in the end.
Man, it's fantastic to watch these guys finish this up. They really did hustle, and it looked like Team Finland was struggling a little bit still here on the teardown.
Maybe they have that thing. Okay, let's concentrate. Let's finish it. Let's show that we are serious.
Yes.
Let's show that we are serious. Let's show that what we can do.
20 minutes. That teardown, the first one's done, was in under 20 minutes. It was 19 minutes when they did that.
Okay, so we see congratulate each other. You see the guys waiting with the beer. So now it's time for Feierabend. It's time for the end of the shift.
And that was the brotherhood that we were talking about amongst these scaffolders, as they were greeting each other and shaking hands. It was really awesome to watch.
It's all of respect. We are all doing hard work, and in the end we work hard, we party hard together.
That's right. And we're going to go down in just a second to an interview with Andres, but I do want to point out, this is another team completing their teardown here. They're done for the day. Like you said, they're going to go out and have a couple drinks now and party. Congratulations to all the teams. With that, let's send it down to Andres.
We have a great partners and wonderful company which is called Terramodus, and Martinez is from this company. And Martinez, what is Terramodus?
Terramodus is one of the first company in Lithuania who started using laser scanning in different areas of construction, architecture, and now we are trying to start doing something with scaffolding in a scaffolding area. Yeah.
Nice. Close to you, there's this piece of engineering. What about this kind of stuff? Where it is, where you're supposed to put close, far from the objects? How you mantle this type of things?
Yeah, that's one of the newest laser scanner from leading brand Trimble, world's leading brand, and it's basically just we put it close to the building which we need to scan, and it in 1 hour or 2 hours we can get the whole building or other object scanned and transfer everything with accurate dimensions to your computer. So so designers can start designing the scaffolding plans and everything in a computer rather than going to site.
So it's very convenient, and it probably saves a lot of time and money as well.
Yeah, because if we do like convention methods like measuring tape or total stations, you have to take each measurement, and if you miss something, you have to go back to site and measure it again. So with this one, we just scan everything, and there's no chance to miss something. So you can, if you need one or two measurements additional, you just go to your computer and get it from there.
So accuracy in 21st century is very keen and important, and with technology and laser technology, it's easy to do that. Martinez, thank you for your time, and we back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Andres. It's great to be here. We are here back in the studio at Layher Baltic headquarters here in Vilnius, Lithuania. And we're glad to have you along with us today watching. And by the way, for those of you who've watched all day long, pat yourself on the back. This has been a long day, and it's been fantastic. If you've watched every second of this, you must really be a scaffolding fan.
You have the durability of a scaffolding, absolutely.
Talk to me a little bit about what we just saw, the laser scanner, and how it works, and the changes that are coming about because of that.
As I told you before, the more and more we have the renovation of old buildings, even if you are in an industrial area. Okay, so they are dismantling the whole thing, different strategy. Even in your industrial areas, if you are on a boiler or stuff like this, you have many tubes, and very often you find no plan how many tubes there are. So there is no plan, there is no drawing, there is no design, but you need to design your scaffolding. These are these demands. So this is the new way doing this laser scan on that side, but it's not that easy to do that laser scan because, for example, if you have many tubes on a boiler and stuff like this, and if you just do the scans from the ground, you always have that shadow where the scan is not visible.
Yes.
So your final cloud, your final point cloud, what you integrate into your design, into your computer, will have the shadow, and you have not the full information you need to assemble, to design the scaffolding, and especially to find the attachment points, and especially to reduce the gaps to fall in. So this is quite interesting. Some people are using now also, we have some companies in Germany which use drones to do that laser scanning. This is interesting. But one point, what I wanted to point out, that guy mentioned, it's not about doing the scanning. The real thing is to transfer the scanning into a model which I can integrate into my drawing program, into my CAD program, or into ScaffPlan, so that I can plan my scaffolding on this point cloud. And this is the demand. And that's the other demand is to make it work, to make it able that you can work on it, because the data amount is that big.
We just saw, actually, something you and I talked about earlier. He was struggling with his hammer because his hammer was all wrapped up in his safety hip harness.
As I told you, you see it on now. So the hook is using the hammer. So you need to the bungee rope for the hammer. You need to push more forces, and if you push that forces, your harness will scratch your back. But never mind, we are on sports, so we are on scaffolding sports here.
And they're tearing down the last few pieces here in this disassembly part, and I think this might be the last team disassembling. We might see them at the end here. All right, we're getting the word that it is the last team working here, and as soon as they're done here, we're going to have another interview. But these last few minutes, it's always fun to watch and cheer on the last person in the race, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Show the respect for the guys there on side. Show the guy. So there, as Jimmy said, there are a lot of mouth scaffolders, but these scaffolders here, they showed, they went to a championship, they competed with each other. So you need, let's say, balls of steel to do that work, to go here. Yeah, interesting thing. We have seen that guy with the ladder falling down. So you remember the first time when there was one guy where the ladder was falling on the hard hat.
Yes.
So yeah, dismantle it. So 5 guys working. Do you see that guy? Oh, I remember one training I did. So we had we needed to convince the people that our system is better than the others, and the bosses said, okay, you train our guys, and then we make 1 week, and then after that week we make a competition, our guys with our system and the trained guys with your system. And then we had this competition again, and it was in South Africa. It was that hot. I had a sunburn in my ears. My skin went off in my ears. I was sweating that much.
Wow.
But in the end, it was really a nice thing and a nice experience working there. So yeah. Great memories. I'm glad that I can talk to you about this, and I remember that feelings I had there. And I was standing outside, and I was not allowed to interrupt my guys assembling the scaffolding. And the guys, we had a hard training that week. So I worked with the blacks, and one guy came to me and he asked me, and he said, "Oh, Martin, why do my guys work with you? What do my guys do with you in 3 days, and when I work with them, they do not the same in 3 weeks?" And I said, I show them respect. And he was thinking about it. Okay, maybe I should try this. And yeah, in the end, it was really funny. That one guy said to me, "Oh, you can marry my sister," and I said, "Oh no, I have a girlfriend." And he said, "Oh, you should have a girlfriend you should have a wife on each continent on that world."
Let's talk about that for a second, because I think that theme of respect for your employees is actually really key in any industry, not just scaffolding. But it's something that I think in the trades, most of the trades, at least in the U.S., from what I understand, it's hard to come by sometimes for an employee to find a manager or a business owner who really gives them the respect that they deserve. Is that your experience?
It's that motivation. It's that motivation. If you get respect, you're motivated.
Yes.
If you're just a random guy who works for you, you say, okay, I work for you. We make a we change time versus money.
Yeah.
But if you have respect, so okay, we both can be successful, and let's do and finish the job.
And this final team's coming down to their final few triangles. They're pulling them apart right now. They've taken their time. They've got it. They're doing it. It's not a terrible time. Again, if we'd have looked at this earlier in the day, we wouldn't have thought anything of this time.
Absolutely, it's a good time, and they're doing very well. All the things with the ledges on the ground. So yeah, but they're really storing good.
I was going to say that I'm really impressed with that is about as well placed as we've seen.
Absolutely, better than in the beginning for the first teams.
Yes,
but also respect for Layher Baltic. So they prevented it very good. All the material very good for the guys here on the yard. yard. So yeah, thank you for providing this material.
And as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, if you are wondering how you can, if you're out and about, you'll never see scaffolding again after watching a competition like this the same way. And you can always notice it's Layher by the nice red stickers on the sides.
Absolutely. Look at the light stickers and remember that time we spent together here.
Absolutely. And the final few pieces are being picked up. The base plates are being collected. Come on, guys, put a little hustle into it. You got this.
Yo. Stay focused. Oh, we are laughing here. We are sitting in this nice area. They are outside. They are sweating, but they're smiling. So you see, they have fun. They like what they do. They like that event. So yeah, so you see they're still smiling, they're still enjoying that time here, they're finished, so...
And they're not only enjoying it, they're enjoying another day of work that they paid to come and do.
Exactly.
Think about that.
Yeah.
All right, with that, we are going to send it down for one more interview and hear from Andres. Take it away, Andres.
Closer to me is Cavazo co-founder Sebastian.
Hi there, how's it going?
Somebody said, multiple people in this area in 2 days, that you look alike like Sebastian Vettel. Did you get that a lot?
I'm not sure about that. Maybe.
But, both of you, I know that you are clever guys. Anyway, you done amazing with the startup of this company. You're growing rapidly. What beneficial things do you offer to your customers? And yeah.
Right, so the main value we really offer is that you can set up this product, LiftBot, really quickly on construction sites, carry it in. It increases the safety because people stand behind the safety guardrail. That's the main values we offer immediately, and yeah.
So, do you offer any digital features on your tools?
Yes, for sure. So LiftBot also constantly records how much weight has been transported on construction sites, and that gives really good insights for construction managers that have to look over all their projects and see which ones are performing well. And the ones that don't perform so well, they may be able to actually solve problems if they have data about it and can do something about it.
Which part of the world you are involved with?
Right, so we're most strongly active in all of Europe, but we also actually recently entered the US and Canadian markets, so we're also really happy to talk to customers there and also have already gained some traction there.
How is safety improved by using LiftBot?
Exactly, so that's a really good question, very important. LiftBot rotates its basket inside the scaffold and allows people to stand behind a safety guardrail so they actually stay safe because the guardrail is always right there. And that's something that is great for people because they stay safe. It's great for scaffolding companies because their people are safe, and it's great for their customers because they also really care about safety. So everybody really wins with this feature.
What is the advantage for the customers of scaffolding company? The main goal of that?
Yeah, so many times the KPIs of the customer of a scaffolding company, so for example refineries, many times they have as a KPI the safety of their whole plant, and also of course they care about it because of the people that work there. And LiftBot increases this safety because there's less manual handling, people are standing behind the safety guardrail, so scaffolding companies really can offer something more safe to their customers, and that's what we hope to achieve, that everybody wins in this situation, and it's more safe for the people.
So, co-founder of Cavazo, Sebastian, who's changing the world with his inventions and increasing the safety. It's all that matters at this time around. So, ScaffChamp 2023 here in Lithuania, Vilnius. We will be back shortly after the break.
Hi, I'm Jonas, Business Development Manager of Kevaso, and we are here in Ludwigshafen. This is the headquarters of BASF. It's the largest chemical plant in the world and it has more than 40,000 employees. The newly built flake is covered in a 52-meter high scaffolding, based in an ATEX zone, and special safety requirements need to be provided. For the scaffolding assembly, the material was transported with the help of a crane. With a crane applied in such height, wind forces apply. These forces can cause the material boxes to swing and makes it difficult to load and unload the scaffolding parts at height. Our robotic solution is wireless and completely battery powered. A hot work permit enables LiftBot even to be applied in an ATEX zone. Within 2 hours, LiftBot and 50 meters of rails were installed. LiftBot can be removed from the rail within a couple of minutes and requires limited space on site. The installation of elevator landing safety doors is no longer required. The transportation platform of LiftBot is rotatable. This means the scaffolders can always stand inside the scaffolding and can load or unload the material always safely without bending over. The project between Kevaso and BASF is a perfect example of how startups and corporates can tackle industry problems. Together, we tackle industry problems like labor shortage, safety and efficiency by bringing the latest innovation on sites.
Red Bull gives you wings. Twix Beam, the smart beam in scaffolding. It's made of aluminium. Low weight, easy dismantling and high strength. And integrated into the Layher system. That's what makes the Twix Beam so irresistible. The Twix Beam has surprising variability and flexibility. It fixes, stabilizes, bridges, and connects. Twix Beam, the high-strength and multifunctional aluminium beam for every requirement. Twix Beam, typically Layher.
It's the first time we use our robotic system LiftBot in such conditions. It's minus 20 degrees of Celsius outside. I'm Martin Kuchukov, the CEO of Kevazo. We are here with the company Telenikataja in northern Finland, in Oulu, on renovation of the Oulu City Hall. Telenikataja is one of the leading scaffolding assembly companies in Finland. We use batteries instead of cables. Many people ask us whether batteries work in such temperatures. The battery of LiftBot is enough for one working day. With this project, we proved that LiftBot can be used even in such harsh conditions. This opens up the opportunity for using LiftBot in most of the northern countries where today scaffolding is built completely manually. One of the main advantages of LiftBot is the setup flexibility. The system can be installed and reinstalled just in a few minutes, so that even large scaffolds can be built with a three-man team.
Seniausias iš senukų, bet eina miegoti paskutinis. Jo senamiestis pilnas jaunystės. Jis buvo hip, kai pirmojo hipsterio tėvukas dar nebuvo gimęs. Jam 20, jau 700 metų.
Hi, I'm Jonas, Business Development Manager of Kevazo, and we are here in Ludwigshafen. This is the headquarters of BASF. It's the largest chemical plant in the world and it has more than 40,000 employees. The newly built flake is covered in a 52-meter high scaffolding. It's based in an ATEX zone and special safety requirements need to be provided. For the scaffolding assembly, the material was transported with the help of a crane. With a crane applied in such height, wind forces apply. These forces can cause the material boxes to swing and makes it difficult to load and unload the scaffolding parts at height. Our robotic solution is wireless and completely battery powered. A hot work permit enables LiftBot even to be applied in an ATEX zone. Within 2 hours, LiftBot and 50 meters of rails were installed. LiftBot can be removed from the rail within a couple of minutes and requires limited space on site. The installation of elevator landing safety doors is no longer required. The transportation platform of LiftBot is rotatable. This means the scaffolders can always stand inside the scaffolding and can load or unload the material always safely without bending over. The project between Kevazo and BASF is a perfect example of how startups and corporates can tackle industry problems. Together, we tackle industry problems like labor shortage, safety and efficiency by bringing the latest innovation on sites.
Red Bull gives you wings. Twix Beam, the smart beam in scaffolding. It's made of aluminium. Low weight, easy dismantling and high strength. And integrated into the Layher system. That's what makes the Twix Beam so irresistible. The Twix Beam has surprising variability and flexibility. It fixes, stabilizes, bridges, and connects. Twix Beam, the high-strength and multifunctional aluminium beam for every requirement. Twix Beam, typically Layher.
It's the first time we use our robotic system LiftBot in such conditions. It's minus 20 degrees of Celsius outside. I'm Artem Kuchukov, the CEO of Kevazo. We are here with the company Telenikataja in northern Finland, in Oulu, on renovation of the Oulu City Hall. Telenikataja is one of the leading scaffolding assembly companies in Finland. We use batteries instead of cables. Many people ask us whether batteries work in such temperatures. The battery of LiftBot is enough for one working day. With this project, we proved that LiftBot can be used even in such harsh conditions. This opens up the opportunity for using LiftBot in most of the northern countries where today scaffolding is built completely manually. One of the main advantages of LiftBot is the setup flexibility. The system can be installed and reinstalled just in a few minutes, so that even large scaffolds can be built with a three-man team.
Seniausias iš senukų, bet eina miegoti paskutinis. Jo senamiestis pilnas jaunystės. Jis buvo hip, kai pirmojo hipsterio tėvukas dar nebuvo gimęs. Jam 20, jau 700 metų.
We're coming back with a small activity here, and the team Globalita, part of a Sigmaris group, ran the game for 2 consecutive days. And there was one lucky person who won a special prize, this pair of headphones. And we invite you to present the prize, to give this prize from the captain of Globalita team, Julius Miknius. Hello there.
Hello.
Julius, are you happy to donate these headphones for somebody who don't know yet?
Of course, I'm happy because a lot of people tried to want that headphones, but we have only one lucky guy who's won those headphones, so I'm happy too.
So, who's that lucky one? Let's check it out. And the winner is, please welcome, headphones goes to Mantas Knabikas. Oh. Congratulations. Mantas, receive your prize. May a couple of words stand in the middle of us. A couple of words. Are you happy with this? What do you take home? Trophy of this championship or headphones?
I take the headphones, and I hope so. Maybe some trophies.
All right, we'll see if it will be a reality or just a dream. Anyways, enjoy your music on your brand new headphones, and best of luck. We will waiting for results, and we're waiting for you to don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly.
Welcome back to ScaffChamp 2023. We're going to take a look for the last few minutes. I'm Chris Cochran. I'm here with my good friend, I would say great friend, Martin Duiker.
Thank you very much for the flowers.
And we are going to be showing you some of the last highlights of the day, some of the things we saw throughout the day. And I got to say, before we even get into these highlights, Martin, what a pleasure it has been to have spent this day with you.
Absolutely. I enjoyed it, and I want to thank you that you guided me through that live stream. So for me, it was the first time to do live commentation. It was an absolutely pleasure. Thank you very much, all the team who supported us. And let's now take a look to all the highlights the guys did the whole day, assembling the scaffolding, dismantling, struggling, going from zero to hero. So yeah, we are waiting for the results. The referees are discussing the times. So in the end, we will have the results, and we can name the ScaffChamp 2023.
As we're watching these highlights, Martin, I want to ask you, what did you expect coming into today, and how was it different than what you expected?
I can't remember what I expected. I'm gone. I'm through that hours. We've seen that much. We have seen that much energy. We have seen that much patience. I haven't expected it being that great. I haven't expected being that interesting. I haven't expected seeing that different approaches to that different strategies to assemble and dismantle, to organize the teams. So yeah, I'm looking forward. I enjoyed that stream, but I'm looking forward. So we went outside during the break. We have seen the party started for the teams, and I'm looking forward to join that party.
Yeah, I'm watching this, and some of these things bring back memories of where we were at and what we were talking about at these points
exactly.
In the day.
Crazy guys.
Yes.
Crazy guys that being concentrated and staying and being concentrated doing their job. We went through many things with strategies, technical things. I enjoyed it very much.
Yes, it has been good. And I want to say, while we're doing this, I want to shout out to all the teams here. One of the things that I've learned in broadcasting is you always have to stay flexible, no matter how. But the quality and the people who always want the best quality in these broadcasts, it's shown today. And the teams have just done an absolutely excellent job. Thank you to Layher, BSA. Thanks, Layher, Baltic, BSA. Thank you to the teams, the broadcast teams who've been here and doing this, and all the sponsors too. They have done just an outstanding job of coming and participating, not just coming and throwing money at this thing, but they came and participated.
Exactly. I'm sure that something. It already started, but this outstanding event was creating something new. We created the Scaff Sports, and yeah, when we watch the highlights, you see the guys, you see the Mongolian guys being the participants part. You see Andres doing a fascinating job being on the field. So yeah,
Andres was just outstanding today. It was great to have him as part of this process. Also want to thank Cavazo for their commitment to this, and ScaffChamp. Having them here has been actually not just good for the industry and good for this event, but they have been fun people to meet and get to know.
Exactly. As a part of the scaffolding business, they are partners in the scaffolding business like Layher is. We are the partners here. We are it's you've learned today, scaffolding is a team sports, and it's not only that team on the side, on the yard who is part of the team. There are many people around who participate, and in the result we have a safe and good scaffolding.
Yes, and also the partners, Red Bull, we wouldn't have gotten through the day without you. Like literally, we couldn't have gotten through the day without you.
It gave us wings, really.
Hot Rema, Aeropol, Kraga, and Go Vilnius. And I want to thank Go Vilnius especially because this is my first trip to Vilnius, and what an outstanding place to host an event like this.
Really, I'm absolutely keen on. I hope we are invited back and have the chance to see that outstanding city. As we spoke already about this, Vilnius is a really nice place to be. So if you do not know where to go to, where to spend your summer days, go to Vilnius, visit the city, feel it's a good vibes here in that city.
It is. And finally, the media partners. I want to recognize them too. ScaffMag. And by the way, each one of these media partners, as we've gotten to know them over the weekend, again, just good people who care deeply about this industry and want to do something that's within their creative wheelhouse. And you can't ask for more than people who are passionate about their industry and passionate about telling others about it.
Exactly. It's we met many people who are part of scaffolding, who are part of who enjoy that craftsman.
Yes.
And we've seen outstanding people. We have seen there are many scaffolders from all over the world, and all they are now having a good time, enjoying their life. So, as I always say, work hard and party hard.
Absolutely. So thank you to the Scaffold Industry Podcast, The View with Vertex, and by the way, thank you from Martin and I for having us on the podcast. Thank you to Zoom 2V, Big Dog Scaffolding. Jimmy, by the way, isn't he doing something creative? 48,000 followers on Facebook.
That's amazing. So you see how many people are interested, how many people want to share their knowledge, want to share also memes, want to have fun, want to share their experience, want to share their results, want to share their technical solutions for the scaffolding.
And finally, ScaffMag, they've been here too and just done a wonderful job in the industry. And I think one last person we probably should, or two people we should highlight, Oleg, who really was the king of this entire day. I mean, he did all the work behind the scenes. Not all the work, there's a whole team of people working, but Oleg has been just an outstanding person and a host.
Really, I was glad to meet him some years ago, and I was glad that I was honored that he invited me and us to that live stream, so that we were part of this event here.
Mm-hmm.
So if you haven't been here, so think about to join it, and there will be a new ScaffChamp. Join it. Stay on social media, and be a part of what started here.
And finally, I want to thank Victor. Victor's vision and leadership is the reason that we're all here. And neither you or I would be sitting here doing this if it wasn't for him and his leadership.
Exactly. He is an outstanding guy. He is very well known he's not very well known in Lithuania. He's very well known in our company. He is an outstanding person. He's a great character. He has that much energy. He has that much vision. He's the guy who does not only talk, he makes it possible. Like we'd say at Layher, more possibilities.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, and Martin, thank you. It's been just an absolute pleasure to spend this time with you.
Thank you that you helped me through that you were my light through that live interview jungle. I'm grateful that I met you. I'm sure we will meet each other again and have some fun. And it was absolutely a pleasure. You brought me into that commentator business. So let's see what the future will be.
Well, one thing we now know is we will never run out of things to talk about.
Yeah, that's really.
As we're watching the final seconds of this, it's just, again, want to say thank you to all the scaffolders who participated in this. It's just an honor to see them compete, and it really has been fun to watch their passion, their drive, their strive for excellence, their commitment to safety. All of that has been just absolutely outstanding today. And just to echo kind of what you said, Martin, I would encourage anybody watching this, come to Vilnius, watch ScaffChamp. I promise you, even if you don't know anybody in the scaffolding industry, even if you don't know anything about scaffolding, you will have an absolute blast in one of the most beautiful cities on the planet.
Yeah, really, it's you know, scaffolders are some special types of persons, but they are but you will enjoy it having a party with them, but because parties with the scaffolders are only great.
We're going to take a look at the last few minutes here of the highlight reel, and let's just do this. Let's at the control room can hear me. Why don't we just turn up some music and we'll watch the last few minutes of the highlight and remember what was ScaffChamp 2023 before we go down to the field for the final awards.
Let's honor the people and let's speak the power and what they did for themselves.
Absolutely. The next time you hear from us, we'll be on the stage with the rest of the gang, and we will bring you more and the awards from ScaffChamp 2023 by Cavazo.
Thank you very much for joining the stream. Thank you very much for your time. It was a pleasure.
Stick around, though. We're not going anywhere.
It was a pleasure. Stay tuned. There will be the
awards.
The awards for the guys. So there will be something more on the stream. Enjoy the highlights of the day. See you later.
closer to me is a very good friend 2 years in a row. I'm talking with Jimmy Palmer from Finland, and he's got his social network and the biggest channel in Facebook with 48k followers. Please welcome Big Dog Scaffolding. What's a great name? How you come up with that name?
It's better to be a big dog than a small dog.
That's a great answer, actually. How you engage with your content? How you bring that value for your followers?
Just do what I can find on the market that's interesting, and just do the best out of it. Try to see what fits and so on, and just go with it. Yeah, that's about it.
With over 48 followers, 48,000 followers. How you came up with idea? Because your channel is quite huge for this type of industry, and it's not extra. It's extraordinary industry, by the way. So it's not about the culture, it's not about the music, it's not about the films. It's scaffolding. How you came up with this idea, by the way?
Well, long story made short, it was like I wanted to separate my personal life with work life. And then it grew to something much bigger, and just keep doing it. I love it. So,
how you generate those ideas for the content?
Just gotta think outside the box and see what's available, and reach out to the right people and see what you can get your hands on.
What do you wish for yourself into the future?
More content and more interactions and unforgettable moments with the fans.
A personal question from my side. Are you visit me next year?
Of course.
Great. Short break. We're counting the results, and we're coming back with the trophies and award ceremony. Stay tuned. this armrest?
Everything is technique, that's it. And you have to know what you're doing. So this is the main thing.
Technique. Did you practice for this?
It's like for fun, not professional, but for fun. I like that.
So you already know a couple of secrets. Can you share it so far? What's the position? No?
No, I will not share this.
It's professional secrets. Anyway, best of luck. We have a winner in armrest! Please! Congratulations, Renatas. You are absolutely staggering. What's your secret?
These guys, I love them. See, I love everybody. Thank you very much for the support.
Okay, so these guys, that means that against them you save your power. Or it wasn't staged.
I don't know. Actually, it works so much I didn't really say. Because I love to this guy, he's very strong. Amazing. But I changed technique against him because I tried to do like top roll move and later I started to use my wrist more. Maybe it works.
Yeah, it was a strategic, not only a stamina and endurance. It was a strategic move. Anyway, absolutely staggering performance. Please welcome once again, Renatas Koulias. Cheers.
Hi, I'm Jonas, Business Development Manager of Kevaso, and we are here in Ludwigshafen. This is the headquarters of BASF. It's the largest chemical plant in the world and it has more than 40,000 employees. The newly built flake is covered in a 52-meter high scaffolding. It's based in an ATEX zone and special safety requirements need to be provided. For the scaffolding assembly, the material was transported with the help of a crane. Is a crane applied in such height, wind forces apply. These forces can cause the material boxes to swing and makes it difficult to load and unload the scaffolding parts at height. Our robotic solution is wireless and completely battery powered. A hot work permit enables liftbot even to be applied in an ATEX zone. Within 2 hours, liftbot and 50 meters of rails were installed. LiveBot can be removed from the rail within a couple of minutes and requires limited space on site. The installation of elevator landing safety doors is no longer required. The transportation platform of LiveBot is rotatable. This means the scaffolders can always stand inside the scaffolding and can load or unload the material always safely without bending over. The project between Kevaso and BASF is a perfect example of how startups and corporates can tackle industry problems. Together, we tackle industry problems like labor shortage, safety, and efficiency by bringing the latest innovation on sites.
Red Bull gives you wings. Twix Beam, the smart beam in scaffolding. It's made of aluminium. Low weight, easy dismantling, and high strength. And integrated into the Layher system. That's what makes the Twix Beam so irresistible. The Twix Beam has surprising variability and flexibility. It fixes, stabilizes, bridges, and connects. Twix Beam, the high-strength and multifunctional aluminium beam for every requirement. Twix Beam, typically Layher.
It's the first time we use our robotic system LiftBot in such conditions. It's minus 20 degrees of Celsius outside. I'm Martin Kuchukov, the CEO of Kivazo. We are here with the company Telenikataja in northern Finland, in Oulu, on renovation of the Oulu City Hall. Telenikataja is one of the leading scaffolding assembly companies in Finland. We use batteries instead of cables. Many people ask us whether batteries work in such temperatures. The battery of LiftBot is enough for one working day. With this project, we proved that LiftBot can be used even in such harsh conditions. This opens up the opportunity for using LiftBot in most of the northern countries where today scaffolding is built completely manually. One of the main advantages of LiftBot is the setup flexibility. The system can be installed and reinstalled just in a few minutes, so that even large scaffolds can be built with a three-man team.
Seniausias iš senukų, bet eina miegoti paskutinis. Jo senamiestis pilnas jaunystės. Jis buvo hip, kai pirmojo hipsterio tėvukas dar nebuvo gimęs. Jam 20, jau 700 metų.
Hi, I'm Jonas, Business Development Manager of Kivazo, and we are here in Ludwigshafen. This is the headquarters of BASF. It's the largest chemical plant in the world and it has more than 40,000 employees. The newly built flake is covered in a 52-meter high scaffolding. It's based in an ATEX zone and special safety requirements need to be provided. For the scaffolding assembly, the material was transported with the help of a crane. Is a crane applied in such height, wind forces apply. These forces can cause the material boxes to swing and makes it difficult to load and unload the scaffolding parts at height. Our robotic solution is wireless and completely battery powered. A hot work permit enables LiftBot even to be applied in an ATEX zone. Within 2 hours, LiftBot and 50 meters of rails were installed. LiftBot can be removed from the rail within a couple of minutes and requires limited space on site. The installation of elevator landing safety doors is no longer required. The transportation platform of LiftBot is rotatable. This means the scaffolders can always stand inside the scaffolding and can load or unload the material always safely without bending over. The project between Kevazo and BASF is a perfect example of how startups and corporates can tackle industry problems. Together, we tackle industry problems like labor shortage, safety and efficiency by bringing the latest innovation on sites.
Hello guys, welcome back to Kevazo ScaffChamp 2023 Scaffolding World Championship here in Lithuania, Vilnius. Are we excited enough? Please, teams, join us closer to the stage because we're about to announce the best of the best. And also, various teams got their MVP, so we are more than excited. But before that, we have a little chat with the general manager of Layher Baltic, which is Viktor Vorontsov. Hello.
Thank you. Oh, hello. Yes. Thank you very much for coming, and we did a fantastic event, yes. And it's not BSA or Layher Baltic did fantastic event. All you guys, we did together fantastic event. And we see you in 2024, promise me.
Ho, it's exciting news, by the way. So we already planning 2024, right?
Yes, yes, because we are best of this planet. Yes, we are scaffolders. We are proud to be scaffolders. Who we are? I do not hear you. Who we are? Better.
Atmosphere is joyful, as we can see. Sun is shining, weather is easy, so we're having great time here, and also we having great time all together. So Viktor Vorontsov, thank you very much for participating together, organizing all this stuff. I saw you running back and forth, chatting with everybody, having great fun and enjoying atmosphere all together, right?
Thank you. Yes, yes, and do not forget that Vilnius is perfect. Yes, spend your evening in Vilnius and you will not be disappointed.
Thank you very much. It's a very, very great advice to spend more time in Vilnius here in Lithuania. Also, we having close to the stage our team, so be ready for announcing the best of the best. But before that, I want to say a big thank you for our sponsors and our friends. So main sponsor, of course, Kevazo and ScaffPlan. Media partners, ScaffMag, Big Dog Scaffolding, Zoom TV, the Scaffold Industry Podcast, The View with Vertex. Also our partners, a big thank you to Go Vilnius, Kraga, Europol, Hotrama and Red Bull. Also our organizers are Layher Baltic and Baltic Scaffolder Association. So thank you very much for all the partnership, all the friendship, what we got here, and we have amazing couple of days here, and it's finally goes to an end. And also, I want to invite here on stage my partners and friends, Chris and Martin, our allies from US and Germany. Hello there.
Hey, how's it going?
It's finally nice to have you here on stage and share this wonderful atmosphere. You were a bit far away from me, like 30 meters or so.
Yes.
You were in the studio, but man, you've done a great job.
Thank you, thank you. It was awesome to be there. Martin is what made it interesting. Give it up for the legendary Martin Dojka.
You know,
whoa, 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 whoa. I don't think you understand how we do this in America. I want to hear some noise. Give it up for Martin.
Actually, I was very surprised, but Martin said it's his first that type of work, and you're supposed to consider yourself in hosting events and commentating this type of things.
I stay in the scaffolding business. I've been there 25 years. I respect all my colleagues here. Respect all to you guys. What you did here, I raised my hat for you. You did a great job. You showed off. You're not a mouth scaffolder. You competed with all the guys. Big respect to all of you. Big respect to all the companies. Big respect to all the gangs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all who made this this event possible. I'm astonished, and now my party starts.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Cochran from US and Martin Dolka from Germany. And me, Andrius Janusauskas from Lithuania. What a great friendship right here.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're going to go on the road.
Yeah. Also, beforehand, let's enjoy this atmosphere, three of us, and host this award ceremony together.
All right, that sounds great.
Also, what is next? The next is MVPs. Did you saw the MVPs when you look at that live stream, and you already consider what is going to be MVP in various type of teams? What do you think?
All people were great. All people were good. So MVP is not that fact. We are as strong as we are a group. The group is the MVP.
Okay, that's a nice answer. Chris, what are your thoughts about that?
You know, it's been interesting to watch as every team did their thing. There was a bunch of different projects. There was a bunch of different ways that we saw a bunch of techniques that we were shocked about, actually. And so the MVPs for me has to be one of the teams in particular. I saw their captain really directing, like he was taking the lead and really directing. And I won't tell you who it was because I want to see who the MVP is. But it was fascinating to watch that captain direct traffic in a way that a lot of the other teams, I didn't see the same kind of traffic directing.
Nice. So there's a moment. Let's find out who's best MVPs in their team. So let's give it a go because there's a special prize. And those MVP prizes will be given by our partners. And there are Jimmy Palmu from Big Dog Scaffolding. Big round of applause for Jimmy Palmu. Where is Jimmy? Yeah, Jimmy, just join us on stage. Take that away for 4 seconds. And Jimmy is giving their prizes, as our partners and sponsor in this type of event. Their special prizes, which is for MVPs. What is that prize? Tell me, Jimmy.
It's most valuable player.
Most valuable player. And the prizes is that special trophy?
Yeah, special trophy from ScaffChamp, I believe.
Yeah, all right. So Jimmy, as long as you join us, let's announce those three. Okay, are you excited? Let's give it a go. Let's announce one by one, all right? Chris, you starting first.
All right, number one. Chris from the Danish Scaffolding Club.
Here we go. Congratulations. MVP from Denmark, please. Danish Scaffolding Club, and Chris is first MVP in their team. Martin, the second is yours.
The second guy is Biamba from Anvik Hawks, Mongolia. Big shot!
Amazing.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, guys. Amazing. And the third MVP announced by myself is Valdemar from Tellinatimi, Finland. Hey.
Oh, there he is.
Here we are.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Well deserved. Make some space for them. Enjoy the moment. 3 MVPs. Round of applause. Alrighty then, so there they are, MVPs, the most valuable player in the team. Is that your guy? What you talked before?
No, I was wrong.
Oh, wrong.
I was wrong.
That's why we have a referees. Please, once again, big shout for our referees. There are 8 of them. Alexander Iganovic from Serbia, Denis Ilisenko from UK, Fergus Sharon Ireland, Mark Parkin from UK, Robert Loptievas from Lithuania, Tavi Lucas Estonia, Vitalis Migis from Lithuania, and John M. Hagen from Norway. They have done an amazing job. There was a long day and a lot of things to watch.
Absolutely, and they actually did a really good job. But we watched them and they were critiquing things. They did a great job.
So, also referees counting things, details, maybe they avoiding some kind of penalties, but we are already know the results. And let's take a step forward from the stage, because all we need to do right now is to have a look into the screen. So first 12 teams will be in the random order. And we don't know yet there's a winner or there's not. It's like a Eurovision Song Contest. You don't know what is the vote is for. So we are very intrigued by this and about this announce system. So as we ready, so what is the first appear on the final results is a Finland team, Tellinatimi. The time is, as you can see, 1 hour 11 minutes. Mongolian team NVIK Hawks, 1 hour and 8 minutes. Chris, Martin, join us because we excited to announce a team from Schweizer team, 1 hour 31 minutes. So it goes in random order. First 12 teams in random order. Who's gonna go up next? Okay, Poland team, men's power, 1 hour and 30 minutes or so. So you can see the final results. As you can see, we go without any penalties in time. 1 hour and 15, which is a Bulgarian team. Experts. What is coming up next? We don't know. Okay. Ireland team, JLD Axis, 1 hour and 20 and a half.
And the next team is Norway, Team Big Stillas.
All right. As you can see, these type of results is super exciting. You don't know in which position you jump on or not. Here we go. Poland team jumps into the first, and Projects so far, and Projects is in the first place, but we don't know yet because there's a bunch of teams left. Bjorli Big, team from Sweden.
Denmark, team still on
Dennis Scaffolding Club in the second place so far, 1 hour and 3. It's a pretty amazing result. In the fourth place, the Lithuanian team, Global Scaffolders, 1 hour and 8. So far we have 10 teams in the screen.
Next team is
Are you excited?
Big up for the next team.
Okay. Are you excited? Who thinks that who's going to be first? Anyway, ScaffChamp 2023. And it goes...
3 more,
team from Finland, MSA Telenet, 1 hour and 31. And as you can see, there was 12 teams into result screen. For now, I have position 3, and the bronze goes to, please show us results. Lithuanian team, Hotrama! The home team. It's a bronze for them. They were fast, but the bronze is amazing. 1 hour and 1 minute and 12 seconds. Astonishing results. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, the second place. Here we go. The second place goes to Lithuanian team Globalita. Wow. Amazing, under 1 hour, 59 minutes and 26 seconds. So, Globalita is in the second place. Hotrama from Lithuania as well in the third place. So it's really, I think it's easy to count who's going to be in the first place. Please show a result. And is, please welcome Kavazo ScaffChamp 2023 Scaffolding World Champions here in Lithuania, Vilnius. Please welcome team from Sweden. Amazing job from Team Kaffer. Oh my goodness, excitement over the roof. Congratulations. I should say the emotions over the scaffold.
Congratulations, guys. Big respect to what all you did. Thank you very much.
Amazing. So guys, jump on your podium on the top spot. There's an amazing performance. Amazing. Under 1 hour to do so. And interesting fact that Sweden team Kaffer did it in 59 minutes and 1 second. The second place did it in 59.26 seconds.
Wow.
Did you imagine how close that was?
That's just crazy. And I gotta say, Sweden is my adopted home country because I have a daughter and grandkids that live there. And so I was secretly rooting for Sweden the whole time, but I was very neutral.
Chris, always a pleasure. I hope to see you both next year because, you know, Victor promised to collaborate once again together in this wonderful event in 2024. I think this is amazing. So, guys, let's take a glance at this wonderful podium and celebrate the championship emotions right now.
once again, thank you for our sponsors, Kevazo and ScaffPlan, media partners, Scaff Mag, Big Dog Scaffolding, Zoom TV, the Scaffold Industry Podcast review with Vertex, partners, Go Vilnius, Krager, Europol, Hotrama, Red Bull, our organizers, Layher Baltic and Baltic Scaffolder Association. What an amazing performance, what an amazing weather, what an amazing event! Absolutely, I will tell this story for my grandkids.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you to all you scaffolders for all you do for the world.
Amazing. Without you, we don't have any precious buildings. We don't have a history. We don't have a civilization. All that hard work is paid off, and just astonishing passion what you just share with entire world, with our viewers. So thank you for tuning up in this wonderful event. Me, Andres, Chris and Martin have a very nice, pleasant day to be with you, stay with you, and we'll soon be with you as well. And for the final shot, I just want to invite you all guys here, just for a final shot. Come closer to the stage, all right? Come closer to my place. Everybody, please, everybody from the side, and watch in that direction, okay? Just do a final shot, which will be amazing.